Hi guys! So we're going to be doing day 2 of the Cordarra Tuitt trial. Had no idea yesterday, kind of went into it blind. No idea that it was going to be a self-defense trial. Day 1 was very interesting. Very interesting. We've got Nicole Fegan representing Tuitt, the defendant, and then we've got, and I just learned her name and I'm forgetting it, but we have Adam Abbate and Kelsey Jones Connor. Yeah, on the prosecution side. So we're going to get into it. Judge McBurney was handling other cases this morning, so we're starting an hour late, thinking we'd skip lunch. I think we're mostly going to be skipping the other court sessions. And I tried to cue it up right. They're kind of talking about other cases while dealing with tech issues. You can see the surveillance footage from the Tuitt case. So we're going to kind of start in the middle and get this hodgepodge, and then all of a sudden there's going to be a witness on the stand in the case. So, I don't know, maybe we should start like right here. We've got someone else sitting here hanging out. We'll figure it out, guys. We will figure it out. So, Fulton County Phantom, the tech issues that Judge McBurney was talking about. Christine, yes, that's fine. You can do that. Gloria, good to see you. We've got Danny, we've got Violet. Kay, how she do it, says good morning. We might have to use your name to, ask questions about this trial. Hey, Louise, good to see you. Jay Money, good to see you. Almost tried to hang out with you last night over at Club Classy, but that was postponed till Wednesday. So Wednesday we'll be getting together over on Classy's channel. Michelle B, hello, hello. And Gloria got caught up on Replay Crew. What does Gloria think? So Gloria's view is that Smoke's girlfriend was not telling what she knew. She was sassy about some of her answers and had a slight smile on a lot of questions she wasn't telling the truth on. And I kind of wonder sometimes, can a witness be worried about incrimination even if they didn't do something wrong? I think that's a valid position as well. And then when does it leave that realm? I'm just worried about saying something that's going to be embarrassing or look bad for me even though I didn't do anything, and then it crosses over into the realm of deceptive now, intentionally, right? And my personal view of what we got from Raquel James is a little bit of being worried that she was going to be held accountable because that was her firearm. Understandable. If she didn't know that he was going to take that gun and do something, kind of understand that a little bit. Maybe she shouldn't have been letting him use it previously, though. But there's other areas where it just seemed like, you're not giving clear answers right here. So, good to hear from someone watching on Replay Crew, because I think you're not really influenced by the chat, right? And I think we all have our own opinions, but sometimes we can move in a certain direction together as we're all chatting with each other. So thanks for sharing, Gloria. Other People's Drama's here. Felicia's here. Renee is in the building. We've got created by EJF. Let's see. I Don't Tweet says, good morning. Good morning. We're almost getting towards noon, which is just very weird. I'm used to starting at Whitaker time. Factual Lie, good to see you. Let's see. YP Come Chic and Tay Biz. We get the whole crew here. Janice, Corky, Happy Annie, Deanna. Guys, I'm really excited that this is turning out to be an interesting trial. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have closed captions. So, try to do our best to chat when there's hard things to hear. Throw it in the chat what's being said, or pause if we need to. It's been a pain in the butt because it looks like there's captions, but then they don't actually pop on. So, and with that, we got Texas Rose sneaking in here right before we start. CCGTV, That Guy Nick, and Positive Q. So let's get this show on the road. I think we're starting in the middle of a random other case. I don't know, because there's a different attorney on the screen. So we might jump ahead.
Judge, that's perfect. We can do that. Once I get those email addresses, may myself and my client be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Shanks.
All right, different defendant.
Oh, they're talking. Okay. Keep talking.
We'll jump.
I'll join it.
And remember, yesterday we left with them trying to get the audio on the Ring camera to come through the court feed. So presumably that's the issue today, hours later. And now we're back to footage from the Tuitt case.
On audio, still share it, will go visually, but that way sound wise, it'll just go straight there. What might have happened too yesterday, I recently looked up your device. It didn't show the TV, it only showed your computer speakers. So it's possible that that could have caused the feedback too, but I just plugged it out.
They're solving the echo.
That you should be able to go. I think it's.
Let's see if he gets the job done.
No.
You should forget it. Thank you.
And there's a better way to just get that one. Yeah, don't do it this way because it's like it's two dongles, so it might not read it. But if you already have one, just plug that shit in. Awesome. Thank you.
Abatte getting tech lessons. Yeah, Anthony, it's a self-defense case. I had no idea.
We do. We know how to reach you. Thank you. It's all good. All right, Mr. Cooper, the emails have been exchanged. You're good to go for now. Be in touch with Mr. White. Hopefully he will send you his phone number so you can start sending him all the information.
Hey, Lexi.
All right.
I'm writing it down now, Judge, and then I'll log off and I'll send that to Mr. Cooper.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, I think they're wrapping up the other cases that he was dealing with. Because they mentioned Mr. Cooper earlier. Maybe other attorneys stuck on the Zoom call at the top.
For Mr. Greenway, when you were going to talk with Ms. Davis. Who's right.
Okay, come on.
Ending on at 1, but we're going to pivot now to the trial that got moved from last week to this week.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Shout out to Taybiz TV. I am not the queen of the YouTube streets, but thank you. And
Ready for your client?
I appreciate you right back, Taybiz. Guys, we were talking about chicken pot pies yesterday, and I opened Facebook for work. I'm on a work account, not my own. And in the feed, there's like a deconstructed chicken pot pie recipe thing shared, and someone's using the Red Lobster Cheddar Bay biscuits and using that and like putting the chicken pot pie filling around those biscuits. The algorithm was listening to our conversation yesterday. Like, we were talking about those pot pies, and that's not a bad idea. Cheddar Bay biscuits instead of the regular biscuit in a deconstructed chicken pot pie. Lana and Amber, thanks for becoming green. And so it looks like this is going to be footage of Quatarius Wright, the victim. He has a shirt on in this picture. When we saw him no longer alive, he was just in red pants. And then Raquel James, one of the 3 Roxys maybe in this case. We need to like Raquel, Roxy, and Raquella, I think are the 3 names that we've got.
Well, Ms. Wood may need to talk to a couple of them. When she's done, she'll let you know she's done. Were there, tell me names. Ms. Wood, let's just go through the list to see. You want to talk with Mr. Compton? You need to talk with Mr. Compton to see, is he hiring someone or not? Who else is back there?
Wilson and Mold. Other 2 should be done.
All right, let's lower this and move forward a little.
Wilson, Kendrick Wilson?
Yes.
He can go.
They're going through docket stuff. And we have the turtleneck again.
All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Let's get on the record, please. We are back with State versus Tuitt. We had to wrestle through a couple calendars this morning. I believe all our jurors are here. Great. Ms. Simpson, you're going to need to vacate the premises. If you could be back at 1, I'm not quite sure how that calendar is going to go, but we in theory have a 1 o'clock that we'll at least call the names and see what happens. That would be great. Thank you. Hmm? She is. Sure.
And shout out to Kiana. Love Kiana.
Ms. Jones Connor, is there
14
anything we
months.
need to discuss from the state before we bring the jurors in? Okay. Good morning, Ms. Fegan. Anything from the defense? Okay.
So weird not to have motions in the morning. But Kiana has been here 14 months. She said she's in the bushes today. Say hi to Viverito.
Deputy Gordon, we're ready for the jurors when you can get them.
Yeah, I don't know when he took off his shirt. I think we're gonna see more. All right, they're gonna get the jurors out. I'm gonna lower the volume and spiel a little bit. So we heard a lot from Nicole in her questioning, like the prosecution's still only showing small snippets of the video. That the lead into the event, it seems like there's like 4 minutes and 59 seconds, 3 to 6 minutes that they're not showing of the lead up to the shooting itself. And we're hearing through testimony, from Forte yesterday, the other individual that was hanging out with Tuitt when the shooting occurred, that, you know, Smoke was the one that provoked it, was the one that started it, didn't see a gun in his hand necessarily, but saw him reaching into his back pocket to move something to his waistband, and that Smoke left and then came back. And he thought it was several minutes between the reaching and the shooting, CT shooting Smoke, but then Nicole was like, are you where it was 5 seconds later? And we're just not, we haven't really seen that footage put together in order or let it play freely. And I think that's great for the defense, because when we finally get to see it, I imagine we're going to be like, oh, this paints a clearer picture. Why didn't the state just play it? So, hey, my fellow cat is in the chat. Good to see you. Oh, and Gloria says KFC has good chicken pot pies. That's interesting. I wouldn't expect that. I bet it's like crispy and flaky, though.
Everyone else can be seated.
All right, let's get this volume up.
Welcome back, my friends. Good to see you in your smiling faces and your green pillow. We remain in the midst of the state's case, so I'm going to ask Ms. Jones Connor to call the state's next witness.
Good morning. The state calls Ms. Alameta Forte.
All right, so this is the mother. This is the mother of Forte. So Forte is who we saw test, again, the friend that was with the defendant. This is his mom, and we heard from Forte that Forte was concerned because he felt uncomfortable that Tuitt went over to speak to his mom alone, worried that Forte was going to say that Tuitt did this and talk to the police. But then we also heard from Forte, he initially consistently said it was self-defense.
Can you state what's the name of the record?
Alameta Forte, Almeata Forte.
Good morning, Ms. Forte.
Good morning.
And if you could, I know you're a little soft spoken, so you can lean that microphone towards you a little bit more. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Forte, where are you originally from?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, born and raised.
And do you have any children?
I have 4, 3 girls and 1 boy.
And your one boy, what's his name?
Laquinton Forte,
And how old is Lewin?
31.
Now, back in August of 2022, what area were you staying at then?
Decatur.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I've always stayed in Decatur, but just different parts.
And so back in Decatur in 2022, who stayed with you then?
Laquinton.
And did you have anybody else staying at the house with you?
No.
And LaQuentin, did he have any friends?
Yes,
And did you know any of his friends?
all of them.
All of them.
We're very close.
Did you know a Cordarra Tuitt or CT?
Well, I've never known him by that, but now I know him as Cordarra Stewart, but I've always called him CT.
Are they calling him Cordarius Stewart? Chat, Fulton County and the names, they make me feel so much better when I get names wrong. It's just, I don't mean to get names wrong. But to see them get names wrong so often in so many ways blows my mind.
And does CT come to your home in Decatur?
Yes,
How often?
almost daily, but not for that long, for probably about a year.
And do you know how long him and LaQuinn had been friends back in 2022 and that?
They had been friends like a year and a half. They hadn't been friends that long.
And what did CT call you?
All of his friends called me Mom.
Mom. Now, I want to turn your attention specifically to August 18th of 2022. Did you get a visit from the police on that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay, tell me about that.
Well, initially when I heard about the incident, I didn't know really what was going on. I just know that I saw my son on the news or whatever. So when they came, I was very happy to see him. I welcomed them and I told them I was waiting on them to come see me so I could see what was going on from them, from their point of view.
Them being the Atlanta Police Department?
Correct.
Now, you said you had heard about an incident.
On the news.
Okay. And that incident being,
My son, I just saw my son on the news.
and did you know anything about what had occurred on that day at all?
Yes,
Tell me about that.
I just knew that somebody was
Heard.
had got shot and my son was there.
They prepped her.
Now,
She was
the
actually
police
prepped.
come to your home on August 18th, 2022?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but if that's the date, they came.
Okay. And what do you tell them at that time?
I tell them that I wanted to know what was happening. I was happy that they was there because I really want to know what really happened because I've talked to my son and I've talked to CT is who I know him by, and I just want to know what they knew, what was going on.
And the man you know at BTV, if you could take a look around the courtroom, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Can you describe what he's wearing and where he is sitting?
he's wearing a black shirt, glasses. He's sitting next to, I guess that's his lawyer.
And is that to your left or right?
To my right, but your left.
Not our left, right reflections. Identify you just there.
She has.
Now, Miss Forte, had you had a conversation with CT
Well,
after the incident?
a couple of times he was calling people, other friends of my son's, and they were talking to him or whatever. So I would tell them to give me the number so I can talk to him. And he kept changing numbers so much, like he would just keep getting different text numbers, I guess. And I got one of them and I called and he called back.
And what did he say when he called back?
I just said, why don't you, what's going on? Why don't you turn yourself in? Because I now know that, you know, what happened or whatever. And he was like, Ma, I really didn't do nothing or something to that nature. I had to do it because.
So we're going to pause here. So to me, it seems like they actually prepped her. I know Fulton County doesn't typically seem to prep their witnesses, but she seems to be aware when she's about to say what somebody said that she should pause and just say she learned, she knew without saying what somebody said. So I think she was actually prepped, surprisingly. And she caught herself here saying what Tuitt was saying, but she actually could say what Tuitt was saying because it's, you know, party opponent. So I'm wondering if, and that would have been helpful for Tuitt. So I wanted to pause because I don't think she's trying to hold back from saying something that could be helpful to Tuitt, that he's saying contemporaneously, you know, I didn't do it, something that would help support the self-defense argument. But she seems to be withdrawing because she thinks she was told she couldn't say what other people said. And maybe Nicole, when she gets up, we'll go back and revisit this. You know, he said early on he was consistent. He told you these things. So she was prepped, and she's taking it seriously.
He had a gun. I'm not sure what he said about that. And I was like, well, that should be self-defense. And he was like, but I shot him so many times, however many times. And I was like, oh shit.
So initially you thought
It was just one time.
it was one time. And in your conversation, when you found out it was multiple times, that information came.
Yeah. Yes.
PG?
Yes.
Now, did CT say anything about, whether or not he had, what he planned to do next?
He said he was going to turn himself in, but he kept saying that on different occasions. He didn't just tell me that, he was telling a lot of people that he was. And then, oh, I'll let you ask me.
Go ahead.
And then it became a point where he was like, he wasn't. Him and my son had got into a different place because my son was upset because the victim's family was upset with my son posting him on Instagram because they thought my son did it. And then he was spreading the paperwork online, letting everybody know that my son was snitching. So it was just a lot that me and my son was going through. And my son was just like, I can't go through this for you. You know, you need to just turn yourself in.
Now, you said at some point it changed where CT had originally said, I'm gonna turn myself in, and then when that friction came between him and your son, it changed.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then did he say he had different plans for how to react if he was caught or if he had to?
Well, I was told I can't say he say, she say, so he didn't tell me, but I did hear some things he was saying.
You didn't hear yourself in your house, but through the grapevine.
So he was talking to some people in my house, but he wasn't talking to me.
And do you remember telling the detectives what he said to you in regards to how his plans had changed?
Can I say it?
I object to hearsay. I think the witness understands the line and understands that whatever is being said is said directly to her.
So you should go ahead and answer a question. Ms. Jones-Connor is going to ask it. If I think it's inappropriate, I could always interject. And more importantly, Ms. Fegan will object if she thinks something's happening. You will not be in trouble because you're answering a question. So I don't want you to worry about that. If
Okay.
Ms. Jones-Connor said, what did CT say? You need to start answering that question. And if Ms. Fegan thinks you shouldn't because it's not appropriate, she'll object. And all I ask you to do is to stop if you hear someone say object.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, you guys keep having your conversation and Ms. Fegan will let everyone know if she thinks it should stop.
Okay.
I'm telling you, she's taking her prep super seriously. And I keep emphasizing that because it's just so unusual to see a prepped witness in a Fulton County trial.
So
Why don't you ask a question again so we're clear on the record what it is she's answering?
For the record, do you recall what you told police CT said in regards to what he was going to do when he was caught?
he was just like, he was going to harm himself. He was going to unalive himself.
You remember him saying something about shooting it out?
I think somebody said that.
So you can talk about what you recall CT saying.
Okay.
Anyone else saying it, then we're going to get more objections and I'll sustain them. But if you
Okay.
recall CT saying it, you're free to talk about it, whether he said it to you or someone else. If it's something you heard him say, that's something Ms. Jones-Connor can ask you about.
Your Honor, can I say something to you?
Why don't you just keep answering her questions?
Okay.
And then if we need to take a break, we'll do that.
Okay.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it so badly.
Did you hear CT say that? Yes or
No.
no? Now, did CT ever come back to your home after that day?
No.
Did Laquinton ever come back to your home after that?
No.
At some point during your conversation with the Atlanta Police Department, do you reach out to either CT or
Laquinton.
and were you able to get LaQuinton on the phone?
Yes, I mean, they were there to talk to me, and they really were just trying to get me to identify my son. But I volunteered to call him because I wanted him to tell what really happened, because it was too much going on. It was a terrifying time for me and him. So I just wanted to just clear everything up right then and there.
Terrifying
Because of the threats on the internet and posts being posted by all these different people and the family thinking that he did it. We arguing with them, the girls and the family online, and it was a lot. And I understand the family. I understood it because if it was my son, I wouldn't have known. I would have understood it. But it was just not his fight. It was not his, it wasn't for him. And I was trying to get that part cleared up.
And when LaQuinton picked up the phone while you were with the detective, did you tell them about what you remember from that day?
Yes, I immediately called him and I told him, I said, LaQuincy, now your life is on the line. I said, now you know all this stuff that's going on the internet and around us. You need to tell these people what they need to know. I understand how snitching is and all of this and that. I said, but it's me that's involved now. And if you love me, you'll tell them what happened. You're going to have to just tell them what happened so we can get our lives back together. And so he told them everything that he knew.
And when it came to what LaQuinton shared when you were there with the police, did he share who shot the victim?
I don't, yes, I think so.
And who was that?
CT.
And the victim in this case, did you know him at all?
Yes.
How long did you know the victim?
Like I said, he had been friends with my son like a little over a year, but I was hearing about him and, whatever. I probably knew him for a while, but he wasn't hanging with my son like that.
So he was hanging with LaQuinton and CT?
Oh, wait a minute.
The victim.
Oh, I'm sorry. I never knew the victim. I'm sorry. I never knew the victim.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And so we were just talking, you were referring to CT.
Right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. And after everything happened, did you ever have to make any changes?
Yes, of course. Of course, I moved because I knew he knew where I lived, and I knew the threats and stuff were coming because of the snitching allegations, and and then people thinking that my son did it, and then the person I was told, I don't know if that's he said or whatever, but she told that.
Don't tell me what anyone.
Oh, okay. Well, I moved because it were allegations. And I just wanted us to be safe, so I moved just to.
Another consistent theme with Fulton County trials is, and this, I'm not really seeing this all the way where I want to go with it in relation to another case, but we have these scenarios where the police are lollygagging and people are threatening each other. We're not getting the details on these threats, but I can kind of imagine they weren't harmless and filled with butterflies, this Facebook banter, this social media banter. And APD's not going to do anything to protect these families. APD's not going to do anything to sort out and clarify the record. The only time APD and investigators like Marissa Viverito seem to want to get involved is in a way that they can put additional targets on people's backs to the point where somebody ends up getting arrested because they cross the line and actually do something. And the biggest example I can think of that is with the YSL trial when we're talking about the Waters Roadhouse. All of that, they knew. We had like 3 different investigators testify that they knew that in those days between Darius Ford and McMiller being shot and killed, and then another shooting, and it was back and forth for a few days, They knew, and we got little hints here and there that the investigators were going and hinting that it was your ops that did this. Well, now we think the ops did this. We've got to go get our get back. They go, another shooting happens. Who sowed that seed? So here, this is just another example, and I don't think it's going as far where the information is being prompted by Fulton County investigators, but they just don't do anything to protect these individuals. They don't do anything to care if somebody's making threats online. And here you have a mom that just seems like she's, of course, trying to look out for her son first and foremost, but she has sympathy for all involved. She wants people to just not just tell the truth because it'll hopefully make the threats against her family go away, but because in her mind, that's the right thing to do if it was self-defense. And nobody's protecting her. And I really feel like this factual line, the only thing Viverito's an expert in is stalking. And I mean, it's self-professed, right? Because she puts in her own testimony, her Daubert hearing, hang out and observe the citizens, the inhabitants in their natural habitat. Like, that is the language of someone that stalks people. And I'm going to pull something up, pin that, because I only noticed it the other day. But it relates to Quintavis Greer, right from Viverito's Daubert hearing.
Keep us safe.
How many times did you move?
I moved one more time after that, because some people had found out where we live, and nobody ever came to my house or anything like that, but it was just for me to be feeling safe in my own home.
And the reason that you felt unsafe, was it in regards to this situation?
Sure, of course.
Now, when the detectives came, did they show you any photos where you saw either your son or CT?
Yes.
In just a moment, I'm going to show you what has been previously entered in the evidence at States Exhibits 98 through 100. We'll actually start at state 4.
All right, so while they're loading that, I'm going to pull this up. It's kind of blurry on screen. But this is from the second day of Marissa Viverito's Daubert hearing when she was getting qualified as an expert in gangs and lyrics and, YFN versus YSL and Operation Summer Heat, I think was the name, around 2021. And question and answer, she's being asked, okay, now you stated that you had daily, approximately, I think you said daily exposure to gang members, alliances, colors, territories, things like that. Do you remember giving that type of testimony? Correct. That's Viverito. Is that similar to what you're saying now? You're listening to jail calls? I don't want to limit you. Answer, no, it's jail calls, it's phone dumps, it's surveillance video. Like I said, there's a camera out on Cleveland Avenue. It was part of Mr. Greer's probation revocation. I kind of utilize everything that's available to us. And I never noticed, I focused on what's below. We're going to read that too. But it never stuck out to me. We know that she was watching people on Cleveland Avenue. We heard about that with the Christian Eppinger situation, with the, was it Officer Rogers, the attempted murder charge for the officer after the officer was pursuing Eppinger. But I never noticed the specific call out that she mentions that a camera on Cleveland Avenue was part of Mr. Greer's probation revocation. And I want you guys to just hold on to that piece of information. And then she says, I kind of utilize everything that's available to us. We might go out actually and sit on Cleveland Avenue and observe what's going on unbeknownst to the people operating out there. So in some form or fashion, I'm interacting with somebody almost daily. And question, or observing somebody is what you're saying. A, observing, yeah. Q, interacting would be like what we're doing now. Answer, okay, observing or encountering gang members in some form or fashion, whether it be jail calls, reviewing phone extractions, observing them in their natural habitat out there on Cleveland Avenue, looking at the graffiti that is now out there on the park. So that is the infamous Marissa Viverito. She's probably going to think this stream is a direct threat. So, with that being said, that is the inspiration for my prior tangent. And again, it just goes to, they go through these lengths to do all that, but they don't do anything to protect people. They'll tell you that they're being nosy because they want to prevent these big, bad, heinous crimes. But I swear they're out there causing it. Because it gives them something to write up in a report and make it easier for them to put people back in custody. So, and then nobody's allowed to protect themselves because none of them are supposed to have guns once they have a felony conviction. So, not a really good cycle. It was the other family, Angela. So the family of Smoke that was going back and forth on social media. And again, she says she understands, like she understands where they're coming from.
Just a moment.
If you press the button that says stay muted, that'll go away. There you go. Thank you.
Now, do you recognize the individual in States 94?
Yes, yes,
Who is that?
that's CT.
On to States 95,
Yes, CT.
States 96. I don't know if you recognize that person.
No,
States 98.
I can't see. 98.
I mean, he is wearing a mask, but that's your son.
Back to States 86.
No, I don't recognize him. Oh, yeah, I see his shoes. That's my son.
And then States 85, you recognize that individual?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, I should have made it full screen, but my computer's having a slow start this week. And Ms. Forte, on the day of the incident, the shooting, were you anywhere near the Parkside apartments?
No,
And at any point, did anybody promise you anything or tell you what to say?
no, I didn't know anybody that the victim knew. I
we're
never knew
wrapping
them. I never be on that side of town.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Forte.
You're welcome.
Ms. Fegan,
Cross-examination.
questions for Ms. Forte?
Yes, Your Honor, is the court able to manually disconnect my audio? If not.
I mean, it sounds like me going over there with pliers, but let me look. You're
I got it.
yeah, you're muted. I know that much.
Good morning, Ms. Forte.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay. Now. Now you see your son on the news, right? And you're concerned, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You speak to him, you make sure he's okay, right?
Yes.
You're getting information from Instagram and from the news, right?
Well, not at the moment, not Instagram, but
Okay.
just from the news.
Okay, so after the news, though, that's when, people started posting pictures of your son.
Correct.
Thinking your son had something.
Yeah, they was getting the photo from there.
And then he needed to clear his name from that as well, because he didn't have any involvement in
Correct.
the shooting. Now, when you spoke with my client, he told you that it was self-defense, right?
Yeah, he did.
When you, were present when your son was speaking with the police, was that on speakerphone?
I think so.
Okay, and so when you listened to your son telling the police what happened, he indicated that the gentleman that was shot was the aggressive one, correct?
I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
Do you recall him saying, well, do you know if he told the police that he started it?
I don't want to say yes or no because I don't remember that.
Do you recall him saying that he tried to persuade the men not to argue because the police were outside?
He tried to persuade TC to come away from there. He kept telling TC, let's go.
Because there was police outside, right?
Because of the situation, period. He was just like, it was senseless.
So if you missed yesterday, Laquinton Forte was on the stand yesterday, and Laquinton said that he did say these things, and that he did tell the police these things consistently, and that he told them that they were crazy for arguing with police right outside. So maybe she doesn't genuinely remember, whatever, but I think this is a credibility issue for her one way or another. But the jury got to hear Laquinton Forte say it himself yesterday.
He told the police that he observed the man have a firearm that he initially had in his pocket and moved to his waistband, correct?
Ma'am, I don't remember that.
Interesting. He had the firearm, so that's more clear that he saw the firearm in his hand, moving to waistband. Laquinton did not want to say it was in hand, even though you kind of need to put it in your hand to move it.
Has anyone showed you the surveillance in this footage? I am on, I think it's State's Exhibit 5. State's Exhibit 5. Has anyone shown you the surveillance in the footage?
I'm not sure. I would have to look at it to see.
Have you seen the footage of a hallway?
When TC was standing in the hallway, that's what I saw.
Okay, so you saw the screenshot.
Yes.
The video, is there a video on your screen before you?
Yes, it's on pause.
And that video, how long does it say that video is?
6:26.
I'm playing State's Exhibit 5.
Do you have a specific, State's Exhibit 5, I recall, has many, is this D5, D91? You pointed out there were a bunch of clips.
Yes, Your Honor.
I can number out for the record, it's labeled shooting, the actual shooting is what it's called.
Okay, this clip.
It's what it's called, the shooting.
Okay,
I have it labeled as 2023-06-14-12-45-43.
Fulton
Okay.
County with their descriptive naming.
video with many names.
Now you see that the video is moving because of the fan, correct?
Correct.
Now, at the very end of the video, do you see two small figures? Two little black dots.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
They do go up the stairs. Wow. This is something the state has been trying to act like didn't happen. Look at their little heads below,
And you see the
presumably
two
the
black
stairs.
dots moving.
Yes.
You see the fan still moving.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, for the record.
Yes.
And you saw that this entirety of the video was 6 minutes and 26 seconds initially, right?
Correct.
So that looks like a lighter colored shirt. Whoever's, maybe not. It got darker in that frame. It was just blared out, exposed out.
You saw one individual on the left go up a stair, correct?
Correct.
Saw the individual on the right go up the step, correct?
Yes.
Oops, sorry, I just restarted it. Did you see that was your son that walked through?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, that was two other individuals. I'd like you to keep watching. Do you see your son behind those two?
Not yet. Yeah, I see him standing on the top, coming up now.
Not involved in whatever's going on the stairs.
Correct.
And at this point, you might not be able to tell. Can you tell which one CT? By chance? Maybe not yet.
Now I can.
Okay, which one was CT? The one
CT's in the middle.
Okay, when they were on the stairs, was he the one on the left or the right?
Oh, I can't.
Okay, no problem. Now you saw your son put his bag on the apartment door, right?
Yes.
And so now we are about 3 minutes into whatever started on the stairs and now it's come up the stairs,
Okay,
right?
correct.
This is really important to me. We heard about you get the bag from the door, but now that I'm processing it a bit more, I think it's really a critical detail for Tuitt that his friend Forte puts the bag on this door because it's giving us the visual of where they were staying, why they were at this building. So they were down the stairs, they come up the stairs, and to me it seems like Forte was the one that was kind of coming up the stairs. If that was the lighter colored t-shirt, I don't know if it was just the glare of the sunlight. It is really hard to tell in any given frame. But it seems like Forte was the first one coming up the stairs. He looked like he was chin to chin almost, like just inches away, but both had their chins up with another individual. And we could only see the two heads. But then he goes and puts a bag there. This is where they stay. This is not where Smoke stays. Smoke came around this way, and we heard tons of testimony about how this is not the way that you would go if you're just trying to enter and leave the building. You wouldn't be walking to this part of the hall from where Smoke was staying with Raquel James. So putting that bag there shows that this is where these two individuals, one is on trial, one is the friend of the defendant, and then the victim's over here with no shirt following them up the stairs. I think that's very helpful for a self-defense argument. Oh, there. Is that the frame?
From your son's body language, can you tell if he's uncomfortable?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
It's her son. I'll allow it.
What?
Yes, I think he's getting agitated.
Okay. And he told you that the fight was something stupid, right?
It was something that could be prevented.
That he told, well, do you now recall him telling the police that this gentleman produced a firearm? Do you recall that?
This wouldn't make me recall the phone call.
Okay.
I mean, I'm 53. I look a little younger than I am. I'm 53 years old. So I really don't remember a lot. I want to tell you guys everything I can because I want to be honest about this because I care about CT too. You know what I mean? But I just don't remember that part being said.
That's fine. Now,
They're gonna redirect on that.
Maybe he didn't tell you, okay? My question is, did he ever tell you that there was an argument, a space in between the argument, that the man comes back after he goes and gets a gun?
I'm gonna object at this point to hearsay, Your Honor. I think
Just so I'm following the question, you, Ms. Fegan, are asking Ms. Forte, did your son, not your client, but did her son, Mr. Forte, say X, Y, and Z?
Right, well, I'm specifically talking about when she called him to speak with the police. When she
Okay,
said-
but you're asking her, did your son say, so how is that not hearsay?
Well, I guess my argument would be that the gentleman would testified yesterday, so I would say now I'm going in inconsistent statements.
But the question you asked, if you got the yes answer, would not be inconsistent with what yesterday's testimony was. So
Right.
next question.
So do you know if the police had recorded when they were speaking with you or your son?
I didn't know at the time, but I know now that it was
Oh.
recorded.
Oh,
Okay, and have you had an opportunity to listen to that?
I think so.
oh. Oh,
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any questions from the jurors?
we're getting a detective today, aren't we?
Yes. Thank you. Ms. Forte, you mentioned that you had been receiving threats after all this unfolded and that your son was as well.
Mhm.
Were the threats coming from the family of the deceased?
Both. They were coming from both,
When you say both, what's number two?
like people that he knew.
He meaning,
CT.
okay, so not necessarily CT's mouth, but you would say CT's people and then the deceased's.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Ms. Jones-Connor, any follow-up based on that?
Can I also say something?
Oh,
Oh,
unless a lawyer asks you about it, or I do.
Just briefly, Ms. Forte, do you know of threats that your son received from CT?
Objection to hearsay.
She either knows or she doesn't.
But if she knows because her son told her, then that would be hearsay. So if you want to say, did CT ever tell you that he threatened your son? You can ask that, but.
He's gonna try to answer this, watch.
Let me ask it a different way. Ms. Forte, did you ever observe threats that were from CT to your son?
I wouldn't say exactly from him because
If they weren't exactly from him, let's move to a different space.
can I tell you? Oh,
I'm sorry. Was there ever a time, Ms. Forte, where CT called your son and he had him on speakerphone, LaQuinton had him on speakerphone?
I don't know if he had him on speakerphone,
That's
but
it.
that
Move on.
that would be hearsay too because he was telling me what he was saying.
So you didn't hear it yourself?
No.
Okay. I don't have any questions.
All right, Ms. Fegan, any other questions for Ms. Forte?
No, thank you.
All right, Ms. Forte, thank you for your time. I
Okay.
appreciate you being here.
All right.
You look much younger than your age.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, the jury says, what is it that you
Next
want to tell us?
We're gonna call crime scene tech Briston.
All right, so we get the crime scene tech. I think we're gonna get some interview footage, maybe with the lead detective. That's Rockella. Not Raquel and not Roxy. Hopefully that'll be today. Again, tomorrow's going to be a half day for the court, you guys. Court's supposed to start at 12:30 Eastern time tomorrow. And, while they're doing this, I think it's important to, my personal read on what we have Miss Alameta Forte saying on the stand when she's discussing the details. She's saying, when I spoke with CT, the defendant, he was worried. He was saying, if he gets arrested, he's going to self-harm. And she says that, she told him it was, what do you mean? Why are you worried? You should tell them it was self-defense. Those are the details. When she was speaking on the stand during direct examination, those are the details that she gave. She did talk about threats, but when she was giving the details during direct examination about those threats, she largely focused on it being the family members of Smoke. and it seemed like it was women family members of Smoke lashing out at her, coming at her on social media, or posting generally about Laquinton Forte. Now we get that question from the jury, and all of a sudden she says both. It was coming from both. It wasn't just the family of the deceased. Well, was it CT directly? No, I can't say that it was directly from CT. And then she's trying to get in, and the jury can maybe infer. We didn't get an answer, but maybe the jury's sitting there thinking, well, it seems like she wants to say that CT was threatening her son. But if I take all that information together, my conclusion is they were probably arguing with each other about whether or not to go to the police. And that doesn't necessarily take away the self-defense element. You could, no matter, it could be clear as day that you were justified in killing somebody, but you're still at risk for facing prosecution for a justifiable use of force. So to me, someone being worried about getting in trouble is just a valid part of reality. But the state thinks that the only pathway from that would be consciousness of guilt because it wasn't justified. And I'm not on the same page with the state there. However, I'm curious if the jury is on that page. So, and I think you can reasonably get to either conclusion.
You said you never go ahead. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God.
Yes.
Go ahead, see. Can you stay and spell your name in the record?
Laneka Bristow, Laneka Bristow. Good morning.
And can you tell us how are you currently employed?
How? At City of Atlanta, I'm a crime scene technician.
How long have you been a crime scene technician in the city of Atlanta?
A little over 15 years.
And tell us about what a crime scene technician for city of Atlanta does.
Okay, we do an array of things. So we are usually second, third responders to any scene, any crime scene. We take photographs of the scene, collect evidence, process the scene, whatever's required regarding evidence.
Now, do you receive a call from other law enforcement officers letting you know to report to a scene?
That is correct.
And then once you do so, do you follow the same procedures every time? Is it a request? How's that work?
It depends. It's not exactly the same. It just depends on the person, the officer you're working with.
Now, turn your attention to August 9th, 2022. At that point in time, did you become involved with an investigation at 1314 Donald Lee Hollow Parkway?
Yes.
And how did you become involved?
We're usually dispatched to the scene.
And that location, what county is that located in?
Fulton.
Now, with that case, what was the nature of the case generally?
I believe my involvement was just to conduct a GSR.
Now, GSR, what does that mean?
GSR stands for gunshot residue kit.
Now, walk us through what's the procedure with a gunshot residue kit? What would you do?
Okay, so we would fill out the form that's inside the kit, getting all of the information pertaining to the scene, the person that I'm conducting the kit on, and the time, date, procedures like that. And we would conduct the GSR kit on that individual.
So you open up the kit, there's paperwork inside, and you fill it out with the details related to the case. Fair.
Yes.
And then what other tools or items are involved in that kit?
The kit involves 3 valves that we use that has adhesives on them. And what we do is we conduct those adhesives. We swab the victim's or person's hand and close it up and seal it back and send it off for testing.
And is it typically someone's hand?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Now, on this occasion, in this particular case, the GSR kit that you performed, was it connected to a Quatavius Wright?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the victim, you guys.
And if you conduct a GSR kit on a decedent, would you do that at the scene or elsewhere?
No, it's usually done at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office.
And when you arrive to that office, do you do anything other than the kind of tape on the hand area?
No,
And do you typically photograph that process?
no.
Now, once you have collected, I guess, the lists or the samples from someone's hand, what do you do with it at that point?
I take it back to my office and we store it, or after we store it, it gets submitted to the GBI for testing. So it's like a trace analysis testing procedure that we request for them.
And if gunshot residue that you're looking for, how does it end up being, expelled, or how does it end up in places?
It's typically, it just depends. It's like a residue. If you fire any kind of firearm, any residue that's comes from that, typically it's around that surrounding area, all in the person's hand that's used it.
And could it also be present on someone's hand or person if they were in the proximity but didn't fire?
Yes.
And in this case, did you follow that same procedure of sealing the kit, storing it at your office, and then submitting it to the GBI?
Yeah, that's correct.
And once you have fully submitted that and followed that process, did that complete your involvement?
That completes my involvement.
Alrighty,
I don't
nice
have
and
any
quick.
further questions. Thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Wait, jurors, any questions?
She's surprised.
See someone grabbing a car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, the
Almost
jury
done.
wants to know. They said we get the live Q&A with the CSI. I wonder if they think she examined the results rather than just collected it.
Thank you, sir. So, Ms. Bristow, would the amount of residue that you recovers in any way be indicative if that gun was fired, or just that hand was near some gun that fired? That question makes sense.
It makes sense, but it can be either or.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be either or. You can't dictate it from where it exactly come from. It just puts the person in that vicinity.
Okay.
So to speak.
If you and I hope this never happens, but if we're shooting at each other, but I'm way over in that corner and you're over in this corner, and I end up with gunshot residue on my hand, is it likely that it would have come from your gun way over in that corner, or more likely that it would have come from my gun way over in my corner?
And who's the person who said that it was?
We're shooting at each other. We're both shooting, because you're saying it really depends. It could come from either gun. Does distance make a difference? In other words, if you're way over in this corner shooting at me, and I'm at that corner shooting at you, and you win, I lose, I'm dead, you come and someone GSRs my hands, hey, there's gunpowder on there. Is it more likely that it's from the gun I had, or could it go all the way from where you were to where I was?
It was more likely from the gun you had.
Okay, but if we're right in front of each other, then there's this potential uncertainty. I don't know whose gun it came from.
That's what it would be.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jones-Connor, anything else?
No.
Ms. Fegan?
Do you know if your kit was ever tested?
I do not. I'm not aware if it was tested or the results to it.
And,
Great question.
When you have testified, do you usually have your kit that you show the jury?
Yes, sometimes they would give me the evidence
Okay.
that I'm
And,
testifying to.
and in this case.
Wow!
Thank you.
Wow!
Thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
Fulton County at it again. What great question. Well, let's run that back. If you didn't catch that, I'm not going to tell you. And keep in mind, this is coming from a jury question, and the judge added his own scenarios to expand the question, right? So we get jury question, and McBurney takes a lot of creative licensing with the question. The jury's question was, would the amount that you recovered indicate if you had the gun in your own hand? And that's a huge, huge fact in this case that's in dispute. Did Smoke, the deceased, have this pink gun in his hand, or any gun really, but this pink gun was found next to him? The state's PowerPoint in their opening in all caps said, ballistics to show this was never fired. They only said ballistics. They didn't say gunshot residue. And somebody was in the chat, somebody, shout out to you, sorry I don't remember who it was like, but what about gunshot residue? When that ballistics part was on the screen. And here we get a tech. Who's voluntarily answering this stuff, and Fegan takes the opportunity. Holy moly, this is like scoring in the final minutes when you're down. Ugh.
And is it likely that it would have come from your gun way over in that corner, or more likely that it would have come from my gun way over in my corner?
And who's the person who said that it would?
We're shooting at each other. We're both shooting, because you're saying it really depends. It could come from either gun. Does distance make a difference? In other words, if you're way over in this corner shooting at me, and I'm at that corner shooting at you, and you win, I lose, I'm dead, you come, and someone GSRs my hands, hey, there's gunpowder on there. Is it more likely that it's from the gun I had, or could it go all the way from where you were to where I was?
It was more likely from the gun you had.
Okay, but if we're right in front of each other, then there's this potential uncertainty. I don't know whose gun it came from.
So this is what cues the layup for Fegan. There's uncertainty on whose gun it came from. If you're uncertain, and this is the crime scene tech, you know, you could be uncertain who it came from. They're uncertain. And then what does the state do with that uncertainty? Do they do testing to get more clarity? Or do they choose to exclude the possibility that that evidence might not show what they want it to show?
That's what it would be.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jones-Connor, anything else?
No.
Ms. Fegan?
Do you know if your kid was ever tested?
I do not. I'm not aware if it was tested, all the results to it.
And when you have testified, do you usually have your kid that you show the jury?
Yes, sometimes they would give me the evidence
Okay.
that I'm
And,
testifying to.
and in this case, they didn't give you
No.
the evidence. Thank you.
So they didn't test the
Thank you, ma'am.
gunshot residue.
Appreciate it. Your next witness is a witness who will take about how long? I mean, is it more along the lines of Ms. Bristow, or is it more along the lines of Mr. Forte?
More towards Ms. Bristow, probably about 20 minutes or so.
Okay, you want to do one more witness before we break? Yes, they say. Next witness.
The state calls Michael McCarragher. Who's the last name? McCarragher.
He'll have to spell that, but it's on the witness list.
First, be a raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
So in our seat, can you state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Michael McCarragher, McCarragher.
Good morning still, Mr. McCarragher. How are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. Now, can you please tell us how you are currently employed?
Yes, I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Crime Laboratory. I am one of
It's gonna be
the assistant
ballistics,
directors of the
maybe.
laboratory system.
And how long have you been with GBI in general?
18 years,
And how long have you been in your current role?
3 months.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, can you tell us about some of the work that is done with your unit, your department at GBI?
I came up through the trace evidence section. Eventually, I became the manager of the trace evidence section and held that role for 8 or 9 years. The trace evidence section does casework in gunshot primer residue, hairs, fibers, glass exams, paint exams, and fractured materials.
And can you tell us a little bit about your education and training that led you to that position?
Yes.
Did we
I have
get
a bachelor's
GSR?
degree in biology with a minor in chemistry from the State University of New York College at Geneseo. and I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University.
And in your 18 years or so, you know how many cases of analysis you have performed yourself?
Around 1,400, I would say.
And have you also supervised others performing that same analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you ever testified as an expert in the field of gunshot primer residue analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
Roughly how many times?
130.
Now, at this time, the state would tender Mr. McCarragher as an expert in the field of gunshot primer residue analysis.
So
Ms.
let's see what
Fegan,
we
do you
get.
want to examine this witness now on that topic? And if not, do you have any objection to having him so qualified?
No.
All right, Mr. McCarragher, you are
Interesting.
qualified for this trial as an expert in the field of gunshot residue analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, turning our attention to that, can you explain to the jury what gunshot primer residue is?
Sure. At the rear of every ammunition cartridge is the primer. So you have the bullet or projectile in the front of the cartridge, and then you have the primer at the rear. Primer is essentially a cup, and the cup holds certain materials, a certain formulation or recipe. Lead stiffnate, barium nitrate, and antimony sulfide, which is an initiator, an oxidizer, and a fuel, which are all the things that you need to have an explosion. When the trigger of a firearm is pulled, it causes the firing pin to strike that primer, and that primer detonates. After the primer detonates, there's enough heat built up that the gunpowder begins to actually burn. And as that pressure builds up, that's what causes the projectile to leave the firearm. That priming material, lead, barium, and antimony, those are all heavy metals. When they go boom and they vaporize, they go from a solid to a gas. Those gases leave the weapon, any opening that's there, hit the cooler air around the weapon, and condense down almost like raindrops to snowflakes because they become solids again. So gunshot primer residue is actually a collection of particles that all has lead, barium, and antimony within single particles. That's a particle which is considered characteristic of gunshot primer residue.
Now, is there a certain range at which those particles are expelled, or does that depend on different characteristics or environmental issues?
Well, there is a general range that would depend upon all of those particular things. In the direction of fire, primer residue has been found on a target that someone was shooting at about 18 meters away in an interior environment. So 18 meters is about 60 feet.
Now, what is the general procedure for collecting, I guess, specimens or test analysis for gunshot primer residue?
There are things called gunshot primer residue collection kits. The kits have 3 samples in them, one for the right hand, one for the left hand, and then a control sample that we use in the analysis is a negative control. The right hand is a 1/2-inch disc made of metal that has double-sided tape on top and a handle on it. And that can be dabbed on someone's hands. Well, I said the right hand. So it could be dabbed on someone's hands. And you do that for the right hand, the left hand, and then of course the control stub, like I mentioned, does not get touched to anything. It serves as a negative control from the manufacturing of the kit through the collection procedure, through the analysis in the laboratory.
Going to the analysis, once you have received those different areas of collection, can you walk us through the general analysis procedure?
All gunshot residue in the country nowadays is basically done by scanning electron microscope with an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometer. Scanning electron microscope is a microscope that uses electrons instead of photons or light to see things. Because it uses electrons, we're able to get higher resolution images at greater magnifications. So if you were to use a light microscope in the laboratory like my hair examiners do to look at hairs, the magnifications reach up to about 400x. On electron microscope, we're typically working above 10,000x in magnification to see these particles. Earlier, when I was discussing the particles, I failed to say the size. These individual particles are about 1 micron in diameter, so that's 1/1,000,000th of a meter. You cannot see primer residue with the naked eye.
Now, at the GBI, how is a kit received for analysis?
It comes in through our evidence receiving department, like the majority of our evidence does. Our evidence receiving department has a series of lockers, we call them lock boxes, There have doors on both sides of the locker and they're embedded in our wall. So police department can come into our lobby, put the evidence that they want tested into that locker, along with the submission forms and other paperwork they have. They close the locker. At that point, it can only be opened from the inside of the laboratory where our evidence receiving technicians will grab it, take it into the laboratory, image it upon its entry, place a barcode on it. That's how we track evidence, is through barcode, our chain of custody. They will scan in the submission forms and
that
place
will
the appropriate
suck
service on
if there's a
service
server
request.
outage. We track chain of custody digitally, and yet Fulton County, like every trial we watch, seems to refer back to this great big digital hack from a few years ago. But let's track all of our chain of custody with a digital mechanism. Just do both.
Our system.
And along with that barcode, is there a specific number tied to evidence related to the same case?
Yes, every barcode for evidence within the same case will have the same case number, and then it also has an item number on the barcode to further delineate within the case.
Turning your attention to DOFS case number 2022-102-1733. Was there a GSR kit received in connection to that case number?
There was.
And in receiving that evidence or that GSR kit related to that case number, is there a report conducted with any possible analysis or review of that evidence?
I issued what we call a case information update, alerting the customer that that GSR kit would not be tested.
And did you memorialize that case information update in a report style?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach you visually with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 142.
You can expect we're going to hear a bunch of questions that he only gets what's collected and he doesn't know when the crime scene tech arrived. Were you aware that there was a group of people already surrounding the scene before the first officer arrived, let alone the crime scene tech? You know, do you know when the area was actually secured? Because we did hear from one of the first officer witnesses, we secured the area, but by the time he got there, there was already a crowd of people. And Rockella said the same thing, that there was already a group of people standing around his body. Because we should have another, Abby Holman should be coming to talk about the ballistics. And I said it in the chat, but remember, we don't have the state arguing that there's no gunshot residue or whatever, that they tested it and it excludes the possibility. Oh, they're going to approach. They just say that there's no ballistics.
Okay. Let's just go right out here. We'll be quick.
All right, so while they do the sidebar, I'll pop it up on the screen. The slide, this was arguments. We're waiting on more testimony for it. I thought I took a screenshot of it. Okay, here it is. So this was a slide from the state's opening, and at the bottom, in all caps, that's why I said all caps, they say they're comparing cartridge casings collected at the scene of the shooting and analyzed the bullet removed. We heard 6 shots, but they removed 1 bullet from Mr. Wright's body. And they're saying earlier with the medical examination that the one that was removed was fired at pressure. So like gun touching body and fired. But at the bottom, it says in all caps, none of the ballistics evidence fired from the gun found near the victim, that pink gun. None of this, they're not leaning into any arguments about gunshot residue. And we're starting to see the defense lean into arguments about gunshot residue. Oh, and we can time travel a little bit. Forgot. All right, looks like they come back here. Maybe not. I lied.
You'll email.
All right, here we go.
So Mr. Abatte, is that a hard copy or you'll email to Ms. Fegan? All right, we'll pick up where we left off. You were going to approach the witness with 142, which it sounds like you only have on your laptop right now.
Yes.
Okay.
So, if you could take a look to state.
So we didn't
at
turn
State
it over?
Exhibit 142. And let me know if you recognize it.
I do.
And how do you recognize states 142?
My signature's at the bottom and also the GBI case number at the top.
Okay, and is that a true and accurate copy of the case information update that you prepared in connection with DOFS case number 2022-102173?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the statement tender states exhibit 142.
Ms. Fegan, other than what we talked about in the hallway, which really wasn't an objection so much as an alert, any objection to the admission of 142?
No.
It's admitted.
Now, in just a second, I'm gonna put case 142 on the screen. So, through it. Okay. Beginning at the top of states 142, you mentioned that unique case number and barcode that is associated with every piece of evidence. What do we have in connection to this report?
For this, you have the case number 2022-102-1733. And the barcodes that are on our report, if you scan them, will open up that case on our system.
Understood. And then we have the first section, requested service. Can you walk us through that section?
Because it was submitted as the GSR exam that was not going to be tested, it went to me as the trace evidence manager as a case information update.
And we have agency and agency reference number. What do those two sections refer to?
The agency is the case who the evidence belongs to, and the reference number is their case number as they have given to us.
And then under case individuals, we see elimination and then Quintavious Wright. What does that designation mean?
Individuals in our system can be dubbed as victims, subjects, and elimination, and we go off the first submission form that comes in to determine that. And this is information that's provided to us by the submitter of the evidence, and they gave us the name Quintavious Wright.
Can you walk us through what evidence was received in connection to this information update and when it was received?
Yes, GBI Crime Lab item number 2, which is why the case number has -002 after it, was a sealed collection kit identified as containing samples from the hands of a Quintavious Wright.
And scrolling down, can you walk us through the results and conclusions section we have here?
Sure. The gunshot primer residue evidence collection kit has been returned to the submitting agency. GSR analysis is not routinely conducted on kits collected from individuals who are gunshot victims and non-self-inflicted events. GSR particles are often deposited on the gunshot victim. For this reason, any GSR found on samples collected from gunshot victims provides no information of value.
So in the short of it, was this gunshot residue kit tested?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
Since March 1st of 2009, the GBI Crime Lab stopped routinely testing GSR kits from victims. When a GSR kit is tested and it's found to be positive, I list 3 conclusions on my reports. The individual discharged the firearm, they were close enough to somebody else who discharged the firearm, or they handled an item, such as a recently fired weapon, that has residue on it that could transfer to the hands. As a scientist, I cannot distinguish between those 3 things. So in an instance or incident where a GSR kit is taken from an individual who has suffered a gunshot wound, we already know they're in the presence of a firearm upon discharge, so the testing does not tell us anything further.
Specifically, if somebody were, the victim of 6 gunshot wounds, would you expect that gunshot residue kit to produce positive results?
There would be a distance variable to that, but in general, there would be a good likelihood that an individual who suffered 6 gunshot wounds could have primer residue on them, yes.
That seems like a reach of a question.
And does the range at which those shots were fired into a victim, does that affect how likely it is to have a positive result?
It would, yeah.
So if someone has what's referred to as a press contact wound on their front side in their chest, would that affect or possibly yield positive results on their hand?
Yes, that would obviously be a close distance, and the closer the distance, and that would be almost zero distance, the more likely we would find residue.
And after completing this information update, did that conclude your involvement in this particular DOFS case?
It did.
I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Fegan, no questions? You're good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions from the jurors? No? Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Aaron.
Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our morning break. We're going to try to keep it to 10 minutes-ish. I'll have Deputy Gordon corral you all about 10 minutes from now. Remember the rules before you stand up and run away. Don't talk about the case during the break. No outside research. Ask questions of the witnesses. If you've got questions, we'll handle it that way. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right,
It looks like they were interacting a little bit, the attorneys, during the break. But yeah, so if you missed what happened there, GBI didn't do the testing. And as Skylar pointed out, and then we heard from this witness, GBI stopped testing gunshot residue kits for victims, right? So when they collect a kit, crime scene tech collects it, but then GBI won't test it if the person is deceased, presumed
Anything
to
from
be
the
the
state?
victim.
Ms. Fegan from the defense?
I'd like to put what we spoke about on the record.
Let me summarize and then you add whatever you
Yay.
want to add. So we had a sidebar in the back hallway, during which Ms. Fegan shared with me that there were some pieces of discovery that she didn't have. In particular, the GBI report we were just talking about, prepared by Mr. McCarragher, saying we didn't test anything. And the recording of the Atlanta Police's conversation with Ms. Forte. The state acknowledged they had both those and believed they had turned them over. The record should be clear that Ms. Fegan is the third lawyer on this case, and she did get the initial Dropbox transfer of files. But then the state shared during this conversation that there was, because this case is so old, a period in the last 3 years when the state was forced to use a different way to share files. I think you said SharePoint, and that may
So
have
Abatte
been
is aware of
the
Abatte's
channel
aware.
through which a few things were communicated to a lawyer other than Ms. Fegan. And so when the state was trying to recreate its case file to give to Ms. Fegan, they may have overlooked the SharePoint pieces. The state committed to figuring out what had been communicated to either of the previous 2 lawyers through SharePoint to ensure that that gets to Ms. Fegan. And I asked her to let me know by the end of lunch if the state had followed up on that. What else did you want? Oh, and Ms. Fegan, you indicated that you were comfortable proceeding. Obviously, you wanted to get these things to your client as soon as possible so he could see them as well or listen to them. But that after we had that exchange, you were comfortable wrapping up the examination of Mr. McCarragher. And I let you know that if after you hear the recording of Ms. Forte's conversation with the police, that you want her back, the state, I made plain that the state would need to get her to come back to take the stand again, in case you didn't have her under subpoena. Anything you want to add to that, Ms. Fegan?
No.
Okay, anything from the state?
No, and I was bringing to the court and council's attention, Ms. Forte's statement is virtually what I would describe as transcribed in Detective Johnson's report. And having listened to the recording, and we're starting to
Transcription is not the same as a recording. Shut up.
now, but having listened to it recently, it's almost verbatim.
Okay.
For lack of better words.
All right, but that's good. So there shouldn't be any surprising content. You are nonetheless entitled to it. You'll get it. And the offer remains that if you hear it and think, I didn't know I needed to explore this with Ms. Forte, we can get her back here. Okay. I'll see everyone in 6-7 minutes.
To explore it with the detective that conducted the interview, because she did ask that final question, but now it makes more sense that she asked that question because she just learned about it and didn't do any follow-up questions. So it looks like they're confirming that we can't hear anything. All right, and they rise for the jury here, it looks like. And the court sound is off. Hopefully they put it back on in time. But right now the court has the sound off. Corky, it's my personal opinion. Abate's good at his job, but he's sneaky.
Testimony you will be able to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so God. Yes. You and now see. So you stay and spell your name for the record.
Derriny, last name Parks, Parks.
Say, can you tell there's how old are you?
34.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
Tell there's what do you do for work?
I do home health care.
Okay. And are you from Atlanta or are you from somewhere else?
No, I'm from Atlanta, born and raised.
Okay. Where in Atlanta are you from?
The west side of Atlanta.
Okay. And do you have any children?
I do one.
Is it a boy or a girl?
A girl, she's 15.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors back in August of 2022, do you remember where you were living?
Yes, on Dunley, Holloway.
Okay. And
She's a neighbor.
Was it the Parkside Apartments?
It was.
And do you recall what building you were living in?
At the 2000 building on the 3rd floor.
Remember your unit number?
I don't.
Okay, so they don't. Can you tell the jurors on the 3rd floor where on the 3rd floor did you live? Did you live close to the elevators, close to the back stairs?
To the back stairs.
Okay. And who did you live there with?
Cordarra and my daughter.
Okay. And you said Cordarra?
Yes.
Who was Cordarra to you at that time?
My then boyfriend.
Okay. And did you call him Cordarra or did you call him something else, a nickname?
CT.
Okay. And you see the person that you were living with back in August 22, you knew as CT in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
If you could you identify him for the record by our clothing he has on and where in the courtroom who he's sitting by?
He has on a black shirt with glasses on, sitting next to Miss Fegan.
Found out the record was like the witness.
Miss Fegan.
The defendant.
She has.
Now, I want to back up just a little bit. Do you remember about when you moved into the Parkside apartment of Donnelly Hollow?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors when approximately did you move in?
It was in March.
Okay. March of 2022?
Yes, March of 22.
Okay. And when you moved in, did CT or Cordarra, the defendant, did he move in with you?
Yes.
Okay. And was it just the two of you living there?
Along with my daughter.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you know someone by the name of Octavius Wright?
I knew him as Tay, but they called him Smoke.
Okay. And how long? How did you know the person you knew as Tay?
We was basically like not childhood friends, but we knew each other from the same apartment complex when we was younger.
Okay, and when you say younger, you're pretty young as of right now, so did you guys meet? Did you meet like in grade school?
Yeah,
middle
grade school. Yeah, we was like probably 10, 11, something like that.
Okay, and you had stayed in contact or knew them, from 10?
No, I never stayed in contact with them.
Okay, how long?
Hey,
did you, I
Bakers.
guess, live in the same,
Zach.
Apartment complex, or maybe, but how old you guys were young kids?
Probably some years, probably.
Couple years?
Yeah, probably some years. I don't know exactly how many.
Okay, as the years went by, did you and?
As the years went by.
Faye, did you guys, reconnect or become,
No,
friends again?
no.
Okay, and, when you moved into the Parkside Apartments, was Kay living there?
He was.
Was he living there prior to you moving in?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, when you moved in, did you ever run into Tay and realize, is that how you realized he lived there?
Yes.
Okay, and, can you describe to the jurors in relation to where you live, how far did, Tay live from your apartment?
He stayed maybe a couple doors down on the opposite side.
Okay, if you were to open, I guess, your door to your apartment, and look out to, I guess, your right, can you tell the jury, were you able to see the door?
Yes.
Okay, and, while living in the Parkside Apartments, you said you moved in around March 2022. How often would you run into or see, Mr. Wright?
Pretty often.
Okay, and, did you guys have, friendly exchange and talk when you ran into each other?
Yes, we did.
Okay, can you tell the jurors, outside of kind of running into each other, in the hallways or at the apartment, did you guys hang out, separately? Okay, and the times that you ran into Mr. Wright in the hallways of the apartment building, did you ever run into him with, CT, the defendant, with you?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not
Can
really.
you tell the jurors? To your knowledge, did CT and Ms. Wright, you didn't have any issues?
Not to my knowledge, it wasn't no issues.
Okay, and in August of 2022, was it still the same arrangement where it was you, your daughter, and defendant living in apartment 2303?
Yes.
And at that time in August of 2022, to your knowledge, was Mr. Wright still living in the same apartment down the hall from you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, in the summer of 2022, did you and the defendant ever have any issues or fights, things of that nature?
Me and Cordarra?
Yes.
No.
Okay, was there ever any issues between you and Cordarra, the defendant, as it relates to infidelity or cheating?
No.
Okay, was there ever a time that you talked to Mr. Wright about Cordarra being online, looking at other females or
Yes.
paying for things?
Yes.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
tell the jurors about that.
I was coming from work one night. It's probably like 2:30 in the morning. I worked at a nightclub, and when I got onto the top floor, he was on the
Why?
top floor. Like we always talk. We smoked the blunt at the time. He asked me did I want to smoke, so we stood in the hallway and smoked. And he was basically telling me like to leave CT alone. I need to leave him alone. He don't do me right. He's cheating on you.
You're pillow
He showed me
talking.
a picture where he took a picture of CT phone. I guess CT told him that he had bought sex off her app. And I
Oh
don't know
my
if they was talking
God.
about it, like where Smoke was gonna do the same thing. I don't know. He was just showing me that, okay, he's buying sex off an app, and I knew he wasn't lying because he took a picture of it, like if he was gonna go back to the website. So he took a picture of CT phone, and his phone was cracked and broke at the time. So I knew he wasn't lying about, okay, he buying sex off the app. So
you remember, I guess, in relation to August of 2022, how many, was that days before, weeks before, months before August of 2022 that you and Mr. Wright had this conversation?
That was months before.
Okay.
Months before.
And you said after he told you this and showed you a picture on his phone, what did you do with that information?
I didn't say anything about it. I waited till like a couple months later when my lights was cut off. And that's when I said something to him about it, like, oh, you can buy sets offline, but you can't get these lights on. So that's how the argument started with that.
Okay. And do you remember what month or when you and the defendant CT had this argument or exchange
It
of the
was
lights?
maybe in May because I had just moved in March and the lights got cut off like a month and a half. So it had to be May.
So you never paid a light bill.
Correct.
Okay. And when you said
So she said she currently works as a home health aide, but she was at least working at a nightclub back then. She's coming home from work. She lives with her child and CT. But her childhood friend that she wasn't really a childhood friend. She calls him Tay, not Smoke, but they get together to smoke this blunt together. They pillow talk. Wright has photos of CT's phone. Forget that a crime happened here. Just serious life advice. Why would you be pillow talking with somebody else when you're in a relationship? Like, a lot of this could have just been avoided, is what I'm saying.
CT, you can't pay for the light, but you can pay for sex. Did you, when you told him that, did you say, Mr. Wright told me that?
No.
Okay. Can you
Hey,
tell
Paulette.
after you got the information from Mr. Wright that night, you guys were hanging out on the top floor, did you go through CT's phone?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see, do you remember talking to me or telling me about the time that his phone was open and you were able to see the same websites on his phone?
On his phone?
On CT's phone?
No.
Okay. And tell the jurors, when you made the comment about keeping the lights, you're not being able to pay for the lights, you're going to pay for sex, what was the defendant's, I guess, reaction?
He basically just laughed because he knew where the information came from. So we didn't ever get into it about it. Never go any further into it.
You said he laughed and he knew where the information.
I guess because, like, if someone tells you, like, oh, I know you can't pay for the lights, but you buying sets off an app. So he knew, I guess, who we disclosed the information to.
Okay. But you didn't tell him, Mr. Wright told him?
No.
Okay. So if this was in approximately May of 2022, at that point, did you ever witness or did CT ever tell you that going forward, and then Mr. Wright had any issues at this point? They had any conflict that you confronted?
No.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors after you and the defendant had that interaction in May, did you continue to run into Mr. Wright or Tay in the hallway? Yes. And
in the
were those
hallway.
exchanges kind of similar to what you talked about? They were friendly and y'all talked.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And at any point, did you become aware in running into Mr. Wright after May of 2022 that he had any issues with CT?
Like I did state before, I know that they did have issues prior when they was incarcerated together.
What?
So other than that, I really don't.
I'm not knowing where this is going, if it's 404B issues.
Okay.
Yeah, you
We
just
won't go
mentioned
any
prior
further in that
incarceration.
direction. That was it?
Motion.
Okay.
Specifically though.
I'd
after
preserve
May
that.
2022 exchange you had with CT, Mr. Wright or CT never told you either had a separate issue with each other?
No.
And Were you home on August 7th, 2022, when Mr. Wright was shot?
No,
Okay, can you tell the jurors, were you home the day before that, on August 6th?
I was.
Okay, and when did you, I guess, leave your apartment that day?
Maybe around 12:30 that afternoon because I had to be to work at 2.
Okay, this is the day before?
Yeah,
Mr.
this
Wright
is the
died?
day before.
Okay, and where did you work at the time?
Area 4.
Okay, what is Area 4?
It's a restaurant slash, well, it was a restaurant slash nightclub.
Okay, and, you said you had to work around 12:30 that day?
Uh-huh.
And, how long was your shift, or did you work that
I
day?
didn't work that day because I was sick from the prior day from drinking, so I didn't work. I probably worked an hour at the most, and it was it before I had to leave.
Okay, sounds like the hangover.
Well, then
was
where did you
pretty
go?
severe.
It was bad.
And where did you go after working about an hour on August 6th at Area 4?
I went out to Leonard to a friend's house and stayed there.
Okay, and how long did you stay at your friend's house?
We got there maybe 6:30. We got there, we got there. He kind of got me. We got there probably like 6:30. And I stayed the next day until like 7 o'clock the next day afternoon. That's Sunday.
When you say 7 o'clock, you mean that's August 7th, 7 a.m. or 7 p.m.?
7 p.m.
And when you left on August 6th of 2020 to go to work, was CT home, do you remember?
Yes.
And was anybody else home or at your home with CT at that time?
No.
Okay, you said y'all lived with your daughter who was a teenager.
She's with her father.
Okay, so she wasn't there.
No.
So when you left on August 6th, it was just you and CT, and then you went to work, and it was just CT by itself.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jury, did you know a friend of his by the name of, he went by street, but his name given to him by his mother and father, Quentin Forte?
Yes.
Okay, and how long?
Why did he word his question that way?
See, Mr. Forte, the street.
I saw him pretty often with CT. Like they was close friends. I know they had, honestly, they had just got into an argument probably like a month before that, a couple weeks, and it was surprising that they was around each other.
Okay, you're saying, Mr. Forte and the defendant had gotten into an argument about a month prior to the shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. That next day, you said you were at your friend's house at around 7 p.m. Did you ever get any information about a shooting that occurred in your apartment building?
I did.
Okay. And after you got that information, did you go back to that apartment building, to your apartment?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why?
It was just a lot going on. And I had my own situation going on as well. So I just chose not to go back to the apartment.
Okay. And after August 7th, 2022, did you communicate with the defendant over the phone or anything through text?
CT?
Yes.
Yes.
And eventually, did you and CT meet back up?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors if you can recall when you met up, did you guys stay anywhere after that?
We stayed at my mom's house. We was at my mom's house a couple of days before we went to a hotel.
Okay. I don't want to know your mom's physical address. Did she live in Atlanta?
Atlanta.
Okay. And you said you went to a hotel?
Mm-hmm.
Where was the hotel?
Virginia Avenue.
Okay, is that East Point?
Yes.
And near the airport?
Yes.
And how long did you and the defendant CT stay at the airport?
Maybe a few days before we was arrested.
Okay. And during that time, after August 7th, 2022, and then while you were staying or in the days in the hotel, can you tell the jurors, if you know, when you would communicate with the defendant CT, did he change his phone number often during that time period?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And when you guys met back up, and stayed at your mom's house and into the hotel on Virginia Avenue, close to the airport, were you guys kind of always together?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, on September 8th of 2022, did members of the Atlanta Fugitive Task Force knock and announce themselves outside of your hotel room door?
Yes.
Okay, and were you inside the hotel?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what's going on in that hotel room at the time that you realized that the Atlanta Police Department, the Fugitive Task Force was right outside the door.
That night, we had a double bed in the room, actually. That night, we slept in separate beds. So maybe it was around 7 a.m., something around that time in the morning. I heard an announcement on the bullhorn saying Cordarra Tuitt come out of the room. So like I said, we was in separate beds, so we both jumped up. And I'm like, what's going on? And they called his name again on the bullhorn. You just got to go out there.
Okay, was there only one way in, one way out of the room?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And prior to this, can you tell the jurors, did you and CT talk about, I guess the shooting of Mr. Wright?
No.
Okay. Did he ever tell you, ever indicate to you anything about street shooting Mr. Wright?
Yes, he did.
Tell the jurors about that.
He was just, I didn't ask what happened because like I didn't want to know. It was a lot going on. And like I say, he was like he was going in and out. He kept saying street did it. He never really just gave me any info on what actually happened.
Street did it.
Yeah, I know one time he told me he defended himself. And then he said street did it. So I honestly don't know.
And then after that September 8th, when the Fugitive Task Force arrived, did you have any further contact with CT, the defendant?
No, not then because like I was incarcerated myself, so no.
Sorry, I was muted. Nicole, I mean, she could object, but it'd be overruled because it's the defendant. So hearsay exception, she can say what the defendant said. My bad, I'm being muted, guys. But it is hearsay, but it's just an exception to the hearsay rule that would exclude other types of hearsay.
And you said you were incarcerated. Did it have anything to do with this case
No.
for today?
No.
Pass.
And after the incident occurred, the shooting occurred in the apartment complex that you were living in, did you ever see the actual video surveillance?
Never.
Okay. I want to show you what argued and tendered into evidence of State Exhibit E2.
Are you going to show her the video of her possible paramour getting shot by her actual paramour for the first time? Because that's kind of twisted if that's what he's going to do.
And while I'm pulling this up, can you tell the jurors during the time after August 7th, 2022, and then up until September 8th of 2022, when the Atlanta Fugitive Task Force members kind of knocked and announced on the door, can you tell the jurors, did you ever see anything on the news as it relates to this incident?
I did.
Okay, tell me what you saw.
I just saw that it was a shooting occurred in my apartments. And I don't recall if he was on the news or they was looking for the suspect. I can't recall.
And the screen before you, let me see if you can pop up. Do you see State Exhibit 94?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, do you see the person who's dressed in kind of the army fatigue shirt and shorts?
Yes.
Who is that?
CT.
Okay, and is that the same person, the same CT that you've identified as sitting next to Ms. Fegan?
Yes.
And I want to show you. You see, second,
Hello?
it's exhibit 85. Do you see the person in the white shirt?
Yes.
Do you know who that person is?
Yes.
Who's that?
Street.
Okay, and is that, looking at State Exhibit 85, is that the hallway that your apartment, your apartment 2303 is on?
Yes.
And if we're looking at State Exhibit 85, do you see at the top of State Exhibit 85, the top left-hand corner, there's that kind of doorway?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay, that doorway, does that doorway lead to the elevator area?
it does.
And do you see like the top of the door frame at the bottom left of State's Exhibit 85?
Yes.
Is that around or close to where Mr. Wright and whoever he lived with, is that near their door?
Yes.
And would they have lived on that side, which is on, I'm looking at the exhibit, left side, or the right side where you can see the blue door?
On the left side.
Okay, so their apartment would have been on the wall that we're seeing at the bottom left-hand corner of State Exhibit 85.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you live on directly the other side?
Yes.
And how many apartments, I guess, if you see Mr. Forte in State Exhibit 85, is he running in the direction towards your apartment?
Yes.
And you said, how far is your apartment from the stairs that Mr. Forte would get into?
I want to say probably, it's not far.
Okay.
It's not far. I don't want to say feet. I
So
don't want to say like 100 feet, but it wasn't far.
from where you, so obviously you lived there for a number of months, right?
Yes.
From where Mr. Forte is standing in State Exhibit 85, you walked that exact route, right?
Yes, sometimes I go the elevator way, or sometimes I take the stairs because it's closer to my house. The stairs are,
This area for you?
yeah. Mhm.
Where Mr. Forte is standing, do you believe, you taking that route sometimes, that you could see your apartment complex or your apartment door?
Yes.
Nothing further than me, Director Honor.
Ms. Fegan, do you have questions for Ms. Parks?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Okay. Now, you, how long have you been with CT?
On and off, maybe 6 years.
On and off for 6 years?
Yes.
And when you were with CT, how long had he been friends with Mr. Forte?
They had been friends for a minute. I can't say exactly how long, but they had been friends for a minute.
A minute, like a year, 2 years, 3 years?
Couple
2
years.
months?
Couple years.
Okay.
I think they was friends before I met CT. I don't know. I just knew they was friends for a minute.
Now, had you ever had conversations with Smoke where he indicated he had any issues with CT?
No,
Were you aware of any reason for him to confront CT?
no.
Now, in this case, first and foremost, do you see the video? Is there a video in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, and on that video, can you tell me how long that video is?
6 minutes and 26 seconds.
And has anyone shown you this video?
No.
Now, you see the fan moving, correct?
Yes.
At the end of that hallway is where your apartment is, correct? There's
Yes.
stairs, but your apartment's to the left.
Yes.
At the end of that hallway, do you see two individuals?
Yes.
Like just black dots, basically?
Yes.
Heads?
Yes.
And they, from this direction of the camera, they are actually on the stairs, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know Smoke to carry a firearm? Have you ever seen him with a gun?
I have.
And what color was that gun that you've seen him?
I can't recall.
Okay. Let me show you an exhibit. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 78.
Yes.
You recognize him with this gun?
Yes.
And would he carry this gun on his right hip?
I don't know. I just seen it on him. I don't know exactly which side or where.
How often would you see him?
Often.
Would it be in passing or to hang out?
Passing.
Okay. So not just hanging out, you just
No.
would see him. When you would see him, would you see him when you would leave your apartment?
Yes.
And when you would see him, would you be seeing him if you were going down the elevator or going down the stairs?
Both really. Either when I'm leaving out or coming in, I may run into him.
And would he frequent the stair area often that you would see him?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no for the court reporter, sorry.
Yes.
And now when the day of the incident, were you aware of any reason for Smoke to confront CT?
No.
Okay, when you spoke with CT, did he ever tell you that Smoke confronted him?
Am I after the incident?
Yes.
Yes, he did say something like that.
Did he tell you that he argued with him on the stairs for 5 minutes?
No, object to hearsay.
This is what,
Smoke.
Defendant said to her.
I mean, not
okay.
Smoke. CT. Sorry, Abatte. Learn your hearsay
Your Honor,
rules.
I would argue it's similarly situated to Ms. Forte's testimony.
So you don't get to elicit what your client said. The state gets to, but you don't.
Okay.
But
Did
cross
you
on it.
have you ever seen?
This was subject matter that we got into, right? The context of was there altercations? Was there beef? Was there fights? Particularly between Smoke and CT.
Anything, have you ever seen Smoke ever confront CT?
No.
Now, in this video, you never actually saw when Smoke left his apartment and ended up on that stairwell, right?
Right.
The video begins when they're already on the stairs, correct?
Correct.
And is this where no one could smoke in your apartment, right?
Correct.
And is this where people would smoke over by the stairs?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that Smoke had a Ring camera?
Yes.
Okay. And when I'm just trying to let these 5 minutes still go by, the entire time that we've been talking, there's still an argument happening on the stairs, right?
We object to
Correct.
speculation. So this witness knowing there's an argument happening on the stairs.
Okay, sustained.
Can you do you have an opinion of what you see in the confrontation on that stairwell?
I'm gonna
Confrontation.
object to the characterizing as a confrontation as relates to this witness. She wasn't
Fair.
there.
But the video shows what it shows. Next question.
I'm gonna allow the video to finish playing.
Okay.
Do you recognize that to be Mr. Forte?
Yes.
Do you recognize the other two individuals there?
Oh, what's that? He looks like he twirls around, right? It looks like CT's twirled around like he was grabbed by the arm. I didn't pay attention to that earlier.
If I'm not mistaken by the body posture, CT is on the left and is that smoke on the right?
So you don't get to ask. If you can't tell, you can't tell. If you can say, I know who this is.
Yes.
Now, in this process, right here, is this your apartment there?
Yes, because I had like the second door when you come up the steps on the right.
So right in front of CT's residence. Oh.
Did smoke cigarettes?
I don't recall. I know he smoked marijuana. I don't know about cigarettes.
All right, I paused the video. When I paused the video, Mr. Forte is walking back towards the elevator at this moment, correct?
Correct.
And at this moment, do you see a gentleman on the right?
Correct.
And who do you know who that is?
The one on the right, correct, yes.
Who's the one on the right?
Smoke,
And the one in the middle, who is that?
CT,
Okay, and the one on the right, can you see the posture of his right arm?
yes.
Okay, and what area is his right arm in?
It looks as if he's going in his pockets.
All right, I paused the video again. Where's his right arm now?
Honestly can't tell, but it looks like it's like on his hip or something like that.
Did you see that, now you just testified that Street has been walking towards the elevator. Do you see Street turning around at this point?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So he wouldn't see it.
At this point, have you seen CT pull any firearm out?
No.
Now you see Street walking back and waving his arms, right?
It is crazy that the fan blades are exactly where their arm lengths are when they're raising their arms. Like, just coincidentally that's the angle that these fan blades end up in the perspective. Oh, wow, that was really fast. See the difference when you play it all together?
Now I'm gonna rewind. Can you keep your eye in this section right here? Okay, do you see something black right there
Yes.
on the
Dang,
ground?
that was quick.
Yes.
I'm gonna rewind a couple seconds and tell me if that item is there. Okay. Now, while smoke was still standing, was that item on the ground?
No.
As he fell, is that item now on the ground?
Yes.
Do you know what that item was?
So don't show her a picture and ask her what it is. You can just ask her what it is. She'll tell you if she knows.
What?
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 54. Can you see what that item was?
Yes,
And what is it?
the pink gun.
Thank you. Nothing
And
further, John.
I have one more comment, and the jury can see it for themselves, but my logic here is if he moved the gun, and I think it's a threat enough that you left, you came back, and now you're moving a gun from your back to your front pocket or your waistband or wherever you're moving it forward. I think that's enough to put someone in fear of their life, especially since CT acted so quickly after that happened. It's not like he waited a minute and then said, you know what, a minute ago you moved a gun, I'm just gonna wham bam shoot you now. He moved, and then shots are fired, he's down. But the thing is, it looks like from the perspective, he's moving it from his right side to his right side, but he falls and collapses with his right side of his body towards the ground and away from where the gun slides from. So to me, I don't see how the gun would even slide up out of the pocket or out of a holster and land where it landed if it wasn't actually out of the pocket and in his hand, based on the way it looks like he fell. So my brain's saying that gun was in his hand. And I'm sorry, I get that Cordarra Tuitt was not supposed to be in possession of a firearm, charge him with that, but I think Cordarra Tuitt could have been dead today if not for him taking the shots first. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Any redirect?
You better.
The video that Ms. Fegan showed you, do you, person you said was Tay, remember that you said he was on the side closest to, is that a wall behind him?
Yes, it's like a wall. You come up the steps. I want to say it's a door. I actually can't remember if it's a wall or it's a department that's right there.
Okay, but there's a door or wall, something
It's
that's
something, right?
behind, Mr. Wright, correct?
Right, correct.
And Mr. Tuitt, the defendant, he was in the area that was kind of open free, that was towards your apartment, right?
Correct.
Okay. And at any point in the video that you just saw, did you see, while you were watching with your eyes, did you see Mr. Wright pull a gun?
No, I didn't.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
No, yeah.
Questions from the jurors? Seeing none. Ms. Parks, thank you for your time. You're free to go.
And then LaDonna says, but Smoke wasn't supposed to have a gun either, right? Now, we can infer that from a little bit of what we heard, but Nicole wasn't able to get directly into asking that question. But we did get some testimony that for whatever reason, Rockella was going and buying the firearm, but she would let Smoke walk around with it. We have Miss Parks here, who's on the stand now, say that she would see Smoke with that firearm. He'd have it on his hip or whatever when she would pass by him in the hallway, because he would just be wandering in that part of the hallway, even though his apartment wasn't over there and that's not where they took the stairs. So I would infer that Smoke wasn't supposed to have a gun either, but there wasn't direct testimony saying as much. So, yep. And Aaron says that yesterday Rockella, and again, Rockella is who Smoke lived with, that Smoke said, I'm a real killer to CT. That plus the firearm death seems like reasonable that CT would be in fear. And we have, it gets blurry, right, with both the Fortes. So we have mom and we have son, Laquinton Forte. At some point, we have both of them in the beginning when all of this was going down, that they looked at this as a self-defense situation. They did say other things that I could see a jury inferring something negative about the defendant here, you know, consciousness of guilt. Maybe they could infer he didn't want to turn himself in. Obviously, you're guilty if you don't want to turn yourself in. I don't perceive it that way. But I could see how with other contexts, maybe I could be led to view it that way. I don't in this case. But I could see how the jurors might readily perceive it as consciousness of guilt. But yeah, I mean, we have a lot here that this is not the worst set of facts. This is not the worst set of facts for Cordarra Tuitt to be raising a self-defense case with. And I think the biggest thing of this trial, it shouldn't be the most relevant detail.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch. It's noon.
We'll skip
and we're going
it.
to try to start up as close to 1 as we can. Same situation
not
as
back
before. Don't talk about the case during the break. No outside research. Feel free to get out of the building. Bring your lunch back here, whatever's easiest. And we'll get you back in here as close to 1 o'clock as we can. Any logistical questions from anyone? Thank you so much.
All right, adjourned.
Wait, the jury didn't have questions for her? Well, there's his lunch break. What are you guys having for lunch? I don't remember what I was saying. Something self-defense. Oh yeah. This whole, like, she's having this in and out relationship and it shouldn't be all that important, but it is. It is. You're having this pillow talk with a guy that, to me, if this guy's coming over and smoking a blunt with you at 2:30 in the morning and you guys are chatting it up about how the man that you live with is trying to have sex with other women through a paid sex app, it's just messy. Just life advice, don't do that maybe. And so this isn't on her hands in the legal sense. But what good outcome, what good could that lead to? What good does that type of thing lead to? What type of relation? Just get out of the relationship. That's my advice. That's my life advice to you. If you're pillow talking with somebody smoking a blunt, I'm going to call it pillow talking. We only heard that she was smoking a blunt at 2:30 in the morning after she came home from the club with smoke. And she held that. She made it seem like she held it for months, but we find out that they move into this apartment in March. By May, the lights are already shut off. So by the time that the bill cycled through for the first round and payment was due and enough days for it to go by to be late, the lights are getting shut off. They get the shut off notice. And then she takes that piece of information that she got previously. It's like she linked with smoke as soon as she moved into that apartment. Held it until she needed a bill paid and had some type of be a man, why aren't you paying the bills if you can go pay for pussy type of talk. And then CT doesn't act on it then and there either. This all happened in May. This shooting happens in August. So a few months later, in August, now we have this confrontation in the hallway that the judge won't let the witness get into her characterization of what she thinks she sees on screen. They have this conflict in the hallway where even though he was wearing a shirt earlier, is going up the stairs with no shirt on, goes back to his apartment, comes back, has a pink gun that he was known to be seen walking around with. We have the pink gun on the floor after he's downed. You can't tell me that this didn't have something to do with people being messy and needing to confront each other over it. It's just like, and it's making me think of the Travis Rudolph case where you have Dominique getting annoyed that Travis Rudolph liked another girl's butt because the other girl didn't have a BBL. And Dominique took particular offense to that, even though Dominique was married. She was in a relationship. She was mad that her paramour, we're going to say paramour, we're going to keep using that word, was liking another girl and DMing some girl on Instagram that had a nice butt or booty or body. I don't even know what the quote was. And she's on the Ring camera hitting him at one point. But yet she goes back and tells her people, her brother, her cousin, who rounds up his people, Travis Rudolph was beating on me. And now a car full of 4 people pulls up. This is a Florida case. Pulls up to Travis Rudolph's house where he stayed with his brother and his mother. And they're there just to talk. But it's observed that they have firearms. It's observed that, of course, you're not just coming there just to talk. Travis Rudolph tries to defuse the situation, but brother's hot-headed. Brother runs after the car as the car is pulling away. Travis Rudolph says he sees a passenger in the vehicle. Granted, it is pulling away. Raised a firearm pointed at his baby brother. He said, I was afraid for my life. I was afraid for my baby brother. He's acquitted. He's acquitted. But it all started because Dominique Jones went and said some BS to somebody else, and they felt like they had to protect their female sister, their cousin, their brother's sister. They felt like they had to be the big guns, the strength, the brute force, to stand up for this girl who claimed that she was being done wrong by another dude. This ends lives. This stuff ends lives. Like, it's one thing to be messy and be honest. Like, who cares? We are in 2025. Is it unheard of for people to be in open relationships or not monogamous? It's not unheard of. It's not even looked down on. There isn't the taboo for it like there used to be like 40 years ago. Just be honest about it. But when you sneak around and you allow somebody to feel like they have some way in with you, it's not surprising when they feel like they can go and step on your man's toes. To me, that looks like Smoke was confronting CT. And CT probably had a lot of hot words to say back. I don't doubt that the confrontation was two ways. But what would Wright even be pursuing that confrontation if he didn't think he had a chance? And legally, this is not on any female that's talking or not talking to somebody. But practically, this stuff can be prevented. It just drives me nuts. It just drives me nuts. Anyway, that's my spiel. That's my life rant. That is my rant about things that really aren't exactly pertinent to the trial. I don't think that that's legally what we have Nicole saying it was over a female, right? But they had some history while they were both incarcerated. A little bit surprised we didn't have more pushback on the mention of prior incarceration. But at the same time, again, as you guys have pointed out in the chat, I think it could be pretty compelling that hearing that the victim was also incarcerated and wasn't supposed to have a firearm, you can make that inference. Tit for tat, it's a takeaway. Now the jury gets to hear that your client has previously been incarcerated, but they also get to hear that the alleged victim in this case was previously incarcerated and also carrying a firearm. So she has a better read on the jury than we do. Yeah, Sheriff Chuck says Abatte just objected to me referring to the interaction as a conflict. Yeah, my bad, Abatte. All of that characterization he did, but you know what? That's on, he wasn't getting the objections for the most part with his characterizations. He's allowed to object, even if he does the same thing himself. The other party's also allowed to object when he does it. So, yeah, that guy Nick says, I just break up with ladies if it's not working. And breakups are hard. I think people have a hard time breaking up with people. I think we need like some type of free classes on how to break up with people. I really think people, and I get it, breakups suck. Breakups are hard, especially if you live with each other, if you have like connections beyond just like we dated for like 2 weeks. Right? You date for several years, you build a life together, and you don't want to, it's a sunk cost fallacy. You don't want to give up what you've built with somebody. You've tended the relationship, you started with the seed, you've grown the plants, and maybe the plant needs some pruning and we can save this. Maybe the roots are about to go all the way under the foundation of the house and cause major problems, and we're just going to look the other way. Breakups are hard, but I think people, we all need to be more accepting of breakups and how to break up with people when things aren't working. Because this is not the only time that a situation, it's not like the Travis Rudolph case is rare. It's not like this case is rare, where something serious happens because people are trying to press each other over intimate partners or jealousy or infidelity. Whew. But yeah, so we have until 1. We did talk a little bit about the New York State Department of Corrections case with the Robert Brooks death. Yesterday they were doing jury selection. I saw an update that there has been a full jury seated for that, and it's going to be 3 prison guards that are standing trial. Others have taken pleas and are expected to testify against these. Maybe not necessarily against, but they're going to be called to testify in this trial. And I don't want to pull it up on screen, but I do want to give you the context of where I'm going to be reading this from. This is a guy, J.B. Nicholas, who, I have no reason to doubt that he's actually attended these proceedings and is reporting from firsthand. But I do think it's important to qualify, that this is reporting from someone who's sharing with those interested in this specific case on another social platform. I also think it's important for public information, for us to see a little bit about what went on with jury selection. So I'm going to read it. I'm not going to have it on the screen because there's a lot, since it's coming from Facebook, there's a lot of individuals' names I don't want to put up on the screen. Users, not people involved in the case, but just users that are in a group commenting on the material. But I will read it as it's written by Mr. James. So let's go back and see. His first update from yesterday. I'm sorry, Facebook's kind of stupid. When you read something, you have to go and put all messages, otherwise it takes it away from your feed. All right, I think this is the first update from yesterday. All right, so his first mention is that right now, oh, sorry, this is J.B. Nicholas. I don't know why I said James. Right now, Robert Ricks, the father of Robert Brooks, the murder victim, is being denied entry to the courtroom. That the Constitution requires be open to the public. Jury selection is important to reporters because it's the only time for us to find out anything about prospective jurors. His next update says, the press made it into the courtroom. We're in the ceremonial Oneida, this is New York, guys, Oneida County courtroom, which is about the size of a school basketball gymnasium. The public and press is not allowed to take photographs for now per state law, but will be allowed later. Right now, Oneida County Judge Robert Bauer is interviewing prospective jurors. About 100 of them fill the courtroom. They are all races and walks of life. 3 defendants are on trial, and their 3 lawyers are huddled with Judge Bauer and the stenographer. These are private conversations that cannot be overheard by the public and press in the gallery. They are likely preliminary screening questions, which typically include if they've ever been a crime victim. In this case, one question is likely to be if they have a relative working for the State Department of Corrections. Next post says 16 people have survived preliminary screening by Judge Bauer. Prosecutors led by the special prosecutor himself, William Fitzpatrick, and lawyers for the 3 defendants on trial. Judge took a short 10-minute break to allow jurors to use the bathroom. I love we always get the bathroom breaks. When court resumes, the lawyers will have a chance to ask the 16 jurors seated in the jury box more questions. If they don't like what they hear, lawyers and the prosecutors can ask the court to relieve the jurors and pick new ones. These challenges take 2 forms: challenges for cause and peremptory challenges. Reasons have to be stated for challenges for cause, but not peremptory challenges. So they come back from the break. His next post says, now both the prosecution and the defense lawyers get a chance to question the 16 potential jurors sitting in the jury box. 11 women, 5 men, 2 black, and at least that appears, I think he missed the number. It reads, and at least that appears Spanish. So I think we're missing a number. Fitzpatrick, the special prosecutor, is going first. He's giving a folksy introductory talk. Next post says, Christian Nabish, the Oneida County Public Defender representing guard David J. Kingsley, questioned the jurors as a group, telling them, it's not as simple as it may seem. Nabish asked whether any juror has considered working as a correction officer. No one said yes. One juror said, it's sad. Another said, it's dangerous. Another juror said, someone has to be held accountable. Do you think that person's going to get struck? Before it went off the rails with that comment, Nabish was using a trial lawyer's technique of getting jurors to make their arguments to other jurors for them. Next post says, the lawyer for Correction Officer Matthew Gallagher, Kevin Lewebrand, Okay, so Kevin Lubrand is the attorney. Matthew Gallagher is the CO. Is stressing to jurors the separate nature of the charges against each of the 3 defendants on trial. Quote, I only represent one person, says Kevin Lubrand. He's previewing his defense, that whatever the other guys did, Gallagher did nothing to warrant being convicted of murder. He also asked if any of them had worked at a job where supervisors didn't tell them how to do the job, but punished them for not doing the job correctly. Now, I don't know if you guys know the play-by-play and the faces. Let me pull up. I saved it. Let me get a picture, a still frame that shows who Gallagher is. Gallagher. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Let me see. Okay. So this individual in the still frame here is the CO we're talking about, the defendant we're talking about, Matthew Gallagher. So what JB Nicholas is discussing is during this voir dire, Gallagher's attorney is, trying to dispel the accomplice liability or direct involvement, and saying that whatever the other guys did, I only represent one person. Obviously, my client's on trial here, yada, yada, yada. But trying to separate during voir dire, give a sense that his client doesn't have the same involvement in the same way as the others. So a little bit of testifying through voir dire, I would say. And then let's see. Next update we get is Nicholas Kiefer's lawyer just told the jurors, Nicholas Kiefer will not testify at this trial. He attempted to then sort of preemptively vouch for Kiefer and explained why he would not. Quote, nerves was his explanation before Fitzpatrick, the special prosecutor, objected, and Judge Bauer instructed the attorney to keep his questions focused on juror qualification. Now the attorneys have left the courtroom with Judge Bauer and are going over the peremptory and cause challenges to juror qualification. So this is done outside the jury presence. Who are we going to strike? So public doesn't get to hear the reasons. Let's see. They're going over the peremptory and cause challenges to juror qualification Fitzpatrick or defense attorneys might make. Usually that's done in public. I don't think it's always done in public. I wish it was always done in public. I've seen some instances where it's not, but it is also done in public. I'm not sure if, maybe you guys in the chat, if you guys have experience or insights here. How often do you feel like strikes are done in the public versus through the gallery, through chambers? I have something playing. Let me see if the court's back. So we're still on the food menu, but I hear... What? All right. I don't know what they're doing in court. They're listening to something.
Hi, parent family. You're on live. Please turn your speaker off. Or your mic off.
Oh, man. Oh, that was worth it going back over for. Anyway, they are apparently not back from break.
I'm guessing it's playing in the courtroom. I know. I'm guessing it's this family here. Sir, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Do you know how to turn your microphone off?
No, my screen is showing a lot of food out, and I'm visually impaired. I can't.
Okay.
Oh man, struggle.
I mean, I was only looking at football, so I turned it off.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, so it looks like they got that sorted. We can finish up with these posts. We've got 8 minutes before they're expected to be back. We'll see if they start on time. And again, I'll put the story up on the screen. That way, anyone tuning in now knows that we're not talking about the Tuitt case, but we're instead talking about the Robert Brooks trial. I hate wording it that way. I'm wording it that way because Robert Brooks is the name that people are recognizing. That is the victim. It's not Robert Brooks that's the one on trial. It's the corrections officers. 3 of them, many of them pled out, and another was severed and is awaiting trial. They'll be taking, I think it's going to January, but we'll see if that sticks. But we are talking about the officers. The corrections officers are the defendants here, but we're calling it the Robert Brooks trial because that's, I think, what people recognize. They remember seeing this video, this body cam footage. But we're reading JB Nicholas, who has been, doing live posting, post recaps from these hearings. I'm reading it from a group where I don't want to expose the names of any individuals that are commenting because the group isn't public. So that's why I'm not showing it on screen. But we were just talking about Nicholas Kiefer's lawyer saying that Nick won't testify at the trial, that it's because of nerves, and then the judge is like, well, let's just focus on juror qualification. Now the attorneys have left the courtroom with Judge Bauer. They're going over the strikes. And then the next post after that was, Judge Bauer just accepted 9 jurors. The defense successfully got 2 Black women in the original pool removed from the jury. Because the lawyers only stated their reasons behind closed doors, we don't know why they were removed. This leaves 1 man of color on the jury. Judge Bauer must now pick 5 more jurors, including 2 alternates. So, of the first 9 seated, 1 person of color is a guy. And, was that worded as... It's worded as man of color. And Nicholas also used Black women in the beginning of this post. So I wonder if this is someone of color, but Nicholas is observing that maybe this individual isn't a Black American, but of some other race. Hard to tell because I'm only judging the words he used when writing this post. And then the next post says, jury selection has resumed with 16 prospective jurors in the jury box to fill the remaining 5 spots on the jury. So they need 3 more main jurors and the 2 alternates. The special prosecutor, Fitzpatrick, is going first and questioning the jury pool again. In addition to briefly describing the theory of accomplice liability to them, he tells them that individuals who have reached agreements with the prosecution will testify, and their testimony should be fairly considered. Those 3 individuals who cut deals include guard Robert Kessler, Sergeant Glenn Trombley, and another guard whose identity at this time is not certain. And if we get to follow this trial coverage, I think Sergeant Glenn Trombley is going to be the witness that all the defense attorneys want to hammer away because they're going to say, you're the sergeant. You're the one that made the commands. These guys are just guards. These guys are in other positions. So, let's see. Next post says, Louabrand, so that's Gallagher's lawyer again, is back questioning the jury for the second round of picking jurors. This time he's stressing, quote, these officers did not have benefit of hindsight. He said, quote, they were forced to make decisions. They're going to go after the sergeant. They're going to be like, you are the one. Next post says, 1 prospective juror was just questioned by Judge Bauer. The prosecution and defense attorneys and said he worked with corrections officers at his job. He was dismissed summarily by Judge Bauer. So they're not having to use up their strikes to strike him because it's just the nature of his line of work. Just the risk of bias is just inherent there, or who knows what, but neither team is using up a strike here. Next post is, for the first time, Fitzpatrick, the special prosecutor, is acknowledging that Robert Brooks's criminal record might turn the jury off and led them to perhaps acquit the defendant because of it. He said, I'm not representing Mr. Brooks, I'm representing the people of Oneida County. Fitzpatrick also encouraged the jury to speak up if other jurors disobeyed Judge Bauer's instructions, a nod to the potential for jury nullification. And then we got 2 more updates from JB Nicholas. Louabrand and Nabush, lawyers for defendants Gallagher and Kingsley respectively, kept their remarks to prospective jurors short because these jurors were in the courtroom yesterday and heard the 2 talk to the 2 previous panels of prospective jurors. Curly, That's a funny last name. I'm thinking of Curly, Larry, and Moe. Curly, the lawyer for Kingsley, took a different approach. He focused the prospective jurors' attention on the process. Quote, "One of you will be the last juror chosen," Curly said. Quote, "Can you promise me you'll pay as much attention as the first?" The prosecutors and defense lawyers have now moved to the judges' chambers to sort through challenges to individual prospective jurors. And then the last post is that a full jury of 12 people and 4 alternate jurors have been chosen. 7 are men, 9 are women. There does not appear to be any Black Oneida County residents on the jury. There are 2 darker-skinned men and 1 darker-skinned woman. It appears they are Hispanic or Asian. So that's the information we have for jury selection in, we're calling it the trial for Robert Brooks's death, involving 3 corrections officers as defendants. So there's that update. And again, we'll try to, any updates we see on that, we'll try to talk about. I think that is a major case. But it's a bit hard to follow. There's been great print coverage, press coverage on websites and in print. Some of the hearings have been streamed, but it looks like there's going to be careful. We'll get photography. Will we get video streams? I don't know. We'll just have to see. And I'm going to link to the group if you guys want to join. So I am not trying to gatekeep the group. I would love if you're interested in, so the group does oversight of the New York State Department of Corrections. I always forget what the CS stands for. Let me get the link to the group. But because it is private, you guys, I don't want to just show it on screen beyond what we had as reporting of the hearing, the public hearing. So it's NYS DOCCS Federal Oversight is the group name. Just drop that in the chat. And if you want to mention that you heard about the group from Kat, one of my friends, she's a parole attorney. I mean, she wins parole tickets left and right. Her name is Cheryl Cates. She's one of the moderators, admins of the group, does a lot of work for advocacy in the post-conviction space. If you can mention my name, that's fine. If she sees it, I hope that she lets you guys in and you guys can keep an eye on what's going on there. They do from time to time talk about stuff outside New York State that involves like necessary, where oversight is needed in these correction facilities across the country, although it is pretty specific to New York for the most part. So there we go. There we go. And then this is, where's my stream for McBurney? Okay, sorry, I'm getting lost in tabs, but we're back. We have the lunch break back on our screen. What are you guys having for lunch? Yeah, Shaza says the correction catastrophe case. We're going to get alliterative. Let's see. And I am all the way forward. They're late, chat. They're late. Do we think we'll come back and McBurney will have a monologue for the jurors? Also, sorry I'm late at this, you guys. I got 2 monitors. I finally replaced... When I did the YSL trial, the whole time I only had 1 monitor. My second monitor burnt out right before I started doing the YSL trial. But since then, I'd been splitting... I'd have 1 screen with the stream on one side, the chat on the other, and I would toggle my tabs to try to do what I needed to do all in 1 window. And I got 2 monitors, and I was like, cool, it's going to be way easier to stream again because I can keep everything I want to show on screen on 1 monitor and, resources, quick links to grab, and StreamYard on the other monitor. It'll be great. But what I've noticed is my eyes are looking one way to watch the trial. And then your guys' chat is no longer right next to it. You guys are all the way over here. And it's not the same. It doesn't feel the same. And I am missing a ton of chats. So I want to give a big thank you to Paulette C, not just for hanging out with us, but for sending some love. She says she's been missing us all. So right back at you, Paulette. It's always good to get back together. And thank you so much. Zach came over with some great, I saw Zach coming over with the Broken Baker raid. Shout out to the bakers. Says, Kat, you're a breath of fresh air. Give me back my mids. You know, I want to do some holiday cooking. I think I'm going to make some mint chocolate cookies. I know that seems weird, but sometimes they're really good. So Zach, if you want some cookies, you're invited. You are invited. And then Moses, always good to see you. Saw you a bit on Twitter lately, but it's good to see you back in the YouTube streets. Gifting 5 memberships, which is super generous. So shout out to Moses. Big love for turning people green. And thank you guys. I don't mean to miss you guys, but I swear it's like, you know that SpongeBob meme where there's like 2 buttons and his eyeball is going like this? That's kind of how it feels. And I might maneuver. I might squish things back over to one screen. I don't know. What I thought would be a back to an improvement has kind of had its downside. So. On KP, you've been a member. Why is it calling you a new member? Shout out to KP, one of my favorites. One of my favorite people that I met. Helped hold it down last year during hurricane season when I was losing internet connection. Spectrum's like the only hardwire option that non-businesses have for internet down here. And they're balls. Like, because they don't have competition, I think they don't care to keep things going. And the internet was going out left and right. Like, I was abandoning you guys on stream. The StreamYard would just be giving me the buffer circle. And I'd pull up my phone real quick and you guys would be like, are you okay, Kat? Where are you? And KP was like, get the T-Mobile, the 5G. And it saved like 2 or 3 streams for hours. We were using that when Spectrum went down in the background. All at KP's recommendation. So he's held it down for the chat. One of my favorite people out here. Thanks for supporting the channel and being around. Oh, can I move it over? You mean like my monitor? So the problem with the monitor, I should have gotten a smaller second monitor. No, I don't need a third monitor. We're not. I'm going to become a surveillance panel. I'm just going to have like a million monitors. I think my problem is I got a monitor that was somewhat similar to the monitor I already had. And I should have thought ahead that now I have 2 larger than average monitors. And I want to sit close to them. I don't want to be zoomed. I mean, maybe I can move one further back. Maybe I can do that. But it's like my field, if I want to look at the full range, this is how I have to pan my head for the span of the 2 monitors. And I don't think that was a smart decision on my part. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I think what I'm going to end up doing is going back to split screening on one monitor, chat and the video that we're watching. That way I can just stay like this and still see you guys. So I think that's what I'm going to do. It's been nice to have it separate and not accidentally feel like I'm going to close the wrong tab and break the stream. But yeah. Yeah, I think that's the solution. And don't tell me it's Prime Day, Brooklyn. I don't need to buy 7 monitors. So I need a tablet between them. My next step, you guys, I'm going to get my little Stream Deck set up with some sound effects. And I think I can do hotkeys, right? I could probably hotkey, instead of having to go to my sidebar and find my media asset, I could probably hotkey a quick bush overlay appearance and removal. I feel like that deserves a hotkey. I think there's like 12 total keys, maybe 9. So I got to use them. I got to choose wisely what I want to use them for. But I'll make one the quick bush. Let's see. Yeah, KP. Okay, so I don't like to always put people's information out loud. But when I say I'm sending love to KP, this is the unspoken reason why. KP, we're sending love your way. I'm sure everyone in the chat, as soon as they read this, will send love your way. You make so many of us laugh and bring us joy. And, you know, in moments where it's your time to go through something, it's always rough to see, like, the person that comes in the chat and tells jokes is going through something that's sad, where you might not be in the spirits that you're normally in. I am thinking about you, and it's it's never easy to lose mom. Like, I love moms. Like, I always love when you guys talk about your moms or, you know, the important roles that your moms played in your life. You've spoken on your mom in the chat. So I'm so sorry for your loss. And I see Moses here saying, may her memory be a blessing. I mean, I think KP is a blessing because of mom. And I'm grateful for your mom because we have you. Yeah, see, look at the chat exploding. And this is why I don't mean to not acknowledge things, you guys. It's not a personal thing. But some people, I don't know if they want their business put out there. But you guys are amazing in the chat, showing love just so quickly like this. It's like flooding in. So, major love all day here for KP. And, you know, I'm not good at dealing with grief myself. And I think a lot of people can relate. I'm not trying to say I'm like, everybody's great at dealing with relief, but I'm not. Just sharing my personal experience. I'm not good at dealing with grief. And honestly, I feel like one of the biggest triggers for me is seeing somebody else cry. And then I'm just like, oh my God. Like, sometimes it won't hit me until I see it hit somebody else. And I feel like, KP, if you're that type of person, like, I feel like when you're the child of someone that passes away, now you have the burden of everyone offering you the condolences. And I don't want any of our condolences to be something that brings anybody down. And I love all of your comments. It's like positive hearts. It's, we love you. We're sorry for your loss. We're sending prayers your way. You know, I don't really see the condolences encouraging sadness. And I hope that that's really supportive for you. Boleg says your strength will get you through this. You guys are so much better with words than I am. But I feel like going through stages of grief when individuals are trying their best to offer you support. I'm always afraid that my condolences could feel burdensome. I don't want somebody to feel like they have to go out of their way and say another thank you after 20 other people have said, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. I don't know. Do you guys feel like you deal with grief differently? I think everyone feels like, you know, they need to say something like, I'm sorry for your loss. And I think it comes from a genuine place, but it can just feel repetitive over and over. And it can be stressful. Like, oh, I got to respond to all these messages. These people are so nice to me. I got to respond to everybody. And I'm always worried, like, how do you deal with that becoming a burden? Yeah, and that's absolutely it, KP. So KP says, I've been trying not to cry. I love y'all. I don't want to take over the stream. See, we know that. We already know that you wouldn't want to take over the stream. And it's just always so interesting. You can never, you don't know what's the best way to extend grace or extend condolences to somebody, because the way you react to grief, the way you'd want somebody else to share or not share condolences with you, there's a good chance that that's not the same way that somebody else thinks. So Zach says, geez, Louise is good at sending sweet thoughts, but not good at driving a boat. Is this the heist thing in the Dolly? So Dolly Talks chat has like an activity, or it's like a little gambling thing. Or I guess maybe we can't call it that on YouTube. It's a fun game. It's not real gambling. You get points for participating in the chat, and then you can like gamble. And the chat bot will make like this role-playing game where if you join and you gamble your participation points, you go on this heist. You go on this ship, and you can be shipwrecked. So did Luis cause a shipwreck over in that game? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that's good. That's good advice, Luis. Luis says, I always ask if I can get them a coffee or an ice cream. Whatever you need, let me know. Let's see. Yeah, Leo says, if it's my own, you gotta map out what I'm feeling in a journal. For always gets quiet and stays to myself. I guess that is the best thing. Like, you know, what's the best way? What's the best thing to do for you right now? Like, what do you want to do right now? Yeah, HTX says, I think people understand the situation and don't expect to have a response. Yep. I personally don't expect a response. Sometimes I even will include something like, hey, you don't have to respond to me. You don't have to respond right now, but I just want to let you know, if you do need anything, blah, 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 blah. And don't expect to have a response to each message showing support. Yeah, and sorry for the loss of your dad. And that's the thing, like when it's someone losing a parent, or the other way around too, like a parent losing a child, I imagine it's always like a floodgate of people that want to show their support. And I just think that it's very good chance that can become a lot of support and maybe feel burdensome to respond to. You guys know about the lasagna thing? I'm not talking about the glass Pyrex issue with the court. And we're playing, right? Yeah. So they haven't come back from lunch yet. Right? Let's refresh to make sure. Yeah, they're still on lunch. So, but it's like I don't know really what it is, what it would be categorized as, but it's like lasagna love. Yeah, sorry, I know. The lasagna thing is probably just a weird thing for me to blurt out. But it's like lasagna love, I think is the name. And it's just like when somebody's going through a hard time, you can get them lasagna. And there's like people that volunteer to make the lasagnas. And like, say you're dealing with, like, obviously if you're dealing with a funeral planning, that is a time suck. You will not have time. And honestly, it's why, like, a funeral happens a week later, people break down to funerals because they've been busy planning and doing all this coordination for the last week leading up to it. They have no time. They have no time. But there's like I think, let me just find it. Lasagna love. Maybe it's love lasagna. No, it is lasagnalove.org. Yeah, so it's for all different reasons. You can donate, you can request. And they make lasagnas and they bring it to people that are busy dealing with tough situations. And I think that's really cool because you can feed a whole family with the tray of lasagna. And when people are stressed out, they forget to eat, let alone remember to cook and go grocery shopping. I heard a little bloop on the court audio, like someone tapped a mic. With the chat back on the main screen, it's called a mail train. Actually, I do have this little feature. It's only showing Betsy. It's only showing Betsy saying LOL. One of my issues, you guys, I really want to start using Twitch. My brother is like the most talented person I know. He's just a genius, and he's like the coolest person ever. This is obviously me speaking as a little sister, but I swear my brother is the best. But he's done like broadcast work, game dev, anything you can think of, just a monster with code. And we've joked about being able to do cool YouTube things, cool video things, maybe using Twitch. So I started to use Twitch recently. Very happy last week they rolled out a rewind feature on Twitch. You no longer only have to watch live. I think I have to go enable it. But you'll be able to rewind when something's live and not just have to stay real time. So Twitch is changing their features a little bit. But one thing Twitch will not allow, they don't play nicely with comments from other platforms. And I believe it's okay to, like, if I have Aaron's comment pulled up like this, I believe that's okay. Because it's not giving Twitch, it's not giving YouTubers, people that are watching on YouTube, the same experience they'd have if they were over on Twitch.
Basketball court to this island.
Basketball? But when you have we have this chat overlay feature where it's showing everybody's chats come in, and if somebody was posting on Twitch, it would carry that into this feed as well right now. That's showing in the corner of the screen. And that's against Twitch terms and conditions because they view this chat feature where it compiles all the chats as giving someone the experience where they no longer would need to be on Twitch specifically. and that they could watch from anywhere and might lose their affinity to watch on Twitch. And I don't know how much it's enforced, but I do know, I just assume that people use Twitch chats only because they primarily streamed on Twitch when they're mostly streaming on Twitch, but I guess that's why they keep it to Twitch chats only. So that really bothered me. That kind of annoyed me when I heard that about Twitch. But in any case, there's some other things that I've told you a little bit, be able to do over there, with my brother's help, of course. And I think being able to code something that's interactive, overlays on the screen where, you know, if we assign 3 of you guys to be mock jurors, and we could have 3 like little AI characters on the screen, that whenever the 3 that we chose to be the participants as our mock jurors, anytime they shared a thought or wanted to change their pulse color, like they're feeling red is guilty, green is, wow, state doesn't have a case here, they could do something to indicate, and it'd be 3 different people in the chat. I think it'd just be a cool exercise. And that's really why I wanted to go over to Twitch in part and simulcast, because Twitch plays nicer with those things. And I'd be using OBS to do that and just syndicating the feed to YouTube so you guys could still watch here. But the interactive features, the collaborator, the content creator, and the chat members, there's a lot more that can be done over on Twitch. So, I mean, Aaron, for what it's worth, Twitch chat is like a proper noun in my book. So Aaron, I think this is a bit facetious, says reading a comment is equivalent to the whole Twitch experience. I do kind of feel like that. I do feel like Twitch is about the wave of chats that are flooding across the screen. I feel like that is the experience. But at the same time, come on. And clearly, for me as the example, I wouldn't be taking anybody away from Twitch. If anything, I'd have people over there that if you guys can all watch on YouTube, but those that wanted to participate in the interactive features, be the participants, you guys would be the ones going over to Twitch. And if you don't already use Twitch, that means you're a new audience for Twitch. So it seems like kind of a dumb move either way on Twitch. Yes, they just launched this feature, Nick, that you can rewind on Twitch. But I think the email I saw, you have to go enable it. And then impulse control, I can see, I don't know if I missed it on the chat roll, but I can see you in our back end here. And you must be Sheriff Chuck, based on the picture. So, yeah, you can't even read, like, even a Twitch streamer that doesn't have that many people watching, I mean, it floods the screen, it moves so fast. And one of my favorite creators, Doug, he does novel generative AI with his Twitch chat. He does everything live on Twitch, but his YouTube will be videos on demand edited up. And he'll just do stupid things like, we modded, I'm not good with games that I don't play, remembering what they're named, but there was one game, he modded it that the game would generate a cheese wheel every second. Cheese wheels would just be flooding into the video game, and they were trying to see, with the direction of the chat would give tips or say like, Doug, you got to do this, you got to do that. It'd be like choose your own adventure with the chat picking what would happen next. Can we make it through this game if a cheese wheel is being generated in the game every second? So just things like that are like so stupid, but so creative. And it's just so interactive with the chat. It's one of my favorite things. But yeah, lots of ideas. And again, my brother is just like a super genius. If you guys are familiar with the game Smite and High Res, and if you've ever watched any of their esports tournaments, he did the broadcast coding for all of that. He did e-casting for a while. He's the reason I have a PC. He just walked me through how to build it over the phone. He's like, order these parts. He's like, okay. He's like, you're going to look for a little screw that looks like this, but not like that. Because you get all this stuff. There's like a million different types of screws and parts and all that. And he perfectly would describe what I should be looking. They look the same to me. And over the phone, he'd be like, you're going to look for one. He would describe it, and it would be such a good description. And lo and behold, like an hour later, plugging in the power supply, and it lights up, and it just works. He coached me through that over the phone. So, not a platform called Catform. Hilarious. Yeah, Moses says, why don't you develop your own platform? The Catform. Yeah, so Aaron, this is true. There's so much more to a Twitch chat. You can pick your name and color, get points for being there, so you can get a fun little interaction from the streamer. My favorite thing about Twitch, so you guys know I have channel emojis, right? If you go over to, who do we got? If you go over to Classy, he has his own emojis. Flush of the Gods has his own set of custom emojis. You can only use them while you're over there in that channel's chat. But over on Twitch, if I'm a member of, and I've got to make this up, but if I'm a member of YP's Twitch channel and YP has a bunch of custom things, as long as I'm a member to your channel, if I were to go watch Kaisenat, right, I'm in the chat, I can use YP's custom channel emojis in Kaisenat's chat, or anybody's chat. Like, yeah, I'd be able, because I have Mungtunk as a custom channel emoji over on Twitch. We'd be able to go drop Mungtunks in other channels. Which is just really, I think it's just it's much more collaborative. It's much more fun because it lets you bring a little bit of personality, inside jokes, or even just memes that are widely known memes, but only certain channels chose to make that a custom channel emoji. You can go and you can have more leeway with what you can do to express your thoughts over on Twitch. Super, super cool feature. Uh-oh, we're going to peer pressure YP. YP has a Twitch but never went live. Do it. Yeah, and that was Factual Lie over there dropping some Moontunks. Yep, I think YouTube did take that feature, Aaron. So we call it raiding over here. Like out loud, like we said it was a Broken Baker raid, or we just got raided. But that language, those semantics are from Twitch. That was a Twitch feature. YouTube in the back end calls it redirects. But colloquially, you hear all of us say, oh, they raided us. We just got a raid. That's all Twitch. That is Twitch. So, Gloria says American Deli's French fries are good. I think you guys said American Deli can be good. McBurney was like, hope you come back tomorrow after mentioning American Deli. More tunks being dropped over in the Twitch chat. That sounded like that could have been somebody coming back to the court. And the other thing, I think Nick said earlier in the chat that fuzz sounds good. I saw like a viral discourse on pho, and I believe the guy was from, at least based on the comment and reply from someone that seemed to know them, it seemed like he was from Nigeria, and there's a similar dish, I don't remember the name, but he ended up calling it spicy pepper water. He said that that's basically what pho was. And the comments were 50-50 split on, yeah, it's bland, I don't like it, other types of noodles are better, and then the other like, what, pho's the best thing in the world. And I really wonder if it just comes down to, I personally don't like wheat noodles in like a broth. I mean, rice noodles, I like wheat noodles, or noodles that are made from something beyond rice. I think the rice is what makes things kind of flavorless. And the Cambodian version, Katiev, I don't know how to actually pronounce it, I just read it on paper. They use wheat noodles, and it's my favorite type of noodle. So I was thinking of that, and like, do you guys have a preference on how you like your noodles? Do you like the rice noodles? Yeah, and KP says, pho's good, but I like the new ramen spots. Yeah, because ramen's using like a wheat-based noodle. And do you mean new ramen like the fusions? Like it'll be like Burrier ramen. Yeah, pho can be really spicy, and I like being able to add, like when you get pho and you get the extra little spread that you can add some extra garnishes in. I like adding the sliced serranos, or jalapenos sometimes aren't that hot. I prefer serranos. They're a bit more consistent with the spice. I like to add a little spice. But yeah, I was laughing when they called it spicy pepper water, because I've had some broth that it kind of just, it wasn't, there was nothing to elevate it. It was just spicy pepper water. See, EJF says I've only really had the 39-cent ramen packs from the grocery store. What you gotta do is go to one of the, like, in Orlando, they just opened an H Mart. I don't know if that's a thing everywhere, but like an international grocer, or an Asian food market, and just find somewhere that has a wall of all the different ramens, and you gotta goodie bag it. You gotta pick a bunch of different ones. You gotta go through and find what you like. Because 39-cent noodles, they've played an important role in my life, but oh my gosh, there is some quality, good noodles in those instant packs. They're a bit pricier. They're usually like $1 something a pack, but that's still really affordable. Ooh, yeah, I like spring roll wrappers a lot. No, so Mac had not a good experience with a hot pot place. I like hot pot, but I don't know. I'd rather do it at home and pick my own stuff. Oh, pepper soup. Oh man, I'm just calling it water. Oh, thank you, Savannah. Pepper soup. Spicy pepper soup. Oh man. Yeah, but the debate, it was a 50-50 split. Like, I feel like some people were ready to fight each other over their opinions, their diverging opinions on pho. I think hot pot is cool for the social aspect, like as far as a restaurant. Because you can get a bunch of stuff, you can share it around. You know, I could order, when you order the ingredients, they bring you like a plate of it that you can parse around. Pepper water. My bad. Yeah, so with hot pot, you'll typically like order what you want and then you'll dunk it in. You'll have your own pot, so you don't need to like dump your food into somebody else's to cook it. But everything will be sliced thin so you can cook it quickly in the hot liquid. And then typically you'll prepare like a little bowl of seed. Like what's nice about it, I love contrast. You guys know I always talk about contrast. And the typical way to do hot pot, you get a bunch of little dishes. You got a big thing of broth, your main broth. You cook different mix-ins as you go, ladle them all out for one portion. And as you serve that portion in a smaller bowl, you can mix in, you know, maybe you want brown garlic sauce in this one and crushed chilies. And you can make tiny little different bowls and have a whole bunch of different variety going, all with this one hot broth in front of you. So, Brian says, give me the fried dumplings. There's also another, dumplings at takeout places down here are not the same as dumplings from takeout places in the tri-state, like New York, New Jersey area. They're different, and I don't know. They're like moon-shaped and very thick down here. Haven't been able to order like the round sort of like, I don't know, half semicircle. Like they're flat on the bottom. They look like half a circle and they're pinched together at the top, but they're like round if you look down at it. They're a circle if you look down at it. They're all like really thick and moon-shaped. And I never know if I just don't know how to order them properly or if it's just different in different regions. I live in Florida now. I live in Florida. And there's also no good pizza. Although there is a place that apparently orders water from Brooklyn. So, yeah, and I mean, for the most part, I still love pot stickers either way. No matter how they're made. Usually like them. Oh, the way I say water, are we doing this again? The way I pronounce water? I was watching a show yesterday. It's a guy in New York that opened up a, I think he started as a food truck and then opened up like a physical location, like brick and mortar. But he does smoked oxtails. And he quality checks each oxtail as he takes them out of the smoker. And if he doesn't like the way they come out, he won't serve it. Let me find out. I was watching it yesterday, so it should be in my history. It made me so hungry. Sorry if I'm about to do the same to you guys. Let's see. I think it started because I started watching, it was New York Times Cooking. I think they have their own cooking channel. And I got there because I was watching Kevmo videos yesterday. So Kevmo, you might have seen him pop up. He is a chef for a sorority house, but he became like a TikTok viral sensation. And he plates all the food individually, will do special requests, and he's cooking for like 40 girls every day, which doesn't sound easy. But I was watching, it was a really good little editorial documentary on his story and how it's given him purpose in life, and it's taught the girls like, hey, I should care more about the food I eat. And then it auto-played into this other thing with oxtail, and it made me so hungry. Let's see. Maybe I was watching it on a different... Sometimes on my phone, I'll be signed into a different Google account. Oh, no, here it is. So I'll link it in the chat, guys, and we're back in court. But it's Alex Bernard, the pitmaster of Smoked Spice Barbecue, a New York pop-up and catering business. He's a Guyanese immigrant, and he used his family background. He wanted to do this Texas Caribbean barbecue spot. And one of the things that they became known for was their smoked oxtail.
All right. Sorry for the late start. We have a quick final plea calendar that we need to go through.
Oh, other court.
Hands on it. As
We're gonna look at other
Part
cases,
of
chat.
the rescheduling we were doing.
this week, here it is. So if you're here for the final plea calendar, I don't see a lot of folks who might be, but if they are, if you're not resolving your case with an announcement today of, hey, it's going to be a plea, can't take it today, but we'll take it soon, then you'll be on the November 13th trial calendar, November 13th. Positions 1 through 3 are all Mr. Nunez Ortiz.
He's here, Judge.
There he is.
He and I just now got correct phone numbers, so if we could just leave them on that calendar. I do have offers from the state, so I just need time to talk to him.
Okay, so we're pretty much preserving everyone's final plea rights. We'll keep him on the November 13th trial calendar. He's got not 1 or 2, but 3 cases, so make sure you're talking to Ms. Davis. Are all 3 of them yours? One of them says family violence on it.
Yes, 1 is mine. No, 2 of them, positions 2 and 3, Judge, I'm sorry. ADA Willingham, for the record.
I can hear you. I have this funny speaker on because there's a trial, so everyone sounds a little different. But I got it. So between you and Ms. Davis, you've got the 3 cases. Ms. Wood represents Mr. Nunez Ortiz on all 3. You know, you're dealing with 2 prosecutors. Okay, great. So otherwise we're good to go. All right. Do you need Mr. Nunez Ortiz to stick around?
He's spoken, that's great.
Okay. See you next time. How about Elijah Oliver?
He's mine. I think he might be on the Zoom.
Yep. Mr. Oliver, can you turn your camera on, please? There we go. There he is, hoodie and all. Can you hear us, Mr. Oliver?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. All right. So we haven't spoken much about this calendar, but you
Getting
heard
a
what I
side
said, that
story.
this is a November trial calendar.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Wood, what's happening with Mr. Oliver's case?
We are still speaking with the state and we just leave it on trial.
Okay. You've got all the discovery as best you can tell? Dash cam or whatever it would be? Okay. Ms. Davis, your case?
Yes, that is.
And you've made an offer to the defense?
Yes,
It's just not an offer they like right now.
correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Oliver, any questions about anything?
Not right now.
So I will see you on November 13th. Make sure I'm giving you guys the right date. I am indeed. And that'll be a day, if you haven't before then, and again, Ms. Wood, and you know this, if you sort any one of these out in advance, let's get that person in here in advance. On the 13th would be the last time to work the case out, or we go to trial. I'm guessing you're probably not supposed to be driving. Do you have a license, Mr. Oliver?
No.
No. Okay. So you get around on foot or horseback?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Keep it that way. You got any questions?
No, I don't have none.
All right. Can he go?
Yes, Judge.
That's it. We'll see you in person on the 13th of November. Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye. Mark Morris, I think you were talking about earlier.
He was here, Judge.
He was here. He's in custody. He was in person?
He's in, yes, he's out of custody. He was here first. He had a child.
He's the person with the, really? Okay. All right.
Miss Willingham and I are still with him, so,
Okay.
just, if we could just leave the trial. Can have a resolution.
All right. Were you able to hear that, Ms. Willingham?
I was, and I was actually checking. I don't know if he's still on, but Mr. Morris was on the Zoom because he actually posted in the chat before we got back started.
Oh, yeah, he is. Here, let's get him on the screen. Add spotlight. There he is. Hey, Mr. Morris.
How you doing, Your Honor?
I'm all right. You were here this morning, right?
Yes, sir. You told me to step back because my baby was too loud.
Well, I didn't put it quite like that. I said that cute child probably wants to be outside. And it was all good. You did the right thing. We weren't able to hear other stuff that was going on. So Ms. Wood was telling me that you haven't worked your case out yet. That's fine. You don't have to work your case out in the end. You may decide you want to go to trial. I'll need to see you in court on the 13th of November if you haven't worked things out before then. But Ms. Wood is going to be in touch, letting you know her thoughts about things and maybe wanting to talk to you more about it. So certainly stay in touch with her because the 13th is only about a month away and that's trial time, okay?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about that?
No, sir.
Ms. Wood, any discovery concerns?
No,
All right, Ms. Willingham, anything else on Mr. Morris's case?
No, Judge.
All right, well, if you don't have anything else, Mr. Morris, you're free to go.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
You bet. Bye-bye. McKella Green?
She should also be on Zoom, I believe.
Yes, she is. Let's get her. There she is. Hello, Ms. Green.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you? Good. Ms. Wood, what's the announcement in Ms. Green's case?
We are leaving it on the trial calendar. She got some information to me to give to Ms. Davis. I sent that over this morning, but I need to keep talking to Ms. Green and Ms. Davis as well, so.
And this is a Ms. Davis case, not a Ms. Willingham case.
Correct.
It is. Okay. I can't tell just from what's in there. All right. Ms. Green, it sounds like Ms. Wood is making progress in the direction you and she have been talking about. But you're not there yet. Your case will be on that November trial calendar you heard me mention. If before then you all sort something out, then by all means we'll get together and deal with that. But otherwise, I'll need to see you in person, not on Zoom, on November 13th, okay?
Okay, what time on November 13th?
9 a.m., bright and early.
Okay,
Are you local?
yes.
Good. Ms. Wood will
Taylor
be in
Green.
touch with you before then, and you should get something in the mail telling you 9 a.m. courtroom 8D on November 13th.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Ms. Davis, anything else in the green?
I like that her last name is green and she's wearing, it looks like a green shirt. Maybe it's white, but it looks green to me. And I like that. We're matching with the last name.
Matter.
No, Judge.
Okay, thanks for being here, Ms. Green.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Daryl Jackson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Echoing on behalf of Mr. Jackson, he's present. I was recently detained fully on Wednesday on this case. I believe I received discovery on Thursday, but I haven't been able to review everything. I would be asking to continue off of the trial calendar to maybe the next final plea calendar, to give me the opportunity to review discovery and also to speak with the state on this matter.
Okay, have you filed an entry of appearance?
Yes, sir.
Great. I think Mr. Jackson and I had conversations about how he was doing his best to sort things out financially. And I told him we needed to get that magic entry, and we've got it. So you're official and you're on board, and you do have discovery, but you just got it.
I just got it, I believe, on Thursday afternoon or Friday morning.
Okay, so you're processing that. And Ms. Davis, this case will be
Ms. Clark's case.
Ms. Clark's case. All right.
I believe she's out at a conference. She's not.
Okay, so you're not here. Understood. So what we'll do, Ms. Akure, is look at when the next final plea hearing is, and it might be that we keep the case on the trial calendar, not expecting that you'll be ready, but that's just if the next one is too far away. This keeps a cadence of about a month. I don't know how much discovery is, but I guess is by then you and Mr. Jackson will have worked through a fair amount. And then it might be that the appearance at the trial calendar is more like the final plea hearing.
Okay.
And if things don't sort out, then it might roll over to the December trial calendar. Okay, but it may be that we just pull it off and the trial calendar and come up with a whole new final plea date. If you would be sure to let me and Ms. Nelson know as soon as possible if your review of discovery prompts you to say, you know what, I got some motions that need to be argued. I don't know that it's that kind of case, but that would only slow things down in a way that it needs to be. But if there's a motion to suppress or something like that, the sooner you can identify that that's coming, the better.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then we will see the two of you maybe on November 13th or a different final plea date.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may. Scotty Lucas.
Those parties were excused, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Davis is on the call. Maybe he was on just in case. Hey, Mr. Davis, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Your Honor?
I'm okay. We excused because
He wanted to go to the final. You gotta reserve his rights.
okay, I mean, it's going to the trial calendar, but preserving the final plea rights. Okay, so Mr. Davis, we're moving Mr. Lucas's case right onto the trial calendar, like I said, but we're preserving his final plea rights so that you and Ms. Davis can continue to work through whatever you're working through.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
You bet. We'll see you on the 13th.
Yes, sir.
All right, bye-bye. Denitra Dawson? Did you hear anything from Ricky? Oh, Ricky Richardson is here. This guy keeps coming out of retirement.
I can't remember. She's my favorite person.
That's right. That's right. You told me that. And your favorite person is doing what today? Is she here?
Is going to ask for, I guess you have a schedule for November 13th? For trial?
That's the trial calendar, and what we're doing sort of by default is maintaining people's final plea rights through that day.
Okay, I think that's ample time for us to try to work it out. I just found out from Ms. Willingham that Ms. Davis is my ADA. She gave me her email address. What I'm going to do is email Ms. Davis for an appointment time. I have some mitigation and exculpatory information to provide to her, and then maybe we can come to a reasonable conclusion.
Where is Ms. Dawson?
She should be in the lower right-hand corner of the screen I'm looking at.
Oh, I see. Yep.
Wave your hand, Ms. Dawson, please.
No,
Her in.
I can,
Let her in.
she just disappeared.
He has a hand on her chin. Raise your hand.
There she
please.
is. No, I can see her now. And she got a water cooler with
A pink
some
string or something on it.
pink thing on it. Okay. All right, Ms. Dawson, do you have any questions about any of this?
No, sir.
Okay. So this has been rattling around for a while. This is an incident, whatever it involved, from way back in June of 23. So I'm hopeful that by October or November of 25, we can sort this out. Mr. Richardson, you can convene with Ms. Davis, see what you can figure out, and we'll see everyone. This will be an in-person calendar on November 13th. It's not a Zoom calendar.
Yes, sir.
We'll need everyone here. Now, if you sort something out in advance, then we can, it may be that Zoom works in that setting. Just let Ms. Nelson know.
Okay, we'll do.
Judge, I just wanted to make sure that he received my email saying he communicated with another ADA, but I did send correspondence last week.
So there's another person then?
No, so that's that person standing with the black blazer. That's Ms. Davis, and she's saying she sent you an email last week.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Or maybe my computer.
I guess this went through. I don't know that you didn't.
Was it an email with an offer?
Yes, it was.
Yes, so I did get that, yes.
Okay.
All right, so you have established contact with the DA for the case.
Yeah, and I have some information I need to share with her. I can do it by email or by in person, whatever she prefers.
All right, you guys sort that out, but that's Ms. Davis's email address. You've now seen her on a screen. We've all seen each other on screens. And we'll see everyone in person on November 13th if we don't sort it out before then.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any concerns about discovery, Mr. Richardson, or you feel like you've got everything the state has, you're just trying to get some additional information to the state?
I think I have everything she has, but my intent, since this is what, Tuesday, is if I don't, I'll let her know before Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay.
So it's not that kind of case, it's kind of a family situation, so.
Okay.
I think I
got
did
it
some years ago.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Good
We'll
to
see you guys on the 13th of November, if not before.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
Be excused.
Yes.
All right.
John Perrin.
Let her off the Zoom. Oh, there she goes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Perrin should be on. I saw him on.
Yep. There's the Perrin. His whole family is on. There he is. Hey, Mr. Perrin, how are you?
You gotta unmute yourself, Mr. Perrin.
Okay. How are you, Your Honor?
I'm doing okay. Ms. Rios, what are we doing with Mr. Perrin's case?
We have worked out a negotiated misdemeanor plea. So we're ready to take that whenever you're ready.
So I'm probably not going to be ready right now, since I've got 13 jurors who are saying, where you been the last 49 minutes. What I'm going to ask you to do is work with Ms. Nelson to figure out a good time. Given that it's a misdemeanor plea, it's okay if we do this virtually. And so we could do it before court starts one day, but I'd love to do it sooner rather than later so Mr. Perrin can get closure. But if you wouldn't mind, is this a Ms. Davis case or a Ms. Willingham case?
Ms. Willingham.
Ms. Willingham. Okay, so if the three of you, Nelson, Rios, and Willingham, could confer, I will make a 15-minute window wherever. It's just not going to be this afternoon because of trial we are in the midst of. Mr. Perrin, are you able to hop on Zoom pretty much any time, or do you have a work schedule that makes that difficult?
No, Your Honor. I just I have doctor's appointments. I'm on disability.
Okay. Well, Ms. Rios will confer with you so we don't schedule your plea for the same time as a doctor's appointment, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Ms. Rios, you have a good way of reaching Mr. Perrin?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then please get with Ms. Nelson and let's find a little window in which to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Perrin, you're good to go for now. I'll see you soon.
Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of your day, Your Honor.
Okay, you too.
Aw, shut up, Mr. Perrin.
Marcus Moment. It's another one I feel like we talked about.
Yes, Judge, both of those cases are mine. This will be a plea. I will get with Ms. Nelson and Ms. Davis.
Okay, and he's in custody? Okay, so we can either do it on one of those Wednesdays if it's by Zoom or just it's one person. We could tack him on any particular day, and hopefully next week I can catch up on some of this calendar stuff, but thank you for being flexible. So plea for Perrin, time TBT, plea for both of Moment's cases. And they're both with Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. I think that's it. Anyone in here thinking they were on one of these calendars? Nope, everyone's here for the trial. Thank you, Ms. Wood. Do we have tomorrow? Yeah, also, this week, Abatte. We do at 1, another final plea calendar. Okay. See you at 1.
Judge, real quick, so my only person left on tomorrow's calendar is on next Thursday's trial calendar. We have a resolution, can we just have it up here on Thursday next week? It'll be a plea.
Yes, unless there's an earlier time, is that a person on bond?
Yes.
If I'm just looking at next week, I won't make you come in on Monday. There's nothing purple on Monday. But the calendar call on Thursday now is just in the afternoon. So it's a shorter amount of time. I'm all for taking the pleas. Maybe word didn't get out to you all, but it's just in the afternoon on Thursday.
Okay.
That's not a happy face.
Oh, no, I'm literally just hungry. I think originally it was in an email, I suggested Tuesday, but then we realized it was on Thursday, so I guess we could double back to the.
Tuesday, we just got plea and arraignment in the morning. How long does that take? So Tuesday would be a great time to take that plea, or Marcus Moment's pleas, or Mr. Perrin's pleas, if that works for Ms. Nelson. So why don't you get with her? But in the end, if it needs to be Thursday, that's fine. Just know that the calendar call is now just the afternoon on Thursday. Calling a calendar doesn't take long, but then there's always people running around with poor Ms. Davis is verbally assaulted by 10 lawyers. Like, what are we gonna do with my case? And normally it takes all day for that dust to settle, and we have half a day. So you should eat before that calendar on Thursday, so you don't have that hungry look. All right?
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ruh-roh.
And welcome back from England.
Told her she looks hungry.
Okay, Mr. Abatte, are we ready to, oh, here he comes. We ready to bring Mr. Tuitt out? Okay.
All right, we're going back
Ms.
to
Fegan, you ready?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Can you check on the jurors? They haven't left?
the abandoned. Yeah, we got to go on a whole side story, you guys. We got to see all those other little things.
They're ready? You're good. You can just stand right there. You don't even need to leave the room. It's all good.
Shout
Just
out
let
to
the jurors
Dolly.
come on in first.
Dolly got over
Let's
here
get the
right
jurors,
as
please.
McBurney's court roulette ended. Good to see you, Dolly. We've been talking about you all day. Yeah, I need to set one of these up. That would be convenient. And see, like Aaron said, we call it raids, even though YouTube calls it redirects. We use the Twitch lingo. Ah, Jim, good to see you, Jim. Got the two cats. How did you make one a different color? Are there multiple? Can you, like, press and hold that one? All right, we got our jury. The jury didn't disappear. I will timestamp this in case you want to come revisit these, whatever we see as far as testimony for the afternoon. You can skip our, as we did a lot. We did like 2 hours of other stories, food talk, and also, big thank you. Moses said he'll cook for us, chat. He said if we're ever in OKC, he'll make some lasagna. Now, is there like an Kansas City versus Memphis beef over lasagna like there is barbecue sauce?
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. So, welcome back. I need to explain a little bit about some of the delays you all are encountering. You all are victims of a scheduling collision. This trial was supposed to happen last week, but for a bunch of good reasons, it could not happen last week. This week, my staff had scheduled a bunch of other calendars. And so there are litigants in criminal and civil cases coming in at these set times. And we're doing our best to try to have those happen during your break or reschedule things. But one of the calendars was at 1 today, and it took longer to get through. Normally, when there's trial, you are it. And so once you guys are ready, we bring you in until there's a break, we bring you back in. But we're having to overlay the trial with a few of the calendars that I couldn't move from this week when we needed to move this trial from last week to this week. It's not an excuse, it's an explanation. I'm sorry that we're leaving you lingering out there a little longer than expected. It's not the lawyers, it's just a scheduling situation that we've run into. With that, we're going to continue forward with the state's case, and I'll ask one of the prosecutors to call the next witness.
They call Investigator David Canup.
Straight from your raise right hand. You swear affirm that testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God.
Yes, I do.
Lawyer, I see you. Can you state, spell your name for the record?
Detective David Canup, David Canup, Atlanta Police Department.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
Yes, with the City of Atlanta Police Department Fugitive Unit. I'm also attached to the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Just past 19 years.
And you said you're currently assigned to the Fugitive Task Force?
Yes, that's correct.
The Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, that's correct.
We're going to get a video of the hotel.
I've been with the Atlanta Fugitive Unit for over 5 years, and I've been attached to the U.S. Marshals Task Force for a little over 2.
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about your role and job responsibilities of being a Fugitive Task Force unit?
Yes, so our unit is responsible for any violent felonies, murder, rape, robbery, all the violent felons that come through Atlanta cases. Once the primary detectives obtain arrest warrants for any individuals, those warrants are passed to us, and it's our responsibility to locate and apprehend those individuals.
And as it relates to your work with the United States Marshals Task Force, a similar position and job responsibility and duties?
Yes, very similar. Sometimes Atlanta cases, but we also, on that end, we work cases where crimes are committed, other cities, other states, where they've fled here, and we locate and apprehend them on this end.
How long have you also worked with the U.S. Marshals Task Force, Fugitive Task Force?
I've worked with them. We've worked kind of hand in hand the whole time I've been in Fugitive, but actually being assigned to the task force, I've been assigned to the task force for a little over 2 years.
Okay. Can you explain to the jurors how you receive or assigned or are assigned cases as it relates to different fugitives from the crimes you just described?
Yes, definitely. On the task force side, the cases that come in from out of state, if it's in the Atlanta area, it's assigned to one of the Atlanta task force officers. As far as Atlanta case, if the crime occurs in Atlanta, there's a rotation through all the fugitive investigators with the Atlanta PD fugitive unit. So those cases are rotated throughout the internal department.
And back in August of 2022, were you assigned a lead investigator as it related to a fugitive packet for Cordarra Tuitt?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors when you receive a fugitive packet, what is that, and what are your first steps?
So we get a file containing the arrest warrants, as much background information as possible, driver's license information. Sometimes there's additional contact information, maybe friends or family or significant other, different sources of information. So once we get that, we verify that the warrants are flagged on the system, that person is showing that they are wanted. and then that warrant's valid. Once we do that, we go through the file, we look at the incident report, see if there's anything from the crime. Some of them are DV related, some of them are complete strangers. So depending on the type of crime, it could maybe lead you to another avenue to look for that individual. But basically, we comb that file and see what information from that file that can lead us to the current location of that individual.
And as part of receiving the fugitive packet, do you make contact with any potential other law enforcement, either officers or jurisdictions asking or attempting to get information?
Yes, there's definitely several occasions where we're in contact with multiple agencies, especially depending on the background of the person, if they're from another jurisdiction or believed to be in another jurisdiction. We frequently contact other jurisdictions.
And at other times, you make contact with the fugitive's family or friends in order to attempt to obtain information about the location or whereabouts of any specific fugitive you're looking for.
Yes, definitely. Not necessarily every case, but yes, there are occasions where we reach out to family and friends. And
other times that you actually attempt to reach out to the fugitive themselves in order to obtain their location.
sometimes it's a very, very slim occasion. A lot of the individuals that we're looking for know that they have a warrant and are attempting to avoid apprehension. So it's very select cases where we can actually reach out directly to the wanted individual to get them to come in. A lot of times that can end up in them furthering their fleeing attempt.
Now, specifically as it relates to this case involving Cordarra Tuitt, can you explain to jurors, once you receive that packet, generally the first step that you took in attempting to identify the location of the defendant?
Yes, we go to the most current up-to-date address we have for them. We normally check that, whether it's a house, apartment, check any kind of open source data, any other sources, sources of information, whether it be a family, a friend. We check all those things and check out the most recent place. In this particular case, it was an apartment complex, and according to management, they were already in the process of getting out. We verified some information as far as names that were associated with the apartment, and then went on to the next step of seeing where they left, where they were going once they left that location.
And you attempt to ascertain different cell phone numbers and things of that nature as it relates to the fugitive.
Yeah.
Looking for, and if those numbers changed over that time.
Yeah, it could be cell phone numbers, utility bills, social media. There's all kinds of things that we look for to try to figure out their next step.
That's something you did here as it relates to this fugitive at your next steps.
Yes, it is.
And were you able to determine, or your investigation, did you see that during the time period from when you were assigned in the middle of August up until when you were able to make an arrest of the defendant changed his phone number several times?
Yes.
Okay. And through your investigation, through any leads from speaking with family members, friends, or other law enforcement officers, were you able to get a lead in September as it relates to the defendant's location?
Yes, we did get a lead on a particular area, and that's where we focused on the next step of our investigation.
Tell the jurors, where was that area that your lead led you to?
Yeah, it was the area of like Virginia Avenue, Bobby Brown, Norman Berry Drive, that whole area. So we focused our attention there during surveillance. One of our team members, I believe they observed the fugitive in the area. There's several hotels in the area. I believe he observed him walking towards a particular one. We followed up on that information, made contact with some of the hotels, reviewed surveillance footage, confirmed what we believe that the individual was at a particular hotel with a female that he was known to be with. And so then we focused our attention there and were able to identify the specific room number.
And the hotel you referred to, is that the Hyatt Place, the Atlanta Airport north location?
Yes, that's correct.
That kind of east, the East Point area?
Yeah, I believe that does fall in East Point.
All right, and can you tell the jurors on September 8th, 2022, can you describe to the jurors the first steps that you took before your initial attempts to apprehend the defendant?
So we, of course, we got assistance from other Atlanta PD personnel. We called East Point PD out to be out there with us. When we I'd already made contact with management and staff there, so we already confirmed all that information. Secured a search warrant for the room, and we serve the warrants at that particular room.
Okay, and, can you describe the first step you took as the police, then you serve the warrants and making contact with her?
Yes, we surrounded the location, as we always do. We surround and we have certain people designated for certain areas to cover routes of escape. The entry team approached the particular room. We knock, announce ourselves as police, announce that we have a warrant, and we attempt to call that individual out to us for safety reasons.
After taking the steps you just described, were you able to apprehend and arrest the defendant Cordarra Tuitt?
Yes, Mr. Tuitt did open the door, identified himself as Mr. Tuitt. He complied with lawful commands and was taken into custody.
Person that you took into custody and were assisted by the members of your team, do you see Mr. Tuitt in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Would identify him by an article of clothing at the area of the courtroom you see today?
Right over here to my right with the glasses and black shirt.
Now, once you were able to apprehend or take the defendant into custody, did you take him to APD headquarters?
Yes, he was placed into a transport vehicle and transported to APD headquarters.
Once the arrest is made, does that complete your part of the investigation as relates to the fugitive packet you received on this defendant Cordarra Tuitt?
Yes, our only focus is just the location and apprehension of the individual, so we really don't have anything to do with the actual investigation into the crime or any further investigation into the crime afterwards.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
No problem.
Ms. Fegan, questions for Investigator Canup?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You didn't have any involvement in the actual shooting incident in this case, though, as far as investigating it.
Correct. No involvement in the actual investigation.
And when you did arrest my client, he
didn't resist.
indicated he complied.
That's correct.
Thank you.
There
Any
you go.
redirect?
No.
Sure. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your time. Sorry we didn't fit you in before lunch.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Next witness.
Investigator, now Sergeant Rockella Johnson.
All right, this is the third Roxy. So I think we might get some interviews with her played. So this is going to be the lead detective. I'll wait to see how her name is spelled.
Okay, you can raise your hand. And swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Plea and now see. Can you say spell your name correct?
My name is Sergeant Rockella Johnson. That's Rackella. Johnson, Johnson.
Hey, good afternoon, Sergeant Johnson. Can you tell the jurors how you currently employed?
Yes, I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department as a sergeant
And how long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
for 12 years now.
Okay. And your current assignment is sergeant in what area or zone of the Atlanta?
I work for the aggravated assault unit. I'm assigned to the aggravated assault unit.
Okay. And does the aggravated assault unit, do they work all areas of the city?
Correct. We service all areas of the city.
Prior to your employment as a sergeant in the aggravated assault unit, can you tell the jurors where within the City of Atlanta Police Department were you assigned?
Prior to being assigned to the aggravated assault unit, I was in the field operations division as a supervisor, supervising officers who responded to 911 calls.
And during your 12 years with the City of Atlanta Police Department, were you a member of the homicide unit?
I was, yes.
Tell the jurors, how many years were you employed with the homicide unit?
I was on homicide for 14 months.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit?
The turnover rate in every Fulton trial for everyone except Hogan, Al Hogan, or was his first name Al? It just seems like really fast turnover.
About the training that you received in order to work in the homicide unit?
Yes, so I have over 2,000 hours of training hours that cover a plethora of different subjects, but specifically for homicide, you have to attend I think it's an 80-hour block of a homicide class, in addition to, search and seizure, arrest procedures, things of that nature. So I've taken a little bit of everything.
And can you explain to the member of the unit what your job responsibilities and duties are generally as a member of homicide unit? I know it sounds obvious.
No, so essentially, while I worked for the homicide unit, I was in the rotation where I responded to homicides within the confines of Fulton County, the city of Atlanta. So we're basically in a rotation. So when it was my turn to get the next case, I was number one, and then I would respond out to the scene.
And can you tell the jurors, how are you, when you're number one, how are investigators in that unit assigned as the lead investigator for any specific case that comes up or comes out of the city of Atlanta Police Department as a homicide?
How are they assigned to the cases? So essentially, we all take turns. So at the time, it was approximately, I'm going to say 17 of us. So like I was previously explaining, when it's your turn, you just go, in chronological order, 1, 2, 3, like you catch a case, say you're number one, you get the next homicide. When you get that case, you go back to the bottom of the rotation, and then so on and so forth.
And back on August 7th, 2022, were you a member of that unit?
I was.
And were you number one on the rotation?
I was.
Jurors, did you get a call to respond to the area of 1314 Donald Lee Howell Parkway here in Atlanta, Georgia?
I did, yes.
Is that location a business, an apartment, do you recall?
It is an apartment complex.
Okay, and what area of the city is that apartment complex in?
That's in the northwest quadrant of the city of Atlanta. So it's kind of it's on Donnelly Hollowell. It runs right there. It's right there off of Northside Drive, if y'all are familiar with that area. They're doing a lot of new building over there right now. It's by the MARTA station and Maddox Park, if you're familiar with those landmarks.
Near Bankhead?
It's on Bankhead, yes.
And can you tell the jurors that that apartment complex, is that here within the confines of Fulton County?
It is, yes.
And can you tell the jurors when you arrived, what were the first steps that you took when you arrived at the scene?
So as the primary lead detective, some of the first steps that I would do when arriving on scene is I would want to be debriefed by the primary officers. So all of the officers who were there on scene, who secured the scene prior to my arrival, I would want to be debriefed by them to gather whatever information that they've gathered for me, so that I can start my preliminary investigation. And then from there, they would just walk me through all the evidence that they've located thus far prior to my arrival.
And when you arrived, can you tell the jurors approximately how many other officers, whether it be first responding or other members of your unit that were on scene assisting in the initial investigation of the homicide?
How many other detectives that were there assisting me?
Yes.
From what I recall, my supervisor was there, and I wanted to say at least 3 other detectives were there with me as well, who were members of the homicide team.
Now, in the screen before you, as it relates to 6 to the 7, is this the location that you arrived to?
Correct.
Okay. And in States Exhibit 8, this is the front entrance as you enter into, I guess, the entryway of the Parkside Apartments.
Correct.
And you see the second building at the far back end, kind of in the middle of right side of States Exhibit 9.
Yes, I do.
And is that the building, that 2000 building?
Correct.
And is that the area that you responded to as it relates to the person shot and killed on August 7th, 2022?
Yes.
Now, I guess walk the jurors through the next steps that you take as you begin to investigate after getting up to speed from people who had arrived prior to your arrival.
Yes, so once I'm on scene and I've been debriefed by the officers, basically, I want to see what the next necessary investigative steps are. So that's whether that's canvassing for additional eyewitnesses, like knocking on apartment doors, seeing, you know, what any tenants or residents would have heard, any altercations or anything like that, just getting information from them, as well as being walked through, like I said, all the evidence that's already there, trying to see if we can locate new evidence that we haven't already located, as well as checking to see if the location has surveillance cameras, and then how we can immediately access those cameras.
And as part of that process, are you also attempting to identify potential witnesses who may have seen or heard anything?
That is correct.
Can you explain to the jurors in the 12 years that you've worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department, some not being in the homicide unit, can you talk to the jurors about, based on your experience, witnesses wanting to cooperate or speak with the police?
So yes, so most people, I would say 9 times out of 10, they're not willing to cooperate with law enforcement in regards to, well, working any type of, you know, crime, basically, especially a violent crime such as a homicide. So we do run into obstacles with that. However, once in a while, you do get someone who they don't mind giving their information. But a lot of the times we do run into witnesses who are willing to give us information. However, they do not want their identity to be revealed. They would like to keep themselves distanced from the investigation itself. However, they don't mind giving us the information that we need to further our investigation.
Okay. I want to show you statement that it's one.
That's a lot of confidence that the information is correct and coming from an earnest place. And you guys heard my spiel earlier about how they don't protect people that talk to them anyway, so do with that what you will, chat.
143 through 148, and who are those? Tell me if you recognize them.
You said 143 through 148?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you recognize it? What are states in this 143 through 148 photographs of?
Yes, so these are photographs of the 2000 building, essentially the parking lot entrance, the front entrance to the 2000 building, then the middle ingress, egress of the building 2000, and then the rear stairwell of the 2000 building leading down, because it's the bottom part is built into a kind of a hill. So the bottom part of the building, the 2000 building, goes down to a terrace level. And then 147 is going to be the rear entrance. And then 148 is going to be the outside of the rear entrance, which is where the gazebo is.
And the photographs, it states it was 143 through 148 fairly accurate. The two entrances you described for building 2000 back on August 7th of 2022.
They do.
Around that time, the state attendant was remarked to say if it's 143 through 148.
No objection.
They're admitted?
Now, I want to start with case 143. You see kind of where the red car is in the middle states of 143?
I do.
Behind that, is that an entrance way into building 2000?
Yes.
And if you enter through the gates,
Missing a bumper.
104. Does that entrance way, is that an entrance into or onto the first floor of building 2000?
Correct.
And do you see kind of the lights at the end of State Exhibit 144, kind of in the middle, but at the top of State Exhibit 144?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is that the other end of building 2000?
Correct. So,
Yes.
so what he's referring to is this wide area. This is the other end, the exit, the rear part of the 2000 building.
Now, if you were to continue to walk straight, in through, stay through the, 144, and we're looking at stay through 145, is this what you did into on that first floor?
Correct.
And, do you see at the right-hand side of that exhibit, the black railing, at the far bottom end?
Yes,
You were to go down that set of stairs, does that take you to the terrace level?
that is correct.
And once you get down to the bottom, in Stacy, the 146, is this the terrace level exit at the back end of the building?
Correct, it is.
If you were to go through that door, does that lead you to the gazebo area that you described in Stacy, the 148?
Correct.
And are those the main entrances on the two ends of the front of building 2000 and the back end of building 2000, their gazebo?
Correct.
Now,
What's interesting, Corky, is, I mean, this seems to be from her body worn camera when she was responding, maybe? But shouldn't they have also had that on body worn camera for the officer that said he thought he heard a rifle and then thought about getting his own rifle, but then changed his mind, said forget it?
prior to going through the steps you described in attempting to locate either witnesses, video surveillance, do you kind of walk the scene of the area with the crime scene techs and other detectives here, Detective Sendling, as it relates to physical evidence when you arrive?
We do.
And is that something that you did here?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors where within Building 2000 was the main focus of your investigation as it related to this homicide?
Yes, so the primary area that I was concerned about was where the decedent was located on the 3rd floor of the 2000 building near apartment 2305. He was directly in front of that location when we found him.
Okay, and when you found him, or was the decedent still present on the scene, in the land where he died?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors that you, through your observations, tell how many times he had been shot when you first arrived?
Yes, he had been shot 6 times.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, while you're on scene, do members of the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office investigators arrive in order to process and photograph the body?
Yes, they do.
And can you tell the jurors after that occurred, were the additional shell casings found underneath Mr. Wright or the victim?
I don't recall if one was directly underneath him, but I do know that we located 6 spent shell casings.
Okay.
Yes.
And as a part of the homicides that you work, can you tell the jurors, is it common to have different detectives within that unit assist you with things like a crime scene sketch or interviewing witnesses as you're on scene working the crime scene and following any leads that you have found or are looking for?
Yes.
Is that something you utilize in this instance?
Yes.
And did you assign or ask Detective Sendling to sketch or do the crime scene sketch as related to the scene and the victims that you described on the 3rd floor?
I did.
Through your investigation, were you able to identify the identity of the deceased black man?
I did.
Tell the jurors, who were you able to ascertain or determine the shot deceased black man was?
Mr. Quintavious Wright.
Okay, and through your investigation, can you tell the jurors, were you able to determine if he lived in the Parkside Apartments?
Yes, I was able to make a determination that he actually lived a couple of apartments over from where he was found shot. He was in front of 2305. He lived in 2308.
And you said there were 6 spent shell casings that were found.
That is correct.
tell the jurors what area of, I guess, the crime scene were they found?
Yes, so all 6 casings were directly, immediately around the decedent's body. So they were literally just between his arms, his legs, right, all next to his body.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you had arrived, I should ask this before, had the crime scene been secured?
It had.
And can you explain to the jurors what that means, kind of the importance as it relates to your investigation and identifying potential evidence?
Yes, so essentially, what we mean by securing the crime scene is, my officers who were there on scene, they would have taken crime scene tape and roped off the area in question that, all of the main evidence is located, well, any evidence, anywhere in the apartment complex, the evidence would have been located. We would have had an officer take crime scene tape and rope it off, to ensure the preservation of that evidence is, intact when we want to go and collect that, so that it hadn't been tainted or moved or anything like that.
Now, were you able to, I guess, when you arrived, were you able to speak to anybody on scene as it relates to the reason that you were investigating present at the Parkside Apartments?
Yes, I believe I spoke with several people. I know I was able to speak with his significant other, Miss James, as well as his mother. She actually lives in the adjacent building, in the 1000 building. I believe his mother lives. I believe I spoke with her on scene as well. A couple of his aunts arrived on scene shortly after finding out as well.
Sorry, I might have misheard. I just want to rehear. Okay, she did say his significant other, Miss James. I thought for a second she thought mom was Miss James.
Mother lives. I believe I spoke with her on scene as well. A couple of his aunts arrived on scene shortly after finding out as well. I spoke with all of them.
Okay.
And maybe a few neighbors.
Okay. And at that point, and I don't know what they said, did anything that you learned as it related to the conversations you had with the individuals you just described, did it lead you to any suspects as it related to your investigation?
I'm not 100% sure that I got any information on scene that would have kind of put me on the trail of who I'm looking for. However, I did locate good surveillance footage to point me in the right direction.
Okay. And kind of describe from Jerry.
We'll hear how she explains this, but this is problematic to me because they were trying to get this impression that all these people heard and knew what went down. And she started off her general testimony by saying, we get information from witnesses once we agree to speak with them privately. But now she's saying she didn't get information that led to her finding somebody, which circles us back around to Chick-fil-A guy. Remember we had this guy that used to work in law enforcement that now is working for Chick-fil-A Incorporated. And he called in a Crime Stoppers tip. And that's where they worked from to get more stuff out on TV. Jesus Maldonado was his name. And that's where people start seeing faces on the news and they're like talking about, maybe you should go talk to police, like the mom. And then mom eventually ends up coming in and IDing from the surveillance footage. We at least heard her testify today that she could recognize Tuitt in the footage, but was unsure who her son was in the footage because he was wearing a mask. So this points to the ID really came from Chick-fil-A Crime Stopper tip, former law enforcement guy.
The next steps you took in order to obtain the surveillance footage that you just described.
Yes, so like I was saying, Miss James, his significant other, she did have some ring camera footage that caught the suspects as they ran away. So I did secure that, as well as the apartment complex. They actually had a great surveillance system as well. They had multiple cameras. I was able to pull most of the angles, the ones that were functioning. I was able to secure those as well.
The ones that were functioning.
Okay. And were you able to review all of that, I guess, footage that you just described on scene that day on August 7th, 2022, within the apartment complex, whether it be the leasing office or with Ms. James?
I was able to review the most important angles. However, the additional angles, the ingress and egress cameras that would have captured people coming and going, I returned the following morning to obtain additional video footage.
Okay, and did you download yourself all the available footage as it related to either what Ms. James provided you or the access that the apartment complex provided you to their camera video surveillance footage or cameras?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, and you're reviewing of the video surveillance footage for the Parkside apartments and the different cameras, can you tell the jurors what you noticed as it related to the time that was displayed on the footage and the actual time you were able to ascertain from the 911 and CAD report, how they compared?
Yes, so essentially the DVR for Parkside Apartments, it was basically on standard time, but local time was actually daylight savings time. And most DVR systems, because we run into this all the time, they can't manually change, they don't automatically change, so they can't account for the daylight saving time. So naturally, when you would check the surveillance camera, the video footage, it would be an hour off. And so that was the situation we had here. The surveillance footage was an hour behind because local time, we were in daylight saving time.
Okay. Yep. Now, I want to show you what's already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4.
Come on, Adam.
And is it on the screen in front of you?
It is, yes.
Of course, it's not on the screen.
What? Deputy Gordon, can you do whatever you've done in the past to make those screens go on, please?
Why?
Hope it works.
Deputy Gordon is doing that because I'm cursed with the technology.
Yeah.
In the screen in front of you, is this one of the Ring videos that Ms. James was able to provide to you from her Ring doorbell?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you said after watching that video footage, were you able to identify any persons of interest or suspects as related to the homicide of Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates to the physical evidence that you found on scene, can you tell the jurors, did you locate on scene State's Exhibit 83?
Yes, that's a firearm.
Okay. And this is the firearm that's not far from where Mr. Wright laid on the third floor of the 2000 building of the Parkside Apartments.
That's correct.
And in speaking with Ms. James, were you able to determine this was a firearm she owned?
That is correct.
Okay. And after receiving that information and getting the Ring video surveillance, did you immediately go to the leasing office for the Parkside Apartments to review the camera footage that they may or may not have had?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors?
Should we call the IT folks or?
Normally, you
giant
just press
blur.
one button and it works. All right, Ms. Nelson, can you see if Mr. Dorsey or someone from IT can come down here, please? Thank you.
I don't know if they were trying to say there's a firearm in this image. I think they're trying to talk about something that's in front of her printed, but it's not helpful that nothing that they're talking about is being displayed. Oh, now, yeah, this is what they're talking about, because there's the firearm. I probably should have warned you guys yesterday, my bad, but there is the decedent, deceased on the screen.
in
So
State
if you're
Exhibit
queasy,
30. What is this?
So is nothing on either? Okay.
You see State Exhibit, are you?
I do.
and actually this is better than it looks like. I mean, I don't know if anyone moved him or not, but since this is coming from either the crime scene text pictures or her when she responded, this isn't the faraway surveillance anymore. But the only logical explanation, the probable, this is not like, what was that moment in the Karen Reed trial where, was it Burgess that was talking about potentially something could just like launch up to the moon? There's a possibility, we can't rule it out. Yeah, if we're speaking in that degree of probability, I don't think it's very likely and barely possible that any other explanation for the gun being over here. And it's already there on the surveillance. It's just grainier and harder to see. But by the time, Forte's already turned away and running, shooting happens. You see the defendant like bend down a little bit, but this object's over here. This gun already got to this position when decedent fell before anybody went and moved to this area to reach or touch over here. We don't have any indication that someone went and moved this gun. And we see it get there before without anybody moving it there. His hand is right here. I don't think this flung out from a pocket. I think this is so critically important for the defense to hammer away at when they get a chance to ask this witness with a clearer picture where everything is. And oddly enough, Abate's trying to emphasize, well, when you got to the scene, it was secured, right? You didn't do anything to move anything, did you, right? You want to say that you did your job and didn't taint the scene, I get it. But it's very, very helpful for the defense, in my opinion, here.
Old school animal pass takes the 30 round jurors. In State Exhibit 30, if you are looking at the, I guess, top of the left-hand side of the exhibit, do you see the kind of like bubble, black bubble in the ceiling?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what is that?
That's a surveillance camera.
And in your review of the surveillance camera footage within the leasing office of the Parkside Apartments, were you able to determine if that camera right there kind of in front of the steps was operational?
Yes. So essentially that camera right there, which would have been the best angle for us to use for my investigation, that camera was not functional, unfortunately.
When you say not functioning, were you able to locate any footage that was recorded from that camera kind of closest to the stairs for August 7th, 2022?
No, I wasn't able to locate any video footage on that particular camera.
As you continue to look through the different cameras, I guess the footage that you received, did it total somewhere around the number of 70, 79 cameras?
Correct.
And did the cameras that you were able to get footage from and eventually review, did it kind of capture, I guess, cameras from throughout all the different areas within the property?
Correct.
Then building 2000?
Correct.
Within kind of the parking lot area surrounding building 2000 and up to building 1000?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you continued, I guess, to locate any footage that would assist your investigation? Did you find other cameras in the same hallway that we were looking at? States is at 30 further down from the steps walking towards what we'll describe and talked about earlier as the front entrance of building 2000.
That is correct.
And while hopefully Deputy Gordon can get it working, can you describe to the jurors the camera that you located, kind of what you could see and the distance from where you were able to determine the shooting occurred?
Yes. So the camera that I was able, the next nearest adjacent camera, it was probably, and I'm estimating, 30 feet away, 30 plus feet away. And that would be the next functional camera that I was able to locate that would have captured the incident. So that's the main camera that I utilized during my investigation.
Okay. And as we're working on getting it working, can you describe for the jurors, are there the cameras in the ceiling?
Correct, they are.
Okay. And you said it's approximately roughly 30 feet from where the shooting occurred?
Correct.
And at times, as you're watching the video footage, were you able to use different zoom features on whatever player you were watching it on to attempt to see details of the shooting closer up?
Correct.
You described to the jurors when you zoom in and you use that feature, I guess what it does as it relates to specific, let's say, the people that you're looking at.
Yes. So essentially, the media player that I was able to utilize, like he was describing, it has a zoom feature, and you're able to zoom in on the incident that you're watching, and you can slow it down and go frame by frame and to see details of the incident, basically. So you get a better idea of what transpired.
Can you turn the video on your computer on? Because it's showing that your video is not on, which means nothing should be going to those two screens.
Mine is definitely on.
Because on Zoom, it's just this, is your computer Adam Abbate in, or are you using Ms. Jones Connor's computer?
I'm using mine, but on Zoom, I unshared the Zoom.
But this is your screen right now. If I can't even put you on the screen because you're not sending video out of your machine. There you go.
I just unplugged it.
You unplugged what?
The video.
Okay. Because there's no video feed coming out of your computer.
Well, I'm looking at that. Detective Johnson, when you zoom in, can you describe to the jurors, obviously you see more details, but can you describe to the jurors how does it distort, I guess, objects or people as it relates to what you're looking at?
In this particular video footage, it didn't distort any of the images. Sometimes if the video is not of a good quality, when you zoom in, it can kind of get pixelated, but that wasn't the case in this situation. You actually were able to see what transpired. So
did he want a different answer?
Kind of ascertain a better idea of what happened.
Okay. And when you zoomed in, did it improve?
He wanted a different answer.
I guess the quality of the images, was it, I guess, really clear 4K footage, or did it, was it grainy as you zoomed further in?
Yeah, so it's definitely not 4K. However, it wasn't super pixelated where you just couldn't tell at all what's happening.
So we've asked for IT to come. I don't know if that'll help.
There we go.
But was it 4K though? Like, come on.
Hi. Hey, Mr. Dorsey.
I like your
your
outfit.
pupil is struggling.
Yeah, this is another. Add this to the okay list.
Well,
What was that? That was
yes,
like
stay
28
for a
minutes.
few seconds so that when he breaks it again, you're here. Yeah.
He wanted the footage to look like this. This is what he wanted.
Three minutes, maybe just wait around. Let him do it on his own.
When you.
Then you can go. I'll get you out that way.
Is this one of the first videos that you received and reviewed from Ms. James?
Correct, it is.
And what did you do, I guess, with the images you were able to see and ascertain as it relates to the individual who was dressed in the white shirt and the other individual who had the kind of army fatigue shirt and pants, shorts?
So I basically took still shots of the ring camera footage as well as my from the surveillance footage from the apartment, and then I sent that over to the media.
Okay. And once you did that, you sent it over to the media. What was done with the still shots that you were able to take immediately from the ring camera that Ms. James provided?
After I sent it to the media?
Yes.
I was able, and then so with the media, I got Crime Stopper tips and
From
on
Mr. Chick-fil-A.
helping me to identify the people of interest, and then I
Detective
took those
Jesus
photos and
Maldonado.
I took them to people who
Notice how she's saying Crime Stoppers tip as if it's just some random person and not a former colleague that brought in the tip.
intimately know these individuals and had them help me confirm their identification.
Okay.
Basically.
And as it relates to the individual in white that we saw at when the video started, can you tell the jurors, were you able to determine the identification of that male?
Yes, that was Mr. Laquinton Forte.
Can you play another video or are you done? I mean, we are making Mr. Dorsey wait to see if you could get another one to go. Thanks. I mean, have it be relevant to the case.
From State Exhibit 4, 6105, that ring video.
So that's not going to the rest of us.
I hadn't Zoom shared it yet. I just wanted to you wanted me to make sure.
I would like you to share one where we can all see it while these guys are still here. So if it doesn't work, they'll be able to show you what buttons to press. Please.
Show him what buttons to press. What?
Is that another video that you were able to get from Ms. James?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're good.
All right. Thank you both for coming down here.
So in a second, Ms. Jones Connor's is gonna put up Stacy.
Stay in the same time zone.
Yeah.
Thanks.
84. Or 85. And is that an example of one of the still shots that you?
And if you're tuning in and this is your first day watching this case, this is not the defendant. This was his friend at the time that was with him. He testified yesterday. He was transported over on a material witness warrant, so he testified in an orange jumpsuit and handcuffs. And basically, you know, he maintained, you know, he said that he told police it was self-defense. That was consistent. All in the beginning, he looked at this as self-defense. He didn't actually see the gun in the deceased's hands, in Smoke's hands, but did say that Smoke provoked the altercation. And then towards the end of his direct testimony, he mentioned that he felt the defendant, CT, his friend, his former friend, went over and intimidated his mother, like didn't want his mother or him to say anything to the police. And that's a good fact for the state because they could use that to show consciousness of guilt and, scary person intimidating witnesses. So judge him accordingly. But this is, if you're new, this is not the defendant. This is his friend that was with him on the day of the shooting.
Released through the media in an attempt to identify Mr. Laquinton Forte.
That is correct.
Okay, and so from State Exhibit 5, were you able to look at kind of a compilation video as it relates to Mr. Wright's, travel and movement through the Parkside Apartments?
I have.
Okay, and is it just different videos from different angles of the video surveillance that you reviewed, kind of combined for ease of access?
That's correct.
Okay, is that what we're looking at here on the screen from State Exhibit 5, where it says video surveillance compilation?
Correct.
And this first compilation is it about 13 minutes long?
That is correct.
Now, do you see it around 12:24:48? Do you see the female that just walked out of the apartment at the far end of the hallway?
Yes,
Is that the same person that you spoke to that day, Miss James?
that is.
Okay.
Smoke's girlfriend.
While we're watching what's on the screen, you see where it says, we talked, it says 12:24 when Miss James is walking away. Now on the screen, it's 12:25. Is this an example of what you meant as it relates? It's an hour behind, and it's really 1:25.
Correct. The timestamp is actually 1:25.
Let's go on and play. For time purposes, I'm gonna skip it forward to 12:28 as it relates to the timestamp in this video compilation. So I'll start at 12:27:51. Can you tell the jurors when you see?
So for anyone listening, he skipped it ahead about 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Anyone enter into the screen based on your investigation, who you're able to determine that was?
Yes, that's the decedent.
Okay.
Well, like 1 minute
Is
and a
that the
half.
decedent leaving his apartment 2308?
That is correct.
So within about 2 minutes time frame. Where, look at his hand. Are you itchy or are you holding something? So within 2 minutes of, and he's going the opposite direction of Rockella James, his girlfriend goes the other way. He's already up out the door heading the other way with his hands down his pants.
And the angle that we're looking at, as Mr.
Bro.
Wright walks down the hallway,
Come
far
the
end
F
of the
on.
exhibit, can you tell the jurors that end, if we back it up, was that leading towards, I guess, the front entrance of, if you were to walk all the way down past the elevator, but that leads you towards the front side of the building?
That is correct.
And he is not holding his
And
pants.
the
His
angle
hand
that
is
we're
in
looking at
his
here,
pants.
that switches, is this angle, the victim continuing to walk down the hallway towards the back side of the building that you described, kind of near where the gazebo was on that area.
That's correct.
And I want to stop it 4 minutes and 4 seconds into the video. Do you see, as the victim walked going towards the stairs, another individual came out of the apartment to the left?
Yes, that's the defendant.
Okay. And in your review of the video, as the victim walked out, did he go towards that apartment?
No.
Is
Did it
that a
appear that
pink
he
gun
even
in your
looked over
pants? Are
towards
you
that
just
apartment
happy to see
to get
me? It's
anybody's attention?
crazy.
No.
Did it appear that as the victim walked past the apartment kind of near 2303, that the defendant then immediately came out of his doorway area or his apartment?
Yes, essentially.
And I think that the state wants us to think that he's holding like a bag of weed and a scale in his pants or something right now. I really think that's what the state wants us to believe, and that there's just the pink gun just magically appears, but it was never fired, so obviously it's fine. They're going down the stairs a little, one step down, it looks like. And remember, this whole time there's like an officer parked over here. Like out of view, but over in this direction because he's writing a report on car break-ins. That's how I see it, Brienne. It wasn't fired because CT's was fired first. That's how I see it.
Well, the area that they're walking down, is that the stairs that we talked about as relates to the back entrance of building 2000?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm gonna stop it for a second. Do you recall when we were speaking a few seconds ago, that when Mr. Wright was walking down the hallway and the defendant kind of met him in front of, as he approached the stairs, we were about 4 minutes and 4 seconds into the video?
Yes.
And at this point, can you see either Mr. Wright or the defendant on the video?
No.
So it's playing and there is some time passing. And I think from the other angle, this might be when they're hanging out down the stairs and it's just out of view here. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if a timestamp could be squeezed up in this little behind where her image is, but I feel like the timestamps usually expand, they take up more screen than just this little hidden area would allow. So,
And as we kind of sat here, watching the video, at any point yet, have you seen, Mr. Wright or Mr. Tuitt, come back up the stairs?
I have not.
Okay.
but we have testimony that this was a fight already, that they were arguing, having heated words. Testimony from Forte, the friend.
And as we are watching the video, I'm going to stop for a second. At 7 minutes and 56 seconds into this clip, do you see Mr. Forte coming up the stairs?
That's correct.
Bag on the door. This is where he puts the bag on the door, maybe?
And the apartment that he just entered based on your investigation and being at the scene, is that the apartment that belonged to, or that Mr. Tuitt, the defendant, was living in?
That's correct.
That's apartment 2303?
It is apartment 2303.
Now, where do we see Mr. Forte going in this part of the video?
It's basically just Mr. Forte just going back down the stairs towards the terrace level.
I see something in his hand. She didn't observe that though. Do you guys see it? It looks like this is where he's carrying whatever in his right hand.
Now, where do we see Mr. Forte going in this part of the video?
It's basically just Mr. Forte just going back down the stairs towards the terrace level.
Now, I want to stop it at 8 minutes and let's say 9 minutes, 8 minutes and 59 seconds. Do you see Mr. Wright coming up the same stairs that he came down?
Yes.
And is he coming up with anybody else or is he alone?
He's alone.
Okay. And if he went down there, 4 minutes and 4 seconds into the video clip, like we saw when the defendant and Mr. Wright kind of intercepted each other, we're at 9 minutes now. Is that roughly he was down with the defendant, Mr. Forte, and whoever else for roughly a little over 5 minutes?
That's correct.
I thought it was 7 to 9. I thought it was 7 minutes in, and now he's saying we're at 9 in.
Now, do you see, as we stop at 9 minutes and 16 seconds, the kind of freeze frame, the victim, Mr. Wright?
That is correct.
Do you see in front of his pants kind of a pink object?
Yes. And
Okay.
a couple of
And-
angles you see.
And that pink object, is that consistent with the gun that you found on the scene back on August 7th of 2022 when you arrived?
Yes, the firearm belonging to Miss James.
Okay, and this is roughly a little after 12:30, so 12:33 that afternoon, according to the video surveillance footage, but really 1:33 p.m.
That is correct.
And on the screen in front of you, is this the other angle that's towards the front entrance of Building 2000?
Correct.
Good call,
Detective,
Brian.
if you hit the stay muted button, that will disappear. You're welcome to look at either screen, but that should make that screen easier for you if you don't want to twist.
Thank you. Your
And
Honor.
You're welcome.
Can you tell the jurors, as you're looking on the screen and we've stopped it 9 minutes and 43 seconds into the actual clip, what time is it on the, I guess, the timestamp and in real time?
Yes, so the timestamp says 12:33 and 36 seconds. However, the actual local time would have been 1:33 and 36 seconds.
So at 1:33 PM, is that the Mr. Wright going back into his apartment, 2308?
That is correct.
And while we're watching the video, based on your investigation, your receiving of the CAD report, did 911 get called roughly around a little after 1:56, 1:58 that afternoon?
That's correct. The CAT report stated it was 13 hours and 58 minutes, which is 1:58 yes, sorry.
And here, where the timestamp's 12:34 on the video, but really 1:34 in the afternoon. Do you see Mr. Wright after he exited his apartment for the second time at the elevator landing area of the third floor?
Yes,
And from your review of the video, does he use the elevator and go down several floors?
he does.
And can you tell the jurors which floor does he exit the building as he goes down the elevator?
I believe it was 2. Whatever the floor is that takes him directly out to the parking lot.
And do you see in the screen before you where 11 minutes, 28 seconds into?
It's the terrace level.
Okay.
I don't get why we're jumping videos like this where some of it has the stamps and some doesn't.
And the next angle that we're looking at on the screen at 12:35 or 1:35 PM is that Mr. Wright exiting that terrace level.
Correct.
And is this another camera angle of Mr. Wright exiting from that terrace level, but from above?
Correct.
And what area, based on your investigation, is that kind of led out to?
To the rear.
Okay, and do you see the in the middle of the screen, kind of looks like a
It's her car.
greenhouse type looking thing, but I would call it, I think it's the mailbox.
Yes,
You see in
the
middle?
gazebo where they keep the mail boxes. Yes. I'm gonna call it gazebo because I don't know what else to call
What time is it that Wright calls Raquel? Yeah, Raquel James. And is like, I love you.
it.
Not a greenhouse, though.
And at 12:44:05 in the 1000A side parking lot camera, do you see the victim traveling around the not greenhouse but gazebo?
Yes.
Okay, and as he's traveling, can you tell the jurors, is he walking towards that front entrance of building 2000?
He is.
I want to stop the video here.
He wants to stop the video here.
I want to show you. And on this,
Aaron, I think the only records custodian is the 911 the CAD report. But maybe we just didn't hear about somebody else yet.
camera angle that's labeled D26 on State's Exhibit 5. Is this an angle that you're looking out towards the parking lot from that front entrance, that first floor entrance of building 2000?
Yes.
And for the record, I'm gonna fast forward to 7 minutes and 5 seconds into this video clip. And at the 7 minute mark of D26 camera angle, do you see the victim as he rounds the corner, as we just saw kind of from the bird's eye view from the 1000A side parking lot area?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the window of the gray vehicle kind of roll down and an exchange, or what appears to be an exchange between Mr. Wright and the young lady in the back?
Yes, I do.
And through your investigation, were you able to determine that that car belonged to Miss Raquel James?
Correct.
Odd body language to stay like not turned to talk back.
Picking back up at 12 minutes and 50 seconds into the compilation footage, you see again, Mr. Wright kind of turned the corner going towards the entrance of building 2000.
Yes.
And as we look at this angle at 13 minutes and 5 seconds into this clip, can you describe for the jurors where in building 2000 are we after Mr. Wright has entered into that first front gate on the first floor?
This should be the terrace level. I can't tell.
So if you come in we talked earlier, the first, you come in the front entrance, you enter onto the first floor. Is that what you said earlier?
Yes.
And you see at the very end of the cliff before you.
Oh, the stairs, yes.
And if that leads you, as you continue down through the hallway to the back end of the building where you can go up to level 2.
Correct.
Where you can go down to the terrace level.
Yes, sorry.
And can you tell the jurors, as Mr. Wright travels down the hallway of the first floor towards the back end of building 2000, what time is it?
It is now 12:46 p.m. The timestamp, but actual local time is 1:46 p.m.
And if I guess the initial interaction between the defendant and Mr. Wright occurred approximately 12:28, if you're looking at the timestamp, would you say it's been about 20 minutes?
Yes.
And as this clip comes to an end, did you see that Mr. Wright, he traveled up to the second floor or up the staircase?
Correct.
Now, I want to show you real fast.
Real fast. Let's see.
I want to go back to this D26 camera angle.
Can you share with us?
Yes.
Thanks.
Now, it's around 7 minutes and 13 seconds again in the clip for the D26 for the front entrance of building 2000. As Mr. right turns in a second. Do you see the same pink object in his pants?
Yes, you see the handle of what we believe to be the handgun.
Same location you saw it earlier at roughly 12:33.
Correct.
Hadn't moved.
Had not moved.
Now, as you talked earlier that you were able to get a footage from an angle on that third floor that was pointed towards 2303 in the staircase.
Correct.
All right. I want to show you.
Yeah, so he had the pink handgun, but what they're trying to do is get around. He didn't just go get it in the moment and come running back down the hallway to whip it out. But to me, that doesn't change the circumstance. To me, the critical moment is he's reaching for the gun. He has it hidden away behind all of a sudden. We have testimony that the gun is repositioned to his back side, and he reaches and he's moving the gun to the front in the moments right before the shooting takes place, 5 seconds apart. So I think Abate's trying to say, well, he didn't bring the gun just to have an altercation. He's always carrying it on him. And then we're in the same predicament where you have somebody on trial charged with being in possession, even though he's a felon and not supposed to have a gun on him. But the same applies to the decedent. Seemingly. I don't think the jury has direct information that the decedent wasn't supposed to carry. But it seems like a strong inference they can make. Because we weren't really allowed to get a direct statement, but we heard he was incarcerated.
In this angle, are we looking at a close-up or a zoomed-in view of that back staircase we've been talking about that's closest to apartment 2303?
Correct, we are.
And the angle that we're looking at here, does this pick up where we left off on the compilation where Mr. Wright had walked down past through the first floor and up the stairs as it relates to the back end of the building near the gazebo?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this the zoom that makes it more clear? It's the floating heads arguing.
And here, as you're watching this, the first part of this angle on the third floor,
No
do you see
timestamps.
two individuals?
Yes.
And at this time, before anyone has moved up, are you able to make out or determine who they are, not being able to see their kind of clothing or any identifying characteristics?
At this moment, no, you're not able to ID who those individuals are.
And in all the footage that you watched, did any of the camera angles have sound?
No.
And as you continue to watch the footage in this clip, the male, if you're looking at the screen to the left, closest to the railing, were you able?
This is so critical for me, is this little half second. Watch, they're both higher up now, but watch who moves up the step first. And then who follows with their chin out, following up a step to stay in the other person's face.
And as you continue to watch the footage in this clip, the the male, if you're looking at the screen, to the left, closest to the railing, were you able to, as we see now and as the footage continues, determine he had an actual shirt on?
Correct, an army fatigue shirt.
Is that the defendant?
That is the
So, and this is crazy what they're doing to the neck here. So you have CT over here. CT moves up the step first. CT moves up the step first. And I don't know, I'm reading body language. Look at this. It looks crazy because his neck is pixelated to look so little over here. Both are down. CT steps up, backing away. His apartment's over here. And then we see the elevation of right. And we have testimony from Forte that, yeah, they were both mad, but it was right that provoked this. That started the argument.
correct, an army fatigue shirt.
Is that the defendant?
That is the defendant.
And the individual that he is in front of, were you able to determine that's the victim, Mr. Wright?
Yes, correct.
That he's in front of.
And as you've been watching the video, when you reviewed it back in August of 2022, as
two random
we're
people.
At this point in the video, did you see either Mr. Wright or Mr. Tuitt strike each other?
No,
Do anything, any form of physical contact, or have they just remained talking?
no, just talking.
And on the screen before you, in this clip, about 2 minutes and 48 seconds into this clip, do you see Mr. Forte enter the screen?
Yes, that's Mr. Forte that's standing at the top of the stairs.
This is how quick it goes down, chat. Forte's turned around. Look at how quick this goes.
And as we're watching the footage, as Mr. Wright and the defendant come up the stairs, was the defendant always in front of Mr. Wright as they traveled up the stairs?
Yes,
What is he doing with his pocket, too? Court cough.
And as you watch the footage, can you describe for the jurors from watching both individuals as they talk, what you're seeing?
yes, so essentially, this is the defendant and the deceased, and from what appears to me to be, an angry debate.
Is it the defendant or is it the victim who's making a lot of hand movements, who a few seconds ago was pointing towards the chest of Mr. Wright?
It would be, the defendant is using more of his hands versus, the decedent, Mr. Wright.
From watching the video, the clip that we're looking at now, and clips that we've watched further or earlier, was Mr. Forte also armed?
Yes. Yes, he was.
Now, were you able ever to determine, did you see the defendant as he went back after Mr. Wright is shot? Did you see him go and reach and take something from Mr. Wright's person?
Let me run this back, because remember, there's supposed to be 6 shots fired. No ballistics matching the pink gun. This is where we see the arm reach.
From watching the video, the clip that we're looking at now, clips.
Ugh, that's horrible to hear.
We've watched for.
Just watch it slower. It's jumping.
Was Mr. Forte also armed?
Oh, did I not go back far enough?
Yes. Yes, he was.
Why does it jump like that right there? The video that they're playing.
Yes.
That's not me jumping it. Look at this.
Yes.
Look at where his arm is. Let me see if I can pause it.
Yes.
No, look at his hand. No. There he is pulling his gun out. Forte. Does he does he successfully take something? Because it's this hand that reaches down, but it's all white. It's all like blurred out. All right, I'll put it normal speed. We don't have to listen to Robot Abatte.
And then as he went back after Mr. Wright is shot, did you see him go and reach to take something from Mr. Wright's person?
Yes.
Were you ever able to determine what he took?
I was not.
Yeah, was it another gun? I don't
And
know.
as the crime scene was processed and as the body had been processed by the medical examiner's office, were the victim's pockets emptied and things of that nature?
Yes.
And did the victim have marijuana as well as cash on his person?
He had cash and yes, marijuana as well.
He still had it on his person?
Now, as this clip ends, were you able to track where the defendant and Mr. Forte traveled after the shooting occurred?
I did.
And at any point as you watched the video,
Oh, that's
did you
horrible.
see the victim at all make any physical contact or aggressive movements with his hands towards the defendant?
I did not.
And can you tell the jurors, obviously you see kind of in the back, kind of diagonal ahead of where Mr. Wright lay shot, was that the gun?
Yes, this is the firearm right here. It is the right head.
And prior to Mr. Wright being shot, had you seen that gun at all?
Only in his waistband.
And based on your activity to see the body, where Mr. Wright kept his firearm in the front of his pants, was he shot in that very area?
Yes, he was.
And now we have the cone. We have the VLC player cone.
And in this first clip, angle D56, can you tell the jurors what we're looking at here?
A cone.
We're looking at a cone. Is it?
I love McBurney. Yeah, so he apparently fired, and this is the thing, right? Is 6 shots excessive? Apparently he fired 6 shots there. Someone else earlier in the chat mentioned maybe CT's weapon had a switch. And it seems like we're only going to get information that the shells recovered were consistent with a list of firearms that could fire this 9mm type of round, but it's not like they have a particular match. They didn't recover the firearm or firearms that shot. The state's theory is it was one gun fired by CT, the defendant, 6 times at the defendant. We heard that they removed 1 bullet from the decedent. And that all happened really quick, and not for nothing, but you see he's sitting up. And it looks like he loses control after that. He can't do much. And it is tough to watch. It's not a fun thing to watch. But it just makes me think. 6 shots, it sounds excessive. The jury could think that that's excessive. The state will probably argue. We've seen them argue in opening that that was excessive. But that's how quickly it happened. To the point where it's a bit difficult to reconcile 6 shots firing at that time. And maybe we can infer that he fired that rapidly. Maybe it was a switch. I don't know. They don't have the weapon to examine the weapon that was used. But still, he sits up after. It kind of makes me wonder, is that excessive? If it happens that quickly? Or is it just an issue you weren't supposed to have a gun in the first place? I don't really see where, because he's near his door and he's trying to go back to his door, and the decedent is following him up the stairs, and that happened that quickly. And honestly, it seemed like it happened when Forte was trying to go towards the apartment building and get away from where they were standing and arguing. All of a sudden, we see the motion to the waistband, and then CT reacts and fires. That's my take on how this is going down. I don't see how CT reasonably could have gotten away at that moment in time. And Nicole argued in openings he had no other choice. Sure, his door's right there. You think he could have made it to his door, turned around, opened the doorknob, and closed it and been in there safely? Because you can still get shot even if you're behind a door. In that time frame? Because to me, it sure looks like, I'm without a doubt, I'm convinced that Smoke was pulling out his gun, his pink gun, her pink gun that he used. So, and yeah, I would think CT got rid of the weapon. I think Aaron said earlier in the chat, perhaps what he was reaching for when he bent down, maybe he dropped his own gun. Maybe CT dropped his own gun, and that's what he was picking up. So, a lot here, and we're looking at a cone. Which is killing me.
You've been on a pretty good roll.
Yeah, they know where you live to come back. Hey, Renette. Yeah, so they end up having 6 casings. Interesting, Stimpy.
Should be on all screens again. Is this the angle that's the camera points towards where? All right, the video should now be on all screens. Is this approximately 1:53 on the video surveillance that's pointed towards, I guess, the elevator?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see, you saw on the other angle, the defendant and Mr. Forte run in that direction? Does this pick up where they ran from?
Yes.
Is that what we're seeing here at approximately 1:53 and 36 seconds?
That's correct.
Roughly 4 to 5 minutes prior to the 911 call being made?
Correct.
And were you able to observe them at the elevator landing area as they ran towards the elevator?
Yes.
Oh. He
And,
did
do
that.
you see the firearm in Mr. Tuitt's left arm?
You do. Correct.
And
It does kind of blend in. I feel like that could have been what he picked
can you tell the
up.
jurors that door?
So let's look at that, because this is a little clearer, but you see how it still kind of looks like it could, the way he's holding it looks like his finger could just be elongated if you just look at it quick and blurry in your peripheral. And I could see how if that's what he turned to pick up when he was going towards Wright's body, when he bent down, I can see that, Aaron. That's why we couldn't see a big object in his hand. It kind of blends in if it was blurry and pixelated.
Can you tell the jurors that door that the defendant and Mr. Forte just went through, is that another set of stairs?
Yes, it is another stairwell.
And is that what we're looking at here, where it says floor 3 and then stair 2, or where we see the defendant and Mr. Forte just exit?
Yes.
Okay. And in this clip, is this Mr. Tuitt and Mr. Forte traveling downstairs, down to the second level and then down to the first?
That's correct.
Is that what we see next from the camera angle D5? In a second.
Kel's just out here observing the gate, the running gate, how he runs.
And while we're watching, do you see the sign that has the 1 in the middle of it next to the door?
Yes.
Is that, when you open that door, does that lead you to the first floor near the elevator landing on the first floor?
Yes.
And if you take a right out of that door, does that take you to what we've called as the entrance gate that would lead you into the parking lot from building 2000?
Correct.
That cough sounds crazy.
And as we watch at about 1:15 into this clip from the camera D5, you see the defendant and Mr. Forte go through that door and go right.
That's correct.
And the angle that's camera D26 is this the angle we've already watched, where it is the front entrance pointing out towards the parking lot from building 2000 and across to building 1000.
Correct.
And is this the angle that you see the defendant, Mr. Forte, run from the first floor, exiting building 2000?
Yes.
I'm going to fast forward this clip. And as at 1:42 into the clip, at 1:54:50, do you see Miss James's window that has come down?
Yes.
And at 1:54:55, do you see the defendant, Mr. Forte, coming out of building 2000 and crossing the parking lot towards building 1000?
Yes.
All right. And as you look through footage, were you able to get any cameras that captured the outdoor area of that side parking lot into building 1000?
Yes, there were several other cameras that I was able to capture.
And is this what we've described as the bird's eye view, where the defendant and Mr. Forte are crossing the parking lot towards building 1000?
Correct.
And this angle D52 is this, bless you, excuse me, a closer camera to the entrance of building 1000, where you see the defendant traveling up the Pine Straw Hill.
Correct.
Okay. And where, as you watch on the camera, where does the area that they just went to at the top right-hand side of the screen?
You said, where is that?
Where, yeah, where does that go?
Well, there's an abandoned lot across the street. And it goes just right into a residential neighborhood.
Is that what we're looking at here, D48, as they travel in the middle of the screen down past the outer area of building 1000?
Correct.
And the road that's adjacent to, I guess on the far left-hand side of the screen, it's adjacent to the parking lot, and as you move forward, building 1000. What road runs parallel there?
I believe that's Pierce Street.
And does that take you to Donnelly Hollowell?
It does.
And this next angle, camera 79, is this this angle that we just saw, the defendant and Mr. Forte in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Is that the side of, I guess, the outdoors of building 1000?
Yes.
Lastly. And D14, this camera angle labeled 1000A sidewalk. The street that we're looking at, is that Pierce Road that you've described?
Correct.
And if you were to continue down Pierce Road and where the defendant's crossing, does that take you to Donnelly Hollowell?
That's correct.
Now, Detective Johnson, after you were able to view the camera footage that we just described, what were kind of your next steps as you move forward in identifying the person in the army fatigue?
Yes, so like I stated earlier, I just took still shots from that surveillance footage and I submitted it to the media for assistance with identifying these individuals. And then you just kind of wait and hope and pray that you get some information from the public with aiding you with identifying these people.
Okay, and through your investigation, you said you were able to identify Mr. Forte. After you did that, did you go to his home?
Yes.
And were you able to speak with his mother, Mrs. Forte?
Yes.
And speaking with her, did you show her the still shots, photographs of what was her son, as well as the person dressed in the army fatigue?
Correct, I did.
And was she able to identify the individuals in the photographs that you showed? One being the white shirt, I believe it's the Alexander McQueen boots.
Correct. She identified that as her son, Laquinton Forte.
And was she able to identify the individual in the army fatigue?
Yes.
And that person to be?
Mr. Tuitt.
And did she describe to you knowing and how she was able to make that identification of Mr. Tuitt?
She said that she had known him for three to 4 years previous to this incident, so she was very familiar with him.
Okay. And after speaking with Mrs. Forte, can you describe her pictures and the next steps in your investigation?
Yes, so then I did the same thing. I took a photograph of Mr. Tuitt and I went to his aunt and I had a conversation with his aunt and
And don't tell me what she said. Based on your conversation with the defendant's aunt, did that conversation kind of further
Thank you,
the steps
Paulette.
you've taken in your investigation?
corrected it.
And I agree.
After speaking with his aunt, and when you went to speak with her, did you have the same photographs?
I had the same photographs.
Okay, and what did you do next as it related to your investigation after speaking with Miss Brenda Tuitt?
After I spoke with Ms. Brenda Tuitt, I attempted to try to contact the defendant, Mr. Tuitt. However, no one had any working numbers for him. And then I believe I swore out the arrest warrants.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
And prior to swearing out the arrest warrants, you talked earlier about receiving crimes stopper tips. Remember talking earlier about that?
Correct.
Do you remember?
Get
receiving
ahead of
a
it.
tip, from an individual who identified the person in the media blast that you had done initially as the defendant, Cordarra Tuitt?
Correct.
Remember in that tip that was provided, that person described himself as being a former Dunwoody police detective.
Correct.
And you said after you walked through the steps of the investigation, you just talked about you took out warrants for the defendant.
Yes.
Tell the jurors the warrants that you swore out or took out as it relates to this defendant?
So I know I did murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
And prior to taking those arrest warrants out, you talked
The DA expanded.
initially about the fact you spoke with Ms. Forte. Did you also have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Forte, Laquinton Forte, her son, over the phone as it relates to what occurred on August 7th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
After speaking with Ms. Forte and Mrs. Forte and reviewing the surveillance footage and the other steps that you described today when you took the warrants,
Yes, I did.
after the jury on taking the warrants, what do you do with, I guess, the warrant packet that you get after taking it?
So basically, after the detective secures the arrest warrants, you have to compile what we call a fugitive package. So basically, that signifies to the chain of command that we have now secured warrants on this case. The case may not necessarily be technically classified as being closed because there may be other investigative things that need to be done. But however, now
And it's Fulton
that
County.
fugitive-
Do we ever
fugitive
close
package
anything?
goes to our fugitive task force, and it's assigned to a detective on that task force, and they are now tasked with locating the person who's wanted with the arrest warrants.
And after you provided that packet to the City of Atlanta Fugitive Task Force Unit, can you tell the jurors at moving forward at any point where you contacted that the defendant had been arrested after that packet had been provided?
Yes, I believe it was like a month and a half later or something like that.
And after Mr. Tuitt was arrested, did you have the opportunity to speak with him at APD headquarters on September 8th of 2022?
I did, yes.
And the day that you spoke with him is that same day that he had been apprehended or arrested by members of the Fugitive Task Force?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jurors when you arrived at APD headquarters, where was the defendant within headquarters down the street?
Yes, so when I arrived at headquarters, Mr. Tuitt had been secured inside of one of our holding cells at headquarters, where we essentially will go in and we'll interview people who we've picked up.
And was your interaction when you arrived that day on September 8th with the defendant, was it audio and video recorded as it related to your interactions with the defendant?
Let's go.
Mr.
Let's
Tuitt?
play it.
Yes.
Let's play it.
I want to show you.
I want you to show us too. Not the cone again.
State Exhibit 159. Can you tell the jurors, do you recognize the USB drive contained within State Exhibit 149?
Yes.
And
149.
149. When you were, and did you have an opportunity to review the contents of what's on the USB drive in State Exhibit 149?
I have.
And can you tell the jurors, what is it?
So essentially, this is the interview that I conducted with Mr. Tuitt following Fugitive picking him up from wherever they picked him up from, and it's our conversation.
Aaron.
Your review of State Exhibit 149, was it a fair and accurate depiction of the actual interview that was recorded on September 8th of 2022 between yourself and the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as State Exhibit 149 into evidence.
Any objection to states 149?
No.
It is admitted, consistent with the order that I've entered in the docket about this exchange.
Did he put a
Now,
Jackson Deno in there?
Detective Johnson, prior to interviewing the defendant,
Miranda?
can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took as it related to?
Adam was going in this lengthy dissertation to get this interview. You did interviews, blah, 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 20 questions later. And until the judge just prompted it, forgot to establish to the jury that the defendant was properly Mirandized for the course of this interview. And during the final pretrial hearing, Abatte was asked, do you plan to play this? And he was like, we're not sure yet. I don't think he was unsure.
Attempting to speak with the defendant, Mr. Tuitt. Did you read him his Miranda rights?
Correct. I did.
Can you describe to the jurors what those are and why that's important that they're read and they're read verbatim?
Yes, so essentially, prior to interviewing anyone, that is in custody, you always want to ensure that we read them their Miranda, and that they understand, that they do have rights, and that we are not, forcing them to speak with us. It's just simply, it kind of helps us, for either further the investigation, or it may shed light on, new information in the investigation to help us make a determination of, whether or not, we're headed in the correct direction with our case.
And did you read those Miranda warnings to the defendant as you just described verbatim as it related to his rights?
Yes.
And as you were reading them or after you read each right, did you confirm that the defendant understood what you were reading?
Yes.
And at any point, did he ask clarity or ask you to stop as you read the rights in completion?
No.
And at the end of your reading of the Miranda rights, can you tell the jurors, the defendant, did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
Okay.
Donna, would this be a good time for us to take an afternoon break?
We're getting close to it. I was going to do it maybe after the end of direct, but let's see, how much more do you have, Mr. Abatte?
Not much more past the interview, Your Honor.
Okay.
But how long is the interview?
Pardon me?
I'm going to publish the interview and then I don't have very many questions.
And it's 10 minutes? I'm trying to remember how long it was.
I think it's roughly 10 to 12 minutes.
Okay. Would you prefer to take a break now, Ms. Fegan? Okay. We good? 10, 15 more minutes, then we'll break, I promise, before we do cross-exam. All right.
Short little interview. This is so unusual for Fulton County. They need to add some hours to this.
Right, you got a grown man, like, so their birthdays are pretty close though, is they apart, man, that's dope.
Sake of time is the beginning of the interview, you asking kind of biographical questions of the defendant, where he's from, if he has children, how old he is, things of that nature.
Correct.
Okay, and is that all prior to your reading of his Miranda rights, determining whether he wants to speak with you?
That's correct.
You got a first time, yeah, that's good. I came from the general tip or whatever it's fine, but I decided I was not completed, whatever. But that's cool. I mean, but you know why we're here, right? Okay, so, we do have rights. So if you would like to talk, I have to read your rights. Charges. You are in charge. Your charges, right now, it's murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm, and commission and possession of a firearm. Why do you charge? I mean, well, we can get into that, but you got rights, so I'm gonna read you your mind, right? Okay, and you tell me what you're gonna do. All right. Okay. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say, we use in court as evidence against you. You are entitled to have a lawyer now and have him present now or at any time of questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you without cost. He may be present at all times during your questioning. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand these rights? Do you wish to still talk to me? No, it's not. Okay. So Sunday, August 7th. That was the day they finished, right? Trying to get with Parkside Department, right? So walk me through what happened. Okay, first, they charged my girl with it. She she has a job, she has some old stuff she had to deal with.
Is she tired of her?
She.
Well, from my understanding, I know I just had a probation one, so I was just running from probation because probation officer called me like 2 days later after the situation happened at the workplace. And from my understanding that I was going for questioning, so I'm trying to see now I'm in charge with it. Yeah, they just wanted something to question.
Okay, so I put it to you like this, this has nothing to do with probation. So basically, street started saying that CT, you go back CT? Yeah. It was like, oh, CT, he got his hands in this, he got something to do with it. Okay, so you go back smoke.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, potatoes, that's the street and smoke, like that. Like, basically, the streets is like, CT, he got something to do with killing potatoes. So, you know, we started digging, right? And mind you, we got these cameras all over that apartment complex, so, I mean, we got you on camera, you know, you understand what I'm saying? But I don't know what's happening, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's video, but I don't know the context of our conversation. You understand what I'm saying? Only you can provide that.
So, this what I do remember. I was getting ready to walk out my door. I did hear shots, and when I stepped out, it's my homeboy was like grabbed his bag, he left the bag, working on the kitchen island. So when I walked out, I looked to my left, I seen to do potatoes and that whole guy. And when I looked at the CAD, I already. So I see the camera right here, exactly on the right in front, where they were landing, and they begin to run by. So I took out running towards the, they say, I grabbed the bag, I grabbed his bag off the kitchen. I stepped out, and I grabbed my leg, I stepped back and grabbed his bag off the kitchen, and I took out down the towards the elevator. And instead of going to the elevator, it's a stairway right there. Stairway. I'm saying, I was scared of that. I heard shots, flew back in front of me, down in front of the door, like, something like that. And the police is already in the park. So, like, what's going on? I seen. So, I look like, so I look out, I see over, out, into the park lot. And it's a Atlanta police officer, bang, and I break it in my face. I ain't do shit. You know what I'm saying? So I came out the right here. I heard shots flying up. I stood out right. You know what I'm saying? I grabbed his bag, kitchen out.
So, after you ran, you just.
I ran all the way down, like, towards across the street. And I just, I kept going, on that street, to make sure.
You see, right across the street?
Yeah, it's still like,
What's across the street?
it's nothing like, it's just like a house, it's like that.
Okay. So, then back to the next street.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, where'd you go out with that? Okay, a couple like Uber or something?
You know, I just like, see somebody around, and was like, trying to kill me, get me out of there.
Okay, so you just said somebody turned to you, just so.
Yeah, that's what I saw, but then I was like, I was panicking inside, so I was like, but you know, Moses is trying to do that, just let everybody in the car, just, you know, so you can tell something, it's like,
like, what made you like call it that statement of somebody trying to kill you?
I just told them that just so they me get in, like, you know, we test my hair, just somebody just trying to roll, somebody just trying to get me, people trying to help me, you know what I'm saying? So I was just like,
Okay, so, you know, like, this don't get out, this might be going down, so I'm trying to, like, get into it, so, you know, I need you to keep it 100, I'm keeping it 100, right? I'm telling you what it is. I'm glad you got it on camera. So tell me what, like,
this, I'm telling you, like, this is that, but so I heard shit like that, so I was towards the right. So I looked over, man, the count right there, that's what I'm saying, like, if y'all saying that, that's what I'm saying, I don't know what it's called. The count was right there, exactly right there. You know, so it's a big count just like that, and it's still like right in front of it's how much there, you know, he's right in front of the top really. You know what I'm saying? Just the count right there, then maybe and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm only sure police in the parking lot still doing bad, I see it.
I mean, so you quit your job, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so who is that? Yeah.
In our street.
Yeah, street. Okay, so, where street is from?
You understand, it's from me, side.
So you're not from my side.
Nah.
So you in street, y'all in the parkland, where you jump?
I just woke up, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was laying in the apartment, but I got in probably like 6:37 in the morning.
Okay, so you stay here, that's your apartment?
Yeah, I know.
What's your apartment? You and, Terry?
Yeah.
Okay.
But she wasn't there, she stayed in my area for a house, not before.
Okay, so you and Street, do Terry got another name she go by? So you and Street, you said you're out gambling, right? Okay, so let's start here, and then walk me up to what y'all got back, so y'all, you and Street, y'all, yeah, what y'all playing slots, or y'all to the casino?
I'm playing slots, like, yeah, store back here, actually.
Which one are back here?
Take it back.
The pick and pay right there on down Hollywood, like, is that James Jackson? Right in, okay, by the chickens? Okay, so y'all here, y'all gambling, y'all play slots, whatever. How long you got there doing? Okay, y'all was there for a while, okay. You win anything?
Yeah.
Okay, what you win, like, $50, you made back basically what you probably spent. Okay, so then y'all leave the trip back, and you should be, y'all go home. Okay, alright, so y'all take it back to the house, in Parkside, right? Y'all driving? Y'all getting a ride? Which y'all do, y'all Uber? Which
Yeah, stores come that I was.
Okay.
Caption said unicorn, not Uber.
Okay, alright, so somebody local store be in the street. To park me, right? Alright, so I get back, and then, which y'all street, then that's the
I have to go to speed. I get on bed, you know, speed. Wake up.
What's my number?
I heard what that was. I said, not 7:30.
Okay. It's about 7:30, I got it. Alright, so y'all are asleep, right? And then I was at that station.
I was asleep for a while, I was like. So I say sleep. So I went back to sleep. And I woke up, I heard all the like it should be like, so it was like, those were right on the door.
So you said, other things, but you smoke. And you went back to school. Yeah, what time did you wake up again?
Around that time, everybody had, so it's their around school there. Like, right, we had that.
So you said you woke up, Will Street, when you woke up.
He's not really out the door, I guess he's smoking, you know. Cause he used to like to smoke cigarettes. I was smoking cigarettes. And I don't smoke cigarettes in the house, so I just smoke weed.
So Street is already in the home? That's happening.
So I believe when I came out, he was already out. I came out, he was already out.
How many shots you got? Right, you dress?
Well, it's like,
Well, which you have?
yeah. Beige shirt. Brown fit. And some slacks. And some black stuff. Yeah. They got this, and every time, some slacks.
Yes, which size? I know what you're talking about, you're talking about the like rubber Gucci slides. Look at this one, you got tennis, you got tennis. Is that what you're talking about? What color was your slide? They green, all the rest is it? Okay. What about so street, how long have you known this?
Well, we met on the east side. Phil building on the way.
So you got, yeah, okay, so y'all have really, it's really kind of different, y'all getting close now.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and on the east side, like, describe streets.
I'll sit there, I don't know what you look like.
I mean, but, you know, like I said, I want you to. So I just to make sure we talk about the same person, you know how many people walked in that hallway?
Yes.
That's all.
Susan.
You 6'1", you pretty tall, so you and Street are the same height, you taller than you. Oh, you shorter than you. Tall. So shorter than you, so what you think?
Friday.
Said 5'8", 5'10". Is that you? Well, he got lots. Remember what street now?
Super loud buzz.
I'm quite sure. Yeah.
Alright, so that's what we're talking about. Alright, so heard the shots, 3-4 shot, boom, 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 right? To the street. By the time you get out in the hallway, street out there, you smoke, right?
Like, I I said, yes, he went out before to smoke, but I didn't see him smoking. I didn't come out, he like, grab a bag,
Where was the bag in?
on the kitchen.
Okay,
It's like the kitchen's right by the front door.
okay, so street tell you, hey, grab a bag. Okay, and then what happened?
I grabbed a bag and I took it over.
Which street? Where did y'all stay together or what happened?
Like, I don't know how to play. I was, so I just.
Okay, and what happened on the street? I don't know what street went. Okay, have you talked to him at all? You ain't talked to him since the day, since the day?
I didn't see long.
Shit, no, he ain't like that. Trying to figure it out. You ain't talked to him. You ain't seen him. You ain't talked to him. The street just got the hell on, you ain't even talked to him. But that's supposed to be your uncle,
So I was just I'm trying to see like.
so let's walk you through this though, so if I can understand it, like,
I'm saying, help me walk me through this, like, why I'm being charged with this shit, like, because of what the streets saying. Motherfuckers say anything, and like, okay, they know it happened. Okay, it's people know it happened by my door, so it's people want to keep stressing my name wrong, and then Instagram, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at it, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at this shit every day, like,
Am I the only one that's getting confused with, because it seems like he said the streets, plural, saying, like, the streets are talking. But then we also have street as a nickname. And it's getting confusing to pay attention to what they're saying when they say the word street. But maybe it's just me.
they saying, I mean, ATL, school, PR, those kids, I'm like, man, I'm following all these pages, so I'm looking to see if I really want for this shit. I'm good at it. It's not popped up in a
okay, so you said, oh, you on social media, they reposted your picture?
His sister, yeah.
Smoke sister?
Yeah.
Who's his sister?
Somebody said her name was Tay's sister _ Marshall.
Tay's sister.
T-A-Y, yeah.
T-A-Y, okay. I just for R-O?
Yeah.
Tay is also smoke.
And she got my picture like on the first, my picture is like the first picture on my baby, so. I'm reading, she like, yeah, CT killed my brother, he's known for killing people, like, so that shit is really like, making me like, making my man, I posting some shit like that, like just false accusations and shit like that, like, why are you posting me?
What's your ID page?
Hey, Biff.
Over _ students.
Like, how do you spell it too much?
C-O-O, and C-O-H.
Yeah, murders. Well, so what about street then? Nobody posting street?
Yeah, she posted both of us.
She posted both of them?
Yeah.
What about where is your sister?
That's it, yeah.
What about street? What's his IG?
Now they're talking about the actual person nicknamed Street.
You ever follow your girl on Instagram?
It's started off with confusion.
Like, what's in the confusion?
Watch her posted it.
You started a bunch of drama in the house. Shit going on. What, dudes like her shit or what?
No, she just be like, females on my shit, like, comments, shit like that.
Check out. How long have you been here?
On and off, out of here.
Just close out. You're in the kitchen. Just close out. Where are we? What's that?
Yeah. Her sister. Yeah, that. I think, see her.
Okay. Yeah, We're back to what was on. Alright, so like I was saying, this is what I was saying, they're getting in charge. What about with serious things? So listen. It's on camera, okay? It's on camera. But what I'm trying to understand is, what's the conversation? Like, what is he saying? You know what I'm saying? What are you saying to him? Like, to the players, I think they were saying to each other, if you're watching the camera, then it's there on camera. But I didn't even say that instead. That's what I'm saying, like. I mean, but like, what did he said, like, you know, what he said was, telling me, and trying to turn it around. And so what he said, so when they talk, I came up out the word that I already got full on, so. But like, why not just stay in the apartment and. Yeah. That's why I shoot my fucking board. Like, I mean, but when we have shit, nobody's gonna do land on the ground. So I gotta get the floor off. Like, it's too close to my house. I'm out of here. But you see how it makes you look. I mean, I was gonna say my name on camera. That I see, I'm seeing myself running for a point. So I don't see how it would be look. I'm saying how the streets letting look as people. Because they want justice for this situation or whatever. But y'all just can't put my name in the shit right here. I mean, what y'all not putting there. No, I'm not saying. You know what I'm saying? Or just tell me. So I'm talking about they didn't want to have shit I got to do with the other sharp shit like. I got a question to what we were talking about. You see what I'm saying? No, but what I'm saying though. So what's happening down there? Yeah, I don't have it all the time. That's what I'm saying. I mean, shit, I mean, like I said, this is, I'm just trying to keep it 100, you know what I'm saying? I'm hoping he's trying to provide me content. You know what I'm saying? For whatever the conversation was, or whatever he's saying to you, or whatever, you know, whatever it was, blase. You know what I'm saying? Like, this your only opportunity.
Say blase.
That's just the shit. Yeah, that's what happened. I respect it, I respect that. I appreciate you taking time to talk. All right, I'm gonna see to get you up out of here, all right? So I said, okay, girl, all that. But I appreciate it.
Alrighty. I don't know. I guess, we're hearing why he, left the scene. He didn't want to come forward.
Now, Detective Johnson, during that interview, were there multiple occasions when you were upfront and told the defendant that he was on camera?
Yes.
And despite the several times that you told him that, did he continue to tell you that he didn't know what happened, he just heard shots and then left the scene?
Correct.
During that interview, Detective Johnson, did he confirm that his nickname was CT?
Correct.
Did he confirm that Mr. Forte's nickname was Street?
Correct.
Did he also, during that interview, indicate that he knew that the victim's nickname was Skunk?
Correct.
And while you continued to speak with him, did you ask him what he was wearing?
Correct, I did.
And did he describe or confirm to you what he was wearing?
Yes.
For efficiency time or time purposes, did he confirm that he was wearing what we've seen previously in state exhibits 99, 98, the Army tee and the Gucci flash?
Correct.
And was he able to provide for you the same thing that Mr. Forte has seen in the screenshots that you have released with the white shirt and the Alexander McQueen boots?
Correct.
And the person that you interviewed that day, final series of questions, you see that person sitting in the courtroom here today.
Yes, I do.
Brad, article clothing is on in the area in which the courtroom he is seated.
Yes, that is Mr. Tuitt over there to my right. He's wearing appears to be a black turtleneck with some looks like they have prescription glasses.
Thank you all. Give me a question.
Ms. Fegan, do you have cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll break, just in case you didn't. We could say, all right, you can go. Ladies and gentlemen, we take a little late in the day, our afternoon break. Thank you for your patience. This is a natural break point. I'll have Deputy Gordon check on you all in 5 or 6 minutes. If you need a little more time, take it. We're only going to be able to go till 5-ish. Hopefully we get through this witness. We'll see what the estimate is. And then we'll pick up tomorrow. I'm going to hear from the lawyers if they feel like they're still on schedule. I'll let you know that when you come back. Don't talk about the case during the break. No outside research. Enjoy your time.
Yeah, the purpose of that is to show that he didn't say it was self-defense. He threatened me, because the detective is asking him at whatever point, what was he saying to you? I want to know what the conversation was. Just tell me, was he like blase blase? Whereas the state's going to argue if one was acting in self-defense, they'd be forthcoming and let the police know that that's all they were doing. They wouldn't run and hide. They wouldn't deny it even after being told that it's all on camera.
For my charger.
Your what?
My charger.
Okay. Is that what took so long last time?
No, I was listening to the interview.
Okay, so you'll be back quickly. Go into your car. All right, anything else from the defense?
No.
Anything from the state?
And okay, or safe to release the 2 witnesses we had present to come back tomorrow.
I don't know, how long do you think your cross is?
Probably around 30 minutes.
Do you have who are the 2 witnesses who are still around?
The medical examiner and then the firearms examiner.
The firearms examination wouldn't take too long. Do you mind taking it in that order? If we let Dr. Abatte go, but keep that other person around just in case? Let's do that, just in case. Thanks.
All right, so I saw they were talking. I just wanted to see if they said anything related to the court, but we can time travel and get to cross-examination. So she's back here. The witness is back here. Got the charger. I want to see the transcript, because remember we heard earlier that they had only given over a transcript of that interview that we just looked at. That's why Nicole had to listen to it earlier today. All right, are we going to catch all the way up?
Tuitt out have
Perfect timing. We catch up and
back
they
on
start
the
again.
record. We have Mr. Tuitt out here with his lawyer and our prosecutors. Our sergeant is back on the stand. Mr. Abatte, anything before we bring the jury out? No? Ms. Fegan, you ready?
Yes.
All right, we're ready for the jury.
All rise for the jury. Usually President Canup.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Mr. Abatte, you can let that other witness go as well, if you haven't already. You're welcome. All right, everyone can be seated. Jurors, we are in the midst of Sergeant Johnson's testimony. It's time for cross-examination. When Ms. Fegan is done, we'll see if there is any redirect, recross, and we'll see if you have any questions, and that'll wrap it up for the day. Ms. Fegan?
Jury questions, I
Thank you,
forgot.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
So in this case, you were able to recover surveillance, correct?
Correct.
Could you talk into the mic?
Correct.
Okay. You were able to, you have some physical evidence that you gathered from the scene, right?
Correct.
You have a ring camera, correct?
Yes.
An interview, right?
Yes.
And with the surveillance is beneficial because you were able to identify suspects in this case, right?
Yes.
Did, when you identified suspects, you then first, you were able to speak with Mr. Forte's mother, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Forte was, at that time, she told you that CT had, explained to her that a firearm was in the possession of the other person and that he was clutching a firearm, correct?
That's correct.
Then you, and kind of a common issue for Miss Forte and her son is that they wanted to make sure that Mr. Forte wasn't going to get in any trouble because he didn't have anything to do with it, right?
Which is common.
Now, when you spoke to Mr. Forte, he was physically there, so he didn't get a story from CT. He was there, right?
Correct.
And he told you that the gentleman had approached aggressively, correct?
I'd have to reference my narrative, but
well, you also recorded this, correct?
it is recorded.
And in the recording, first you're speaking with his mother, right?
Correct.
And then mother is calling multiple people trying to find her son, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you got him on the phone, right?
Yes.
And when he got on the phone, he told you that the gentleman that the deceased, that he had a firearm, that it was initially in his pocket and he had moved it to the waistband.
All right,
I'm
stop.
The line of questioning is, it's hearsay and it's improper impeachment.
Okay, because
Let's run
tell me
that
the
back.
improper part.
Let's run it back and then he'll argue. What are we?
Recorded this, correct?
It is recorded.
And in the recording, first you're speaking with his mother, right?
Correct.
And then mother is calling multiple people trying to find her son, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you got him on the phone, right?
Yes.
And when he got on the phone, he told you that the gentleman that the deceased, that he had a firearm, that it was initially in his pocket and he had moved it to the waistband.
All right,
I'm
stop.
The line of questioning is, it's hearsay and it's improper impeachment.
Okay, because tell me the improper part.
Tell us why it's improper.
When Mr. Forte was on direct and cross, you provided answers that were consistent with,
It's not impeachment, it's
Consistent.
repeating what he said. Okay, so again, Ms. Fegan, if you want to ask the detective about things, your clients, well, you can't do that either. So I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to move on.
Thank you, Honor.
You're welcome.
Now, I'm not asking what he said. When you spoke to him, though, he gave you a couple stories, correct? About just about the firearm.
So that's basically what he said. If he gave you stories, unless he handed you a story like this, then he was saying things and then that would be hearsay.
Okay, understood. When
Writing can be
spoke
hearsay.
with Mr. Forte, you
What?
you didn't actually physically see him at that time, but you already had the surveillance, correct?
That is correct.
And so when you had the surveillance, in the surveillance, there was one camera that was inoperable that probably would have captured this situation a little better, right?
That's correct.
But the camera that you did have was down the hall. Now, you said 30 feet. Would you say it's larger than this courtroom?
It was an estimation, but yes.
It was larger than this courtroom as far as how far away the camera was to the actual end of the stairway.
Possibly it was three years ago. So, I mean, I'm just estimating.
And even though we have this large picture, the action is only in the middle of the top, right?
That's correct.
And then we can zoom in, but it becomes a little pixelated, correct?
Is it clear? No, it's not 1,000% clear, but it's not definitively like pixelated that you can't make out what transpired.
Right, like you understand that Mr. Tuitt shot this gentleman, right?
Correct.
Okay, now past that though, initially, there was 2 encounters this gentleman had with my client, correct?
One for sure, when he walked out of the apartment and they met each other in the hallway.
So when they met in the hallway, then they're in the stairs area for over 5 minutes, correct?
She doesn't know. All of that out of order and weird swapping back and forth. The detective doesn't know that there were 2 encounters.
Right.
And in that stair area, you have video
And that's
cameras
Abbate's
all
fault.
over this apartment complex. They never left that stairway, correct?
When you're referencing they never left the stairwell, who are you referring to exactly?
I'm talking about the very first encounter prior to the shooting, okay? When you called him Smoke too, right? That's what you called him in the interview?
I called him by his biological name, and then I asked Mr. Tuitt to confirm if his street name is Smoke.
When he first comes out of the apartment, he takes a right, correct?
Are you referring to the defendant or?
Smoke.
Okay, the decedent. Okay, so at what point are you referring to?
The very beginning of the 13-minute video that we just watched.
I mean, I don't want to say he went right and then I'd have to look at the video, but he went to the front of the complex, yes.
Well, when he first came out, he goes right, and that's where he has the first interaction with my client, right?
I mean, we could pull up the video.
Oh!
It's your video. Okay. Do you want me to? Okay.
Witness is becoming spicy pepper soup.
Now, did you actually make this compilation video?
I did not make the compilation.
Yes, let the jury know it's a compilation. Very good. All right, so this one has timestamps.
So that we can make this time efficient, do you know at what time he comes out of the door?
I don't.
Do you have it in any notes that you've prepared or anything in preparation for trial?
I don't have any notes with me right now.
She's so slick with it. Nicole is slick. You've been on the stand for like 3 hours now. And you don't know the basic order of operations for 15, 20 minutes of footage when it's a self-defense case and you should be looking at who is aggressor to who.
Okay. So he
Who
came out of his
interacted with
room in his apartment, he went to the right, correct?
Correct.
Okay, when he comes to the right at the end of the hallway, that's where Mr. Tuitt lived, correct?
Correct.
And then they go down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And you never see them again on any other video until they come back up the stairs, right?
Yes.
Now, when they come back, when he leaves to go down the stairs, there's no firearm in his waistband at that point, correct?
No.
I'll watch. Oh.
No. Screenshot. Now, when he first came out of that apartment, there was no firearm in his waistband, correct?
Correct?
And he has his hand in his pants, right?
Yes.
During your investigation, you determined that he had a firearm on him at all times?
I wouldn't
Low
use
battery.
the term all times.
Okay, so at what point did he not have a firearm?
Where you're showing it right now, where he doesn't have a firearm. on
You
him.
don't want to say
So
it.
do you know if there's one in his pockets or did he leave it in the apartment?
I don't know.
Okay, so at some point he retrieves a firearm, right?
At some point.
Okay, now after this moment on camera, he meets Mr. Tuitt at the door. They go to the stairs and then he returns with a cigarette in his mouth and a firearm now in his waistband. Do you remember that?
I do remember him being at the elevator with the cigarette and the firearm in his waistband.
So at the end of this hallway, that's actually where the stairwell is, correct?
Yes. The
And
stairwell where
that-
they argued at, yes.
And when he came back from after meeting with my client at the stairwell, now he has a cigarette in his mouth that's not lit, correct?
Yes, he has a cigarette.
And he has a gun in his waistband now, right?
Yes.
When he went down that stairwell, that gun wasn't there though, correct?
And if you're not watching, no timestamps are visible on the still from what we're looking at right now.
Correct.
So at some point, he retrieved a firearm that you couldn't see and made it be seen, right?
Yes.
Then we do a 13-minute compilation video, but ultimately we get to another 5-minute, what did you call it? You didn't call it an argument. You said a heated debate?
I said a heated debate.
Okay, so this is 5 minutes after he's already been with my client down on the stairs. And in that entire time frame, he was not shot, correct?
That's correct.
And
Good
then he walks
question.
around the whole apartment building and then he returns back underneath to the stairs, right?
Yes.
Because he didn't go back to the stairs the way he came in, correct?
Yes.
He had gone through underneath and come back up the stairs, right?
Yes.
And we don't know whether or not he knew my client would still be there, right? Because it was about 20 minutes later, correct?
Yes.
But 20 minutes later, when he came back, he still had his gun in his waistband. We said 702 in the other name, right?
Yes.
Yes.
When he came back, at that point, we never get another close shot to him like this, right?
I'm confused on what point we're discussing. Can you go to that point in the video?
Now I'm going to the shooting. Once he gets upstairs to the shooting, we never get a close shot of him again, right? Like we never get to see him up close like this shot is.
No, once he comes up the stairs, no.
And so when he goes to the stairs and while he's there at the stairs, we don't know where the firearm was. We don't know if he had moved it or not, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, he could have, right? But we don't have any surveillance of that portion.
That's correct. We don't have that footage.
Now, that argument is another 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
I don't want to say it is 5 minutes. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, why don't you know? Why don't you know?
If
You're
you
the
said
lead
it's 5 minutes,
detective.
it's 5 minutes.
Beautiful. Beautiful. She's doing that to give an attitude to the defense attorney, and I like what Nicole's doing. I think she's great on cross-examination so far. This is my first trial watching her in a trial, not like pre-trial or a plea hearing. I think her cross-examinations are a delight. But you have this witness conceding, well, if that's what you're going to say, I'm just going to adopt it. Have a backbone. You're the lead detective. You interrogate people. Your information is used to help the district attorney decide what charges to move forward with, if they're going to add any charges, if they're going to decide not to prosecute. Have a backbone. But here you are, And we watched her do it. She didn't say she was doing it, but we watched her do it the entire time Abatte was doing direct examination. And now because she wants to get snippy and not want to answer Nicole Fegan, who happens to be the defense attorney for the person she's interviewing and thinks is guilty, now it's, if that's what you say it is, that's not good for anybody to say, that you'll just concede when you're being poked and prodded because you don't care about actually getting to the facts at hand. But okay, what else is new? Violet says, I can't hear you. Oh, we see the one head going up higher again.
So I'll let it play while we continue our questioning since we're getting close to 5. So in this entire argument, while they're on the stairs, Smoke still doesn't get shot, correct?
That's correct.
When they get to the top of the stairs, Smoke isn't immediately shot, correct?
That's correct.
Now, we see Smoke from his left-hand side, right? When he's standing facing my client.
Yes, that's correct.
And the handle to his firearm, if you recall, and I can switch videos if you need to, but the handle to his firearm pointed to the right. Do you recall that?
I don't. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. First, let's confirm that this was a 5-minute long argument, that he wasn't shot. Now, when officers got there, I want to confirm a couple things. One is Exhibit 75. He still had his marijuana, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 32. There's walls on both sides of that breezeway, correct?
Yes, there's walls.
There's no area for either gentleman to back out of what we see at the light at the end of this hall.
No way to retreat.
Can you clarify what you mean by back out?
So there's no, like, both of them had a back to a wall, ultimately. Meaning there wasn't a hallway running perpendicular, right?
They couldn't step back any further in that moment.
They're on just a parallel hallway.
The things inside of his pockets, when he fell, items were located around his body, right?
That's correct.
In the video, you don't see his phone in his hand, correct?
That's correct.
You don't see his money in his hand, correct?
Correct.
You don't see the scale in his hand, correct?
You do not, correct.
And the gun, is your testimony that you never see the gun in his hand either?
I did not recall seeing a firearm in his hand.
You don't recall or you didn't? Why is that a moment for I don't recall answer? You were already asked to watch this and testify to it, and you testified that no, you didn't. And now you're saying you don't recall seeing it, but you already testified conclusively. Not that you didn't remember if you saw something. You testified to what you're seeing as it was being played for you on direct. Now it's I don't recall.
The phone, the marijuana, the money, the scale, all of those items fell right by his body, correct?
Yes.
Only the gun was thrown feet away, right?
Yes.
Beautiful. Why aren't all the other objects on the floor?
His money, State's Exhibit 76, this was untouched, correct?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 77, is this you guys counting how much money he had on him?
That is correct.
State's Exhibit 78 and 79 are the firearm that was thrown feet from his body, right?
Correct.
Did you ever look into your investigation as to whether or not he was clutching his gun and it dropped as he was shot?
No.
Okay, but miraculously, everything else he had on him dropped right where he was.
He just flat out said no. Wow. She actually just said it clean and plain. And we know that they didn't test the gunshot residue because GBI stopped testing for gunshot residue when there was a victim identified.
Look into your investigation as to whether or not he was clutching his gun and it dropped as he was shot.
No.
Okay, but miraculously, everything else he had on him dropped right where he was.
Yes.
Wow.
State's Exhibit 80 is the crime scene sketch. Correct?
Yes.
And in the crime scene sketch, except for items 6 and 7 being a shell casing and the firearm, all the other items were located right next to his body, right?
Right.
Now, you would agree that the items that I just showed you don't indicate that my client pulled a firearm first, right?
It sounds like speculation to me.
Oh,
That's fine.
it's your job.
I'm going to take that as an objection, not from the witness, but from Mr. Abatte. You're free to argue come argument time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness?
And does State's Exhibit 80 indicate in your investigation that my client pulled a firearm first?
I'm gonna object. It's the same question, just worded a little differently.
Well, I think this witness can say yes, no, it doesn't indicate anything like that. So, and then explain your answer. So 80 is the crime scene sketch? Okay.
Could I examine the crime scene sketch, please?
Yeah, I'd like to see it on the screen.
Thank you.
This is crazy. Fulton County crazy. Yeah, that could be possible kills, and then like he moves, so then he runs. Yeah, that's what I would think. And I don't think there's anything wrong with checking to make
Okay,
sure
now could you
no gun is
reword
in
your
hand
question
anymore.
for me? What was your question?
You don't have to reword it, you just need to repeat it.
The
however you want to do
question
that.
was that in your investigation, did State's Exhibit 80, did State's Exhibit 80 in your investigation determine that my client pulled a firearm first?
I can't make that determination from this.
State's Exhibit 32, during your investigation, in State's Exhibit 32, did this indicate to you that my client pulled a firearm first?
I can't make that determination.
State's Exhibit 78 and 79, in your investigation, did either of these pieces of evidence indicate to you that my client pulled a firearm first?
You can't make a determination from that.
Just say can't make a determination, can't make a determination, can't make a determination.
State's
This
Exhibit
is
76
beautiful.
and 77, did either of these pieces of evidence indicate to you during your investigation whether or not my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
No.
State's Exhibit 54, similar to 32, is it the same answer?
It's the same answer. No.
State's Exhibit 75, or the gunshot residue kit, State's Exhibit 142. Do either of these pieces of evidence in your investigation determine that my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
The CAD report, State's Exhibit 2. In your investigation, did this piece of evidence determine to you that my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
States 89, 90, 88,
When she's
91.
done any of
Did any
this.
of these pieces of evidence indicate to you in your investigation that my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
She just Oprah'd with the exhibits. She just, look at her in her little corner on the Zoom screen. Do any of these. Do any of these. Do any of these. Nope. This has been like 2 minutes straight of, can you make a determination that my client was the aggressor, that my client pulled a firearm out first? In other words, taking away the elements necessary for self-defense.
89, 90, 88, 91. Did any of these pieces of evidence indicate to you in your investigation that my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
Abatte just pinching his ear in the back.
State's Exhibit 7 is just a picture of the map.
Oh.
State's Exhibit 8, 9, 10, and 11. Do any of these pieces of evidence indicate in your investigation that my client pulled a firearm first?
No, ma'am.
403, I only have so many hands.
In the videos, you can see that Smoke carried his firearm visibly.
Now
right?
it's playing.
Yes.
But in any video of my client prior to the shooting, you don't see a firearm visible on my client, correct?
Prior to the shooting, no.
In State's Exhibits 99, 100, 98, in your investigation, did any of these pieces of evidence indicate to you that my client pulled a firearm first?
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibits 12, 13, 14, 15.
Still going.
16, 17, and 18, pictures of walls and stairs. Did any of this evidence in your investigation determine that my client pulled a firearm first?
No, ma'am.
19, State's Exhibit 20, State's Exhibit 21, State's Exhibit 22, State's Exhibit 23, 24, 25, 26. Did any of this evidence indicate to you that my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
States 27, 28, 29, 31, 33, any of these pictures, 150 pieces of evidence. Did any piece of evidence indicate in your investigation that my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
But you do agree that 20 minutes prior to the shooting, there was a 5-minute time frame on that stairwell, correct? The first time.
Yes.
At that time, when he first walked to the stairwell, there's no visible firearm, correct?
Correct.
When he leaves, he has a cigarette and a firearm visible at that point, right?
Correct.
He leaves for 20 minutes, walks around the apartment complex. Did you even see what he was doing when he was walking around?
I don't recall
Okay. But you don't remember during your investigation in this case?
what he was doing when he was walking around. No.
And then he walks back through, goes underneath and up the stairs, right?
Correct.
Firearm still visible, right?
Correct.
Engages in another 5-minute conversation, heated debate on the stairs, right?
Correct.
And ultimately, you would agree that when the gentleman fell, his gun went to the far left, right?
It did. The gun did land to the far left.
And everything else below it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr.
Just sit
Abatte, any
down.
redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Detective Johnson, I will start with the last line of questioning that Ms. Fegan asked you. Would you agree that the gun did not come out of or didn't leave the victim's person until he had been shot multiple times?
Correct.
What difference does that make?
And,
That helps to it. So, are you serious? Chat. Am I in my own bubble? Maybe you guys are in the bubble with me. Maybe I should find outsiders. How does this question help suggest that Tuitt was not acting in self-defense? Oh, the gun didn't leave his person until the defendant shot him, right? Ha ha ha. That sounds exactly what the purpose of self-defense is for.
the victim's person, line of questions? Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Detective Johnson, we'll start with the last line of questioning that Ms. Fegan asked you. Would you agree that the gun did not come out of or didn't leave the victim's person until he had been shot multiple times?
Correct.
You're right. Her face.
The
Nicole's
gun
face, guys.
Did not come out of or didn't leave the victim's person until he had been shot multiple times?
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel showed you the photographs and the pieces of evidence that had been admitted.
Crazy.
Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Does the photograph, the blood, things of that nature, is that all evidence that Mr. Wright was shot?
Yes.
All evidence that he bled after he was shot?
100%.
And the evidence that she showed you, is that evidence that Mr. Wright was shot and killed?
Yes.
And at any point during the investigation, was there any evidence that you found that showed that Mr. Tuitt had been shot at all?
No.
Based on your knowledge of the firearms evidence, is there any evidence that the victim ever fired a gun?
No.
That's a good thing for
And
the
the
ones
evidence
that did not die.
Miss Fegan asked you about pictures of the crime scene, the shell casings that were photographed. Is all
Oh, McBurney. McBurney's confused. Hello. What a question for a body to ask. Yeah, I don't know if he understands use of force. Yeah, Stimpy, that's supposed to be the takeaway. It's not self-defense if you don't have holes in you too. And it's muted. It's not me that's muting it. They're trying to figure it out, it looks like. Aaron says that's also how I react. That question was crazy. Let's run back Abbate's question. I still can't believe it. Why would you get up there and ask that?
House below it.
would you last? Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Detective Johnson, we'll start with the last line of questioning that Ms. Fegan asked you. Would you agree that the gun did not come out of or didn't leave the victim's person until he had been shot multiple times?
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel showed you the photographs and the pieces of evidence that had been admitted. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Does the photograph, the blood, things of that nature, is that all evidence that Mr. Wright was shot?
Yes.
All evidence that he bled after he was shot?
100%.
And the evidence that she showed you, is that evidence that Mr. Wright was shot and killed?
Yes.
And at any point during the investigation, was there any evidence that you found that showed that Mr. Tuitt had been shot at all?
No.
Based on your knowledge of the firearms evidence, is there any evidence that the victim ever fired a gun?
No.
All right, and then I think it switches to McBurney, so
That Mr.
they get the sound back on. But we're still looking at McBurney.
Mr. Tuitt got close enough to the cameras that were functional and working after he shot and killed Mr. Wright,
Correct.
as he fled from the scene of the shooting.
Correct.
And based on the questions you asked on direct and then cross-examination questions, do you remember the interview that we played during your direct examination?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is what Mr. Tuitt told you, that he never came out of his apartment, never interacted with Mr. Wright? Is that consistent with what we see on the video?
It is not.
Is that a lie?
Yes.
And the fact that Mr. Tuitt lied to you during the interview, is that consistent with him shooting, killing, Mr. Wright, for no reason.
Objection to the following question.
Yes.
So don't answer yet. What is your objection to the form of the question? Question was it consistent with dot, 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 dot? Which part did you not, were you objecting to?
Well, I think it's the state testifying.
Okay, you want to try again?
Yeah.
All right.
The lie that Mr. Jewett told you, based on your review of the video, is that consistent with Mr. Jewett pulling a firearm first and firing it on Mr. Wright?
Yes.
And, during the time that you see on the video, as Mr. Jewett believes, that he has a firearm, right?
Correct.
Any point, during that interview or during your investigation, did he provide you, the firearm he used that day?
He did not.
Did he tell you where it was during that interview?
He did not.
Did he even acknowledge during that interview that he had a gun?
He did not.
Did he acknowledge during that interview that, Mr. Forte had a gun?
He did not.
Did he acknowledge during that interview, that he went back to, get, streets or Mr. Forte's, weed, that was what was important?
Are you referring?
He's back.
Yeah, the Adidas bag, correct, yes.
Did he tell you that he went back to get it because it contained weed?
No,
And at any point during that interview, did he tell you that after he shot Mr. Wright 6 times, that despite being fearful, that he went back and grabbed something off of Mr. Wright's body?
he did not.
Did he tell you what he took?
He did not.
And during that interview, when he was talking to you about things that he had seen on Instagram and the news as it relates to his photographs, do you remember him talking about that?
Yes,
That evidence that he knew he was wanted.
correct.
At any point did he reach out to you as it relates to what you had published through the media, asking for anyone with information to contact you?
No,
And it is all of that evidence that you used to swear out warrants as it relates to the warrants that you swear out in this case?
correct.
I agree, Kels, but they do have testimony,
Nothing further,
whether
Jim.
it's credible or not.
Any recross?
Okay, other questions?
Oh,
You don't have any evidence that my client took anything, right?
oh, there we go.
Other than the video of him going back and grabbing something?
What do you see him
Man still
grab?
has his weed, still has his money, still has his phone, still has his scale, still has his gun, right? So what else was there?
I don't know.
You have no evidence that he took anything, right?
Other than the video where he walks back and grabs something?
You don't see anything in his hands, right?
I can't say that he doesn't have anything in his hands.
You can't say that he
could've took
does.
money, right?
I don't know what he took.
He could have taken weed, right?
I don't know, Miss Fegan.
He could have taken a gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He could have taken a phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He could have taken a scale, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that it wasn't until he got shot when the firearm fell, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What evidence do you have that the gun wasn't already out?
Well,
When
when
did it
you
come
zoom
out?
in on the video, you don't see a firearm in his hands.
Where do you see his hands?
I mean,
Hello?
we can go back and watch.
Yeah. Let's do it. Look at her. You look dumb.
Your investigation of the firearm was in his pocket or his waistband?
Well, waistband.
Right where his hand is right now, before he fell? Is that correct?
That or his hand could be on his hip. It looked like his hand was on his hip to me.
So as an officer and under oath, your testimony is that his hand is just on his hip right before he gets shot?
Can we zoom in more?
I can give you my computer. Zoom in better than this. Is that better?
I can't say definitively that his hand is gripping a firearm.
Right, well, you just testified to this jury that that firearm didn't come out until he was shot. My question to you is, what evidence do you have for that testimony?
Your question was his hand gripping the firearm?
My question, first, you said that you couldn't see it in his hand. I brought up the video for you to tell me and this jury where you see his hand right before he gets shot.
And to me, it looks like it could be on his hip.
Thank you.
All right, jurors, any questions for the sergeant? If you would get those to Deputy Gordon. Looks like we got a few.
Jury questions, chat.
Thank you.
A few.
All right, lawyers, if you could hustle out here, please.
Uh-oh, look at a body. Me too, bow legs. Yeah, what is Juror 5 thinking? What if she came in and like, the prosecution of the state is triggering my anxiety. I can't do this. Have a good one, Nicola. I can't get over that question. Would you agree that the gun did not come out of or didn't leave the victim's person until he'd been shot? I think we have a little space to jump through the whisper, whisper, whisper.
Working. Folks, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, fine, whatever. You talked about having interacted with apartment complex management folks to get the video. Mentioned that 2 of the cameras weren't working.
Yes, so the main camera that's directly above where the decedent was located, Your Honor, it was not functional.
Okay. Did you talk to the apartment management people about whether they had let residents know that that camera wasn't working?
I did not discuss that, no.
Okay.
Good question.
In your review of all the video, not just what you were shown today, but the work you did in your investigation, did you ever find any footage that showed the defendant, we call him CT, going back into his apartment after the first encounter he had with Mr. Wright? Because we saw then Mr. Wright walks all around the parking lot and goes by the mailbox and whatnot. Any footage you reviewed that showed what the defendant was doing while Mr. Wright was walking around before he re-engaged with the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Some of the video footage we've now seen several times
shows a male and a female who kind of come up the
Did you interview
stairs and
them?
must have passed through
The randoms.
whatever exchange was going on, and then they kept going down the hallway. Were you ever able to identify who those people were?
I was not.
It's a gated community. You didn't. You
There
probably
are
could have gotten
photos
info.
of the pink gun that have been admitted into evidence that appear to show blood on the gun. Do you know if there was what looked like blood found on any of the other items that were recovered from Mr. Wright?
Was there, I'm paraphrasing, was there blood located on any of the other items that we recovered?
Correct.
I reckon that there was, I can't say for certain without reviewing all the crime scene photos.
Okay, you don't have a specific recollection, but when you say you reckon that there was, what makes you say that?
Because it was a very bloody scene and was, blood everywhere. It was on the walls, it was on the
Was it on the
ceiling, it was everywhere.
objects?
Were there injuries to Mr. Wright in a location that would have caused or allowed blood to get on his pants so that it would get on the firearm if the firearm was in fact still in his waistband?
Yes, he was shot. Most of his wounds were to his abdomen area, and he had a contact wound to his chest. And then he had several wounds to he had the neck, his shoulder, his left hand, his left armpit. So they
That's
were all
more
in
than
his
6.
abdomen, like area.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Abatte, do you have any questions for the sergeant based on what she and I just discussed?
No.
Ms. Fegan?
Just do your honor. As soon as he was shot, he immediately falls forward, right?
Correct.
As soon as he was shot, the gun is at that point on the ground, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there wasn't a time where he shot with the gun still in his pants.
I can't say for certain. I'd have to see.
You just answered Abate's stupid question. Run back the question. Can I have a read back? The gun did not come out of or did not leave the victim's person until he'd been shot multiple times. I guess technically, or didn't leave the victim's person. But she agreed to it on Recross when Nicole asked about it again.
Okay, so before he shot, on the floor, you see there's no gun on the floor right now, correct?
Are you able to get it on my screen?
Uh-oh, what's on your screen? Oh, sorry, it's that handsome judge. Let me add it. Because of 5 o'clock, a bunch of things got kicked out, but I would definitely add that. Almost there. All right, is it good?
Now, yes, Your Honor.
That little box, just put something about stay muted.
It's not on.
Oh, it's all good.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. All right.
So my question was, at this time, there's nothing on the floor, correct?
Correct.
Well, I mean, it's... Hand on waist. And
You
then
actually
it
see
jumps.
The gun hit the wall and then fall on the floor, right?
I missed it. Can you rewind it back again?
Okay, you see, he's standing up,
Okay.
correct?
Mhm.
Leaning, right?
Yes.
Gun? Do you see the gun right behind Street's leg? And it's sliding?
Yes.
Hits the wall and lands?
Even with the jump, this is crazy.
So what's your question? You're narrating. Do you have a question?
Do you see the
question
gun?
was that when he was shot, there was never a time he still had the gun in his pants.
I can't say that with certainty.
Before he even hits the ground, the gun's already on the floor after hitting the wall, right?
And far away, not in the pool of
I
blood.
mean,
Look how far away it is.
I guess that's the gun.
What
A
else
lot of
is
stuff
it?
fell.
You're the lead.
I can't tell
As an
for
officer,
certain.
you're really gonna say that's not the gun?
So that's not a fair question. Next question. Okay. All right.
A
On,
little outside the scope of your questions.
okay.
Did any of the evidence that you collected, or any of the witness statements, show that the victim threatened to shoot anyone?
No,
Did Mr. Forte tell you that?
No.
Did the defendant tell you that?
no.
Nothing further.
Ms. Fegan, anything else?
Yes,
He's proud.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize.
Ms. Forte said that, though, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay. He wasn't there.
But you asked about evidence.
You're, okay, can keep going.
Okay.
You also spoke with the neighbor, correct?
Yes.
A neighbor where?
I'm not gonna go into what he said.
No, I just, a neighbor of Ms. Forte or a neighbor?
Actual neighbor that was at the apartment complex that day, the day of the shooting.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
And that neighbor lived on that floor?
I don't recall.
You don't remember where the neighbor from your
No.
page 3 of your?
No, I don't.
What the heck? Even the
No.
state. Look at her. Look at Miss Jones.
Now, there was more people, you didn't speak to Ms. Parks, right?
No, I never talked to Ms. Parks until after Fugitive brought her in.
Besides Mr. and Ms. Forte, you spoke to other witnesses as well, correct?
No.
You received information from the specific neighbor, right?
Are you referring to the person who wanted to remain anonymous?
I'm referring.
The neighbor in your report.
Well, I can't get into what he said here. But, so my question is, you spoke to a neighbor that was actually there, right?
I don't recall speaking to a neighbor that was actually there.
So what led to the rest of your investigation, the course of your investigation, to get you to Crime Stoppers tip, to get Mr. Chick-fil-A, DeKalb County retired sergeant guy to contact you? How is this getting worse?
Recollection to look at the beginning of your report.
Sure.
I'm gonna approach you with all of you.
I'll waive any objections related to hearsay if she wants to ask a real direct question about what the neighbor said.
Okay.
I'm
He said,
She may
get it
need the
over with.
report, though. I'm hearing this witness say, I'm not recalling an interaction with a neighbor 3 years ago.
She testified about the
Did you
neighbor
record that?
this morning.
Interview? Yeah.
I don't recall.
Thank you.
All right. Anything more? State? No? Okay.
Okay, if you're not looking at the screen, this is a great time to look at the screen. Oh my god, look at all of their faces. Oh my god. And look at the deputy's face. Look at everybody's face in the gallery. Chat, this should be somebody's background screensaver. Look at this.
Thank you.
All right. Anything more? State? No? Okay. Appreciate your time, Sergeant. You are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Here is, let me see.
You can leave it right there. They'll come, whoever brought it to you will come collect it. So ladies and gentlemen, we are done for the day. Thank you for staying a little bit late. Tomorrow, I would like you to try to get here as close to 12:30 as you can. So your morning is your own. I will not call your employer, letting them know you're not in court, whatever you want. But be here by 12:30. The jury room will be open 8 a.m. if you want to get here at 8. It's a cozy space. But we will try to be ready to roll 12:30. We are, according to the lawyers, very much on schedule, if not ahead of schedule. And so it may well be that the state rests tomorrow, and then we'll pivot and see if the defense is going to put on any evidence. No burden on the defense. Ms. Fegan may not call anyone. She can, if that's their strategic decision. And so if the defense doesn't put anything up beyond all the things Ms. Fegan has done so far, it may be that both sides rest tomorrow afternoon. We'll take a check of the time. I have to work through some things with the lawyers after both sides rest. So it could be you're here for a little while, get the rest of the evidence, and then you go home early, even though you came late. That's not us wasting your time. It's just a natural break point. And that would mean that Thursday morning, when you show up, we go straight into closing arguments from the two sides. You'll hear the closings. Then I'll give you the law that applies to the case, and you begin your deliberations. I'm not guaranteeing that's the schedule. I've learned not to guarantee anything. It sounds like that's the track we're on. So we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Obviously, if one of you doesn't show up till 4 tomorrow, then we'll be off that track. So 12:30 tomorrow. The shuttles don't run as regularly in the middle of the day. So if you were thinking, hey, I'll catch that 12:28 shuttle to get here by 12:30, there's not a 12:28 shuttle. So you may need to get here a little early. And if you were thinking about a lunch break, your lunch break is before 12:30. We won't be breaking for lunch tomorrow. We'll have a break in the afternoon if things go on, but not a lunch break. Logistical questions? Sir?
Is the lot usually pretty full at that time? Like the parking, like we need to make we have to look for additional parking because it's been pretty packed recently?
Really? That's a good question. I've never had that question. There'll be space? Deputy Gordon says there'll be. If there's not, call him. He'll come pick you up. Blue lights there to get you. Although maybe they have this embarrassing little sheriff golf cart they use to patrol a building. Maybe the golf cart they pick you up in. There should be space. And if not, that's an example of, hey, I'm now having to park in East Point. I'm going to be a little late. You call that number and we're like, hey, that's on us because we told you there'd be spaces. So do reach out. Anything else? Notepad staying there, lip sealed tonight. Don't talk with people about the case. No outside research. You've been doing a great job being attentive. We'll see you at 12:30 tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Let me clip that cross. YouTube only lets us, like, while I'm live, I can only run back 2 hours. She took the stand forever ago. Cross started at 6:11 into this stream.
So, Mr. Abatte, preview, you've got GBI firearms person, you've got Dr. Hebert. Any other witnesses?
Yeah, just tender and certified conditions.
Okay, so you likely should finish tomorrow, not all that late. Dang, I need to work on the jury charge then. Okay, I'll do that. Ms. Fegan, well, let me do this because we may reach that point. Everyone should take a seat. Mr. Tuitt, tomorrow, it may well be time for you and me in front of your lawyer and the prosecutors, but outside the presence of the jury, to have a formal legal discussion about whether you're going to testify or not. I'm not going to ask you today. You don't need to decide today, but I want to put you on notice that it'll probably be tomorrow that I ask you whether you're going to do that. And I'll talk about your rights, whether you choose to or not, and all that. But the important thing is, I'm not asking Ms. Fegan. I'm asking you. You are welcome to consult with her. You're welcome to follow her advice. You are free to ignore her advice because it is ultimately exclusively your choice about whether you're going to testify or not. I just don't want you to be caught unawares or flat-footed. The time to say I'd like more time is now and not tomorrow when we have that conversation. So just know after the state rests, part of what we do, your lawyer is going to have a motion likely, and we'll work through that. And then you and I will have that conversation about your decision to testify or not to testify. Okay? You'll be ready for it? Sounds good. Ms. Fegan, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Fegan, anything else?
The only thing I can't confirm yet is I haven't listened to the entire interview.
Which interview?
To the interview that I got at, when you were looking for me at around 11.
This is Ms. Forte?
It's both Fortes.
Both Fortes?
Oh.
Okay, meaning,
You might recall someone.
So I have
Street?
not into him yet.
okay. Got it.
So I can't totally answer the question so that I might not want either of them.
Oh, I wasn't asking you.
Fine with Miss Forte. I haven't gotten to him yet.
Okay. I was asking whether there's anything we need to work through today. Should you decide tonight, as you are listening to the interviews, that you want one or both of them here, let the state know so they can get them here. That's their obligation, given when you got those interviews. So I'm not asking you to commit now. When we get together at 12:30, you can share if you want to share then. But some point tomorrow, I will be asking you, are you going to be calling any witnesses? And if you think either Forte is in that answer, then let the state know. They'll have all morning to figure out how to get them here. Okay,
Yes, sir.
you bet. Anything else? Was there other discovery that came across through that SharePoint?
Yeah,
What
let
was
us
in
know
law
now.
called the SharePoint collection that you haven't had a chance to go through?
My understanding it was just the interview and the GSR test.
Okay, good. All right, and it sounds like Mr. Abatte, nothing else from the state.
Other than the fact that we confirmed that we'll serve the private counsel for the state, we definitely met our obligation as it relates to serving a discovery. And I'm not saying Your Honor was saying we did, I just want to make sure.
Oh, the record should be clear, and Mr. Tuitt has had 3 different lawyers, and sometimes we rely on previous counsel to get things to new counsel. The state always offers to reserve, and there just was this funky window of time when it wasn't Dropbox or evidence.com. So it's very understandable, and I haven't heard Ms. Fegan make any accusations either. I appreciate you rolling with it in real time, and listen to the rest of the interviews tonight, and just let me know what, if anything, that means for you calling witnesses. Okay, thanks, everyone. And you got clothes for Mr. Tuitt tomorrow?
Another turtleneck.
What's tomorrow's turtleneck color? Going green?
I'm dying laughing today.
Okay.
Oh, then, okay, then I'll be here. Okay.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Look at, aw, she's just like, oh man. I wonder if that attorney, I wonder if this is an attorney that just popped in to check out how the rest of today was gonna go. And boy, did they get a good time. Because that was, not only did we have cross, right? But we had this ping-ponging back and forth where it goes back to redirect and then recross. I think we got one redirect question maybe. And then we got jury questions. And then the attorneys are ping-ponging back and forth after the jury questions. So that was really cool to see. It felt like a debate between the attorneys rather than you go and then I go and then maybe you go again. So that was a whole time. He's obsessed with turtlenecks. He's gonna wear slime green. Yeah, so the state, there's 2 issues. There's 2 layers of issues with what we're hearing about discovery. It's true that this is his 3rd attorney. I think his first attorney, he got reassigned. And I don't remember if Melnick was the first attorney or the second attorney. But Melnick, obviously, he had issues for a 6-month suspension. I don't know what happened with the other attorney that isn't Nicole. But then Nicole comes into the case. Do you guys understand now why Tuitt didn't care? He was like, do you think it's a conflict that Nicole is facing charges from this prosecution team? Tuitt's like, nope, I want her as my attorney. I think you guys might see why. there was this tech issue. So one, it could have been an issue that they didn't send everything over again. They had sent over the 2 files, the interviews, and then this other GSR thing to the other attorneys, which means it had been turned over to it at some point, right? That was one argument. It just didn't get to Nicole when they resent everything over to Nicole. Then the other issue is, well, there was some issue with the SharePoint, the tech that they're using as their file system to share things. And I think Doug Weinstein has complained a lot, several times, about the tech system behind where they send discovery back and forth. So I don't think that that's improbable. I think that that probably happened, but I still think state has a responsibility. And I think in any case, they still only turned over a text transcript of the Forte interview or interviews and not the audio. And I would say we got to see CT's interview. I would say watching CT's interview and trying to hear it myself versus reading a transcript that was provided to me would give me 2 different experiences. So I think it's pretty significant that Nicole only had a text transcript that was provided to her. So Nicole's case, that indictment's still pending. I don't see movement on that quite yet. But of course, we'll see. We'll watch what happens with that. And I don't know. I don't know if she's court appointed. I don't know. Yeah, so it's 2 different. She was arrested during the YSL trial. It was alleged that she was tipping suspects off. And then a new indictment came down a few months ago, where she was charged with helping to bring contraband. She was conspiring to bring contraband into the Rice Street facility through Tinquarius Mender. And Tinquarius Mender was doing those things as an associate of YSL. So that's the indictment that came down several months after the arrest for supposedly tipping off a witness. But yeah, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that plays out. And last I knew, Drew Findling is Nicole Fegan's attorney. So trust me, if that goes to a trial, we will be watching. We will watch. Hope you guys all join. But yeah, this is YSL Nicole. This is YSL Nicole. She's got a feature in Pee Wee Longway's song. Hold on, let me find the song and I'll link to you guys. So, before Steele had his bar, let me see. I don't know what song it is. Let me lyric search it first. Lituation is the name of the song. Okay, let me get the song. So if you want to go see Pee Wee Roscoe, client of Nicole Fegan, shout out Nicole in a song. Here is Lituation. tell Classy to play this on Club Classy Wednesday night. Yep, she has a book called Got Proof, and her perspective is treating your client. The premise of Got Proof, the book that she published with her client, is your client is co-counsel. You treat your client like co-counsel, and she's been doing this for years. I think a great example of that recently is Doug Weinstein and Diamante Kendrick. We saw them as co-counsel. They were constantly talking back and forth and assisting in strategy with one another. It wasn't just the separation of I'm the attorney, you're the client, stay over there. And that's really the philosophy that Nicole Fegan practices behind her business. I've seen that for a while. I have her book. I've never watched her in an actual trial before. I've only ever heard about her results after the fact or seen her for a few, the pre-trial for YSL and Tinquarius Mender's plea. So, okay, so Nancy knew one too. I always love to read that because it rhymes. Says she represents someone in the 4PF case coming up too. And isn't that going to be a time? Isn't that going to be a time? Because we're going to have more gang experts. We are going to have more gang experts. Drew Findling currently represents her. He's made statements on her behalf. I guess we'll see if it goes to trial or to whatever resolution, if the case proceeds, if Drew Findling is still there at that point. But it seems like he's made statements for her, I think, as recently as July. So, yep, Stimpy, I agree. Excellent attorney and certainly going to fight for you. You will not be forgotten. You will not have an attorney that just goes through the motions, so to speak. All right, guys, so we have a half day tomorrow. I think that the target time is 12:30 for Judge McBurney, and they're not going to take a lunch break. So let's plan to start at 12:30 Eastern tomorrow, since we won't have a lunch to skip. If we run into watching some other, if he's still doing the drug court that he's doing in the morning, I mean, we could just check that out and see what it's like. We'll watch it. We'll start on time. And then we'll watch straight through. He did mention that maybe they would stay late tomorrow if everyone could. So it might be a 5:30 day rather than a 5 o'clock day, similar to today. And Thursday we'll get back together for closing arguments, and we'll figure out what to do for deliberations. Very interesting to see the jury questions. I think they are great questions. I think they are looking at all angles. I don't think their questions are just, well, screw you defense or screw you prosecution. I think it's kind of like, is this available for us to look at further? You don't have this? Okay, we have another one. If you don't have it, did you speak to the people that we saw on the footage? And it's interesting because a lot of their questions are things that at least somebody in the chat has asked. So it's cool because it makes the chat feel, again, like a mock jury. Yes, Abatte says she was also very efficient, no messing about. And she did some slick moves, right, to get some stuff out in the terms of her questions. And Abatte called it out. But as far as moving things along, chip chop, make the point, moves along. We've seen when she chooses to abandon or rephrase her line of questioning after an objection sustained against her. I think it's just great to watch. It's good to watch different styles of lawyering. She is fiery in her style. But being fiery is one thing. Being fiery and your energy matches the evidence, and you're able to, in that sharp, quick, fiery moment, here's the chronology, and point out what's right in front of us. I think incredibly effective. Some attorneys are fiery and spicy, but they can't present the evidence in a way that tells me what I'm trying to figure out. So I'm so excited to have been watching this, you guys. You guys seem to be liking this a lot. For Always says this was great. Even though I was in and out of the bushes, that's okay. And again, I want to thank Luis for recommending this because I didn't know. I didn't know that Fegan had this trial coming up. And when I had heard about it, it was specifically that Fegan was going to be the attorney. I didn't know anything about the case background. All I knew was Fulton and Fegan. And I said, we're going to watch Fegan. So big, big thank you to Luis. Again, you can always hang out with Luis. She's been hanging out with us, but usually I hang out with her over on Dolly Talk, who covers a lot of McBurney's day-to-day trial or case hearings. And I want to check, is he live right now doing the follow-up on that civil case? Dolly's covering, it's crazy. It was like a witness on the stand forever yesterday. It was hard to listen to. But there's like this dramatic case. There was a domain, a website name involved, freepurplelambo.com. Just a whole hot mess going on. It's like Hopkins and something. So that's what Dolly's covering. We'll probably redirect over there if he's still live. Let me pull that up. And okay, Dolly. Why is this being stupid? While I mess around, let me put this lovely screenshot on the screen. Oh, what a moment. Okay, so let me save this. This should redirect us over to Dolly when we close out. Okay, and I seen it then. He's calling it the crazy neighbor trial. There we go. That's what we're gonna call it. And it's Gobel versus Hopkins is the other name. So there's that. I love this screenshot. I still can't get over Abate's question. It has been a day, you guys. And also link in the chat here from Louise. Thank you. And Flesh of the Gods is also live doing the Robert Brooks. So that is still running, you guys. Starfish and Coffee had shared that stream earlier. Flesh of the Gods is live covering it. And I would imagine he probably started somewhat recently. So it should be opening statements. You probably didn't miss much. So also big recommendation here. That's that New York State Department of Corrections case. So thank you, Factual Lie. I didn't know that he was live. But that is, we talked about that case earlier. So go over there and check out, see what opening statements were like. Again, the defendants in that case are the corrections officers. So we're seeing a flip of, you know, state employees from the facility are the ones on trial. They're not the ones coming to testify that somebody else did something. So a little role reversal there. My Four Girls, Cross was crazy. Cross was crazy. This picture sums it up. With the defense attorney on the right here smiling. And I did clip Cross, Redirect, Recross, and the jury questions all separate if you want to jump right to that. It should be the most recent video on this channel. But it was definitely worth a rewatch. All right, you guys, we'll see you guys over in, I'll be hopping around with Dolly and Flesh of the Gods, because I want to see what's going on with the Department of Corrections case and hang out with Dolly and Luis. But we'll be back tomorrow at 12:30. Bring your lunch. Bring your lunch. If you're in Georgia, go to Chick-fil-A and find our chicken guy. Bring some Chick-fil-A over. Come hang out with us tomorrow. Sabata says, "Ooh, Nicole has the brevity of Doug and the passion of Brian. Killer combo. Killer combo." And is Karen Lacey the, I don't want to say mayor and get the wrong title. Is this the embezzlement or is this issues with transporting inmates to their trials on time and not doing anything about it? Because there's two major issues going on in Louisiana in different realms, right? One's financial, one is in, you know, the justice system dealing with incarceration and people not being able to get to their trials, and then they get in trouble for not being able to make it to their trial, or they're stuck waiting pre-trial longer and longer. So, Kyron Lacey. I should have caught that. Awesome. So now the Attorney General is opening an independent investigation into Kyron Lacey, not Karen. I was like, who's Karen? So thank you, Moses, for correcting that. And then, yeah, that's a crazy story as well. That's good news to hear, I think, because I don't think what the officer did to steer the direction of the investigation was right. I really don't see how that became an arrest and was even scheduled for a grand jury hearing. And, you know, unfortunately, the outcome was the pressure, Kyron Lacey, of being falsely accused. He took his life. So I think it's good that we're getting an investigation into that, and I'll have to read it. Guys, yeah, I just randomly went down the route of some Karen person. But Kyron. So there we go, you guys. Everybody take care until tomorrow. See you over in these YouTube streets. And then what was the guy's name that was CT during the murder? CT is Cordarra Tuitt. That's his initials. That's what he went by. So he's the defendant in this trial. You have Smoke, who's also Tay. And then you have Laquinton Forte, which is crazy because he could also be a Tay. But his nickname was Street. So those are the three individuals that are in the video footage from, you know, what this trial's about. So, yep. So the guy with is Street or Laquinton Forte. But Tay is the nickname of Quatavius, who is the victim, whose nickname was Smoke. So, yeah, Karen catching strays. We're ending with a Karen catching a stray. My bad, guys. See you guys tomorrow or over in someone else's chat. And thank you so much. Bye, guys.